C-Slick, I just want to say I appreciate the shit out of that. Thank you for gifting memberships, and hey everyone, welcome to the Quarantine Collective's end of year conversation, I guess. I don't know how that's going to work. We'll find out. Yeah, it's the end of the year. It's the end of 2025. 2025 is a weird fucking year. Not a good year. not a good year. Some good things. One sec, hydrating up, because a little bit later, I've got a Jester King's Bière de Merlot that has been aging in the bottle ever since it was bottled. 2022. I'm a big fan of Jester King. What's my wacky shirt? It's Einstein with 3 eyes. What, you've only ever seen him with 2? What a weird year. What a weird shitty year. So tonight's going to be easy. We're going to be bullshitting. This is a stupid fucking stream. We're going to be going over the dumbest shit that's just dumb. I'm not going to be burning brain cells on this. I'm not going to be, this is not a stream of kindness. So, but it's also not people who deserve it in any capacity. You'll see as we get into it, it's trash, and we're going after trash people, and it's going to be fun. And it's mostly because I just don't want to turn my brain on and then have a bunch of drinks and then end up again at 2:30 in the morning, unable to do very simple math. So that's just the way it's going to go. So this is just bullshit. It's just going to be bullshit. I do want to talk about some good news or some random things that happened today. Just because it's when you do stuff, when the world has things that happen in them, and you spend time working against these very, very bad things, once in a while, you have a good day. So let's see. Oop. It's going to start popping those through. There's a... Oop, oop. It's going to do a few of those. We'll get a few pings. But, well, I got to move myself. The camera adjusted itself again. One sec. Nope, wrong way. There you are. Let's go YouTube main. Select over here. And we go back. You'll get a hit in the face with one of the... I'm actually really stunned Sunday hasn't done this one yet. Really stunned. But hey, it is what it is. That's on our list today. But before we go into that, I do want to talk about some good news. So Trump has given up. Trump has ended National Guard deployment in 3 cities after the Supreme Court loss. Fully done. Los Angeles, Chicago, and Portland. They're pulling back all of them. They're pulling back all of them. This is not a small thing. This is significant. They announced Wednesday following a loss at the Supreme Court last week. Trump suggested troops could return to cities, despite the court's 6-3 ruling that the president's justification for sending National Guard troops was insufficient. Trump had argued it would help reduce crime, but they actually talked about how clear the visuals were that that is not what the troops were doing, and that there wasn't crime from visuals. Can't imagine what visuals that might be. Operation Inflation has been cited a handful of times in all of these decisions, and it feels really fucking great. And Trump pissing off and eating shit on this, fuck him, fuck all these people who support him, fuck the idea of sending troops in, fuck the idea of anything. Now, celebrate today because he is a huge piece of shit, and authoritarians are huge pieces of shit who don't care about the rule of law. So, They are going to pull this back. They will declare martial law, do the Insurrection Act, drop in the airborne. They'll do something because they're terrible. But we don't have to worry about this tonight. We don't have to worry about it tonight. And a lot of that is due to, if I may just sort of share, let's see what we got on. Just want to kind of Really? It's because I mistyped it? Is that how that works? Or is there nothing live right now? There's Tommy. Tommy's live. Oh, he's around the corner and he can't go there. Oh, it's so sad, Tommy. He's got 406 people watching this right now, and he's around the corner because he can't actually go where he needs to. What a shame. He's a block away from everything else. Such a shame. Because he got nailed. That's a right-wing asshole. So we're really pretty happy about that. Just as a thing, I'm happy about that. And that's, if there is a thing to celebrate, it's that. We're also going to be celebrating a handful of books this year because there's a handful of really great things that have come out. Mostly, I would almost say everything actually that I'm excited that came about this year are like translations. So we'll go through a handful of those because I got a couple that are worth going over. And yes, one of them's Mark's. So we'll have random combos. We'll talk a little bit about TV. We aren't going to have any guests as far as I know, but if we do, fucking that's the way it works. One moment. When you hear a crunch, like a crash, it's just gotta make sure the kids are okay. That's all. One sec, I gotta redo the gain on my mic. There we go. So we have one shithead here. You know shithead. This shithead? We know shithead, right? We all know shithead. But this shithead is joined by someone who, like, I didn't have a lot of respect for already, but I didn't know this. Did you know this? Did anyone else know this? Summoning Salt spent 2 hours talking about Nietzsche in this, and I jumped around, and it is, I think fundamentally, again, it's really tough to have these conversations with people who care. I know you posted it, Pashy. It's tough to talk about philosophy outside of people who do this academically. And there's a reason people who do it in academia don't like talking to people like me or people on the internet who are autodidacts, because autodidacts means this. And I don't fundamentally think these people have any grasp of anything they're talking about. So that's really bad. I have this one. This is Maxonomics. This was recommended to me. This is one of the stupidest people that we will ever react to. This is Morning Brew Maxonomics. Maxonomics, he sucks. Like, I don't know how else to put it, but this is a video about why everyone's wrong about the AI bubble. And it's just like everything he does is like these trash videos of shit. And I've gone through a couple of his videos. They're really hilariously bad. And he's like a weirdo. He's a weirdo. He doesn't understand things. It's really, really, really bad. But I thought it would be, this is him. He doesn't actually have a grasp of things. And it's really, really kind of fun. So that'll be enjoyable. I also thought we'd spend a little time and watch this. because this is, I've been talking about this thing, this podcast. I actually don't think I can watch anymore after today's episode. And I thought that would be a thing for us to watch. And I'm actually going to tag him because I know he looks at videos that respond to and talk about what he's doing. And I want to let him know he needs to stop. Like, this is bad on multiple levels. And I actually think at this point, I find it almost unethical. And I get why people watch it, but you'll see what I'm talking about with today's episode. And then I will ping him when we get to it, because at some point we'll start talking about this guy again, Cory Doctorow. We went lightly over it in shitification as a thesis. I had a handful of people ping me. Let me know they disagree with me, that Cory might have a point. And I don't handle criticism well. I don't agree at all. So we're going to go hard on Cory. So we've got these two, this, whatever the fuck this video is, this sadness, and Cory Doctorow. That's kind of where I'm at tonight. As we go, if you guys want, feel free. You can throw videos into suggestions. This is not going to be a thing where we watch all of this all the way through. We're not. We're fucking totally not. But we're going to watch a few things go at some point, because my kids are not wanting to stay up till midnight. My daughter won't make it. We are going to have a midnight at the house with sparklers and noisemakers outside. So I will be putting the stream on pause and going and doing that and then coming back. So that'll be a 5 or 10 minute break as I go do that. Otherwise, that'll be kind of it. That'll be kind of it. We're going to pretend it's midnight at around, I think, 10 o'clock. Just because if you have kids, you fucking get it. I'm not explaining shit. So, that'll be good for drinking. This will be good for drinking. All of these are going to be good for drinking. So, let's poll it. Easy. We're going to do which. Where are we starting? That's kind of what I need help with, more or less. Shitty Nietzsche. Stupid AI person. And Nazi dad. Vote away, my friends. Vote the fuck away. Vote the fuck away. Have fun. You do your thing. There's no stress. Let me know. Shitty Nietzsche is already far and away. Well, nope, never mind. Nazi dad. Goddamn. Nazi dad's pretty hardcore. I'm just letting you know. Like, the necessary conversation is that bad now. Like, just letting you know. It's fucking really awful. It's really bad. If any of you are ever in Austin, Texas in general, Jester King Brewery, phenomenal beers, like genuinely next level, top tier, really good. I'm a Russian River guy, always have been, but they just really nail their shit. It is really bad and gross. Like, it's just really bad. Just really bad. Just frustrating and bad and sad and all that. If it ends up being a tie, I'm going to push Nazi dad to later when I'm having drinks, because I'll end up saying something I regret otherwise. Or I will, I'll say something I regret, but I'll be sober, so I'll regret it. If I can have a beer or two, that would be nice. So that way I can say things and not regret them later. And feel free to throw anything in the suggestions. If you want to, you just head into discord.gg/DGQC. Type it in your browser. Come on in, say hello. You can post right away in our suggestions and just be like, hey, this is great. Oh, God. Oh, June. Oh. True Anon. Oh, she starts with Freud and Jung. Oh, this is That'll be great. TrueAnon is certainly not a garbage podcast at all. TrueAnon doesn't suck in every single fucking way. That'll be a thing, June. Well done. Thank you for whatever this is. Whatever this is. For whatever this is. All right. All right. It looks like Shitty Nietzsche is going to be far and away. So here's how we're going to do Shitty Nietzsche. Because this is, if you didn't see at the bottom here, this is fucking 2 hours of these morons, like garbage talking. So we're going to try to listen. And at some point, when I feel my brain dying, we are going to skip ahead. That's how that'll work. Yeah. And then we'll just kind of jump around. Because I don't really have a lot to do. But it's like, it's going to be a thing. Like, I watched the first few minutes and it was like...
Self, kind of truth as a grounding or highest value on the one hand, and then...
Go, how far can I take this?
We're just going to start from the beginning.
Keegan Stroke Essential Soul, thank you so much for being here and welcome to the show. Nietzsche on truth is possibly one of, if not the most challenging aspect of Nietzschean philosophy. So,
not really.
What are the key things that we really ought to bear in mind about this aspect of his philosophy when we are reading him or discussing him or interpreting him?
Yeah, first principles. Well, first of all, thank you very much, Joe. It's my pleasure to be here. I've been...
And again, if anyone goes on this guy's podcast, you're giving credibility to someone who genuinely doesn't grasp what they're doing, utilizes AI to generate their scripts, and has no clue their shit. But they get away with it because British. There's a Family Guy, American Dad episode where they go to like a resort and Steve is stuck in like the little kids area until this British kid comes in and says, that, you know, there's this nudist beach, but we have to go through dangerous terrain to get there and we may get killed. And he's like, I have no idea. That sounds awful, but your accent. And it's just him listening to the accent over and over and over and doing the stupidest things you could possibly do every time that guy talks. And there's a lot of people this applies to, but that is like, the accent seems to trick people. That's all I got.
Watching your channel for a while, so this is just great. Thank you for having me. Nietzsche on truth. I think one of the most interesting things that I would like to begin with regarding this question of Nietzsche on truth would be first to bring in Nietzsche on untruth, insofar as he says that untruth could be just as beneficial to life as truth could be. That, in fact, there may be untruths, we might say enchantments of the world, or errors that are indispensable for us that mankind simply could not live without. And one of the things that he says in Beyond Good and Evil is that perhaps the strength of a soul could be measured by how much truth someone could tolerate. And so that creates a really interesting sort of dynamic where it's almost like truth is,
I'm going to let him cook a minute.
The way Nietzsche sees it is almost sort of a test, or almost sort of something dangerous. He talks about philosophy, his vision of philosophy as wandering in forbidden country and ice and mountain peaks. And so we could imagine, like, as a metaphor, to get to the truth, climbing up like a cold, frigid mountain. And it might be where you get to the point where you can't survive any longer up in this elevation, the rarefied air of the truth. Now, does that mean Nietzsche's against truth or something like that? No, it's sort of, he wants to see how far he can go. How far can I take this? How far can I push this investigation of truth. And so the really interesting thing is that even though Nietzsche is sometimes called an irrationalist or a romantic, as if he's the kind of thinker who doesn't really care about the truth, he could just simply concludes feelings over facts or something like this. There's a reason.
So when I say Essential Salts is a reactionary bordering fascist, that's why
people say this about Nietzsche, but which we can get into. But I actually think the most informative way to look at this or to explicate this is to look at a lot of the comments he makes at the beginning of Beyond Good and Evil.
All right, so I'm going to guess that's a finite, not like a finished point. He tends to ramble and not actually make points. Let's start with his first thing here. The idea that Nietzsche set up binaries of truth and untruth in any way but ironically or as a commentary in and of itself, that Nietzsche isn't trying to dismantle the binaries themselves, is insane. Nietzsche saying that untruth is beneficial to life is not a counterpoint to the idea that truth is beneficial to life. The point, and it's in the text, this is not hard to read. You can pick up Beyond Good and Evil and see that. The truth-untruth distinction is intended to be dismantled and blown apart here. The whole point is that he's commenting on how meaningless the distinction is. I think most of the Nietzsche podcast is decent. It's better than 90% of our philosopher podcasts. Well, that's saying very little.
Where, to summarize, he says in so many words, so many questions have been put before the will to truth.
He's going to do will to truth. Oh, no.
Or will to discover truth, accept the value of truth itself.
This is going to be, I can't just do every fucking
And
sentence.
So in a way,
this will give me a fucking...
When he does critique the value of truth, he's doing it in the name of the search for truth. And that's why it can be so hard. It can seem so paradoxical, because it's like you're kind of like hacking away at the branch that you're sitting on would be the critical way to look at that. But the way that...
Okay, let me get this right, Salty. Nietzsche is not saying that there is no truth and that he does care about truth, but he isn't choosing... He's choosing facts over feelings. Okay. I am... The good thing about him is he actually reads it and doesn't just repeat Jordan Peterson. It's just not a good reading. It's... One second. Let me get the link to donations. Do you mean to me or to Operation Inflation? Just asking. Oh, to you. Well, one moment then. I should probably pen that. One moment. I've done all this. Where the fuck is my... Where's my link? Give me the link. There you are. Maddie, this stream started, I don't know, 30 minutes ago, but we're only 3 minutes into this. I've talked about Essential Salts a couple times, and I've been generally trying to be more kind to him. When I found out he went on unsolicited advice, it means he's a whore, and I don't care anymore. Like at that point, like, and again, I'm not knocking sex workers. The term, when I use it, is particularly in the way that people talk about how money makes you do things you wouldn't do otherwise. That doesn't mean just sex work. That just means you're a whore. If you're doing things for money that you wouldn't do otherwise at like on a moral level, look, we all do that at some point, but when you don't have to, and he doesn't, you don't have to. He does not have to. He is not suffering at that level. He is not, he's got a very, I'll take his fucking size of his audience any day of the week, and it would fucking take care of me every single month. And I have fucking kids and weird hobbies. So fuck him. Like, I just don't have any fucking love for him. And I don't have any grace for him, because it's at that point, it's like, oh, you're doing the game. Fuck off. He went on the Warrior Philosopher podcast. Fuck me. See, that's what I'm talking about. It's insane. I posted, if you want to send a tip, please, the pinned message, best one, goes straight to me. Almost all of it. Great. Would be appreciated. And, otherwise, yes, Patreon's popping. If he gets 10K a month, literally that would I'd be done. I would be like, cool, full-time DGQC without a question. And I would never go on these pieces of shit's podcast. Just, you don't need to. If you don't need to, but again, there's a personality type, and I just don't mentally enjoy that. I just can't. This is really, really fucking bad Nietzsche.
The way that I look at it is that Nietzsche essentially discovers, as a truth claim, again, that first
Central Salts would not have a discussion with me, and I don't want one. He's effectively a Nazi. If he discriminates, one, he's reactionary. His reading of not Nietzsche is straight up reactionary right wing. It's not even slightly that. His reading of Nietzsche is bad. I've watched it. We just watched him do Klosowski. We did on a stream. I went through it. I went through his reading of Klosowski, Nietzsche's The Vicious Circle. It's awful. It's an awful fucking reading. Like, one of the worst readings of that book you could possibly have. And it's because he is born and bred a fucking internal reactionary Nazi. And he can't help it. And his Nietzschean readings otherwise do that too. And that's just the way it works. What type of podcast would you go on? I don't really care about that. I've gone on Small Beans a few times with the guys from Cracked. I've been on Doug Stanhope's podcast. I'd go on Rogan's podcast, but mostly just to please stop, ask him to stop. I don't if I don't have a care and I don't have a connection to a person, I don't give a fuck. I was recommending him. I was. I know. Eventually I'll stop being disappointed in people, Big Tree. I watched 2 or 3 Nietzsche videos of his. It was okay. And my standard at the time was okay. And you know what? His readings are, in comparison to Plastic Pills or Philosophy Tube or Michael Ass, these terrible, I don't read philosophy and I just talk about it things. At least he reads it. And I give him, I'm not going to say he doesn't read it. He does. But then he makes that next mistake, which is he goes for this weird reading of Nietzsche that's like straight up right reactionary. And the fact he had the take he did with Klosowski, I was just gobsmacked. It was wild. Some of his earlier videos are better, but it's gotten a lot worse over time. His reading of Deleuze's Nietzsche book wasn't horrible. It is not very good. It's not horrible. Again, he's at least engaging. And so that was my standard for a while. I don't think I can do that anymore. I'm starting to realize there's just very few people who actually read and engage texts at large. Hey, Kingaros, welcome to the collective. Thank Govan for me. What did you miss? Nothing, Georgie. Cracked used to be good. Cracked was amazing. Michael Swaim, who was kind of editor-in-chief and a bunch of those guys, they're just some of the nicest fucking people. And I've gotten to be really close with Swaim, which I'm really proud of. He's a really good person. He and his partner are amazing. Like I brag about this, but he recently had a kid, and he wasn't going to till he met mine. And feels good when you are. He's like, I didn't know kids could be like this, because I love him. We've written scripts together. We've worked on projects together. He helped write and then edit, and then also acted in the pilot a friend and I made for a TV show we were doing. I love Swaim. And then I've gone on his movie podcast, Frame Rate. I think I've been on 6 times. I've done every single Kaufman movie, as well as, God damn it. My brain I'm just going to be upset. The Killer, God damn it. Japanese movie by my favorite director, and I am blanking because it's that awful feeling. Ichi the Killer. I went on to discuss Ichi the Killer for 2 hours. I love that fucking movie. But I'm their Kaufman guy, because Abe, who's also on there, is not a Kaufman guy. Swaim is a Kaufman guy, and I'm a psychotic. So it works really nicely. So it's fun. But back to whatever this is.
First thing that we brought up, that so many of our truths, so-called, are just errors that we really need, that we wouldn't be able to comprehend the world without them. Life wouldn't be worth living without these errors. And so what do you do with that information? Well, Nietzsche can't tell you what to do with that information. That's sort of a value judgment. And this would be, I guess, the final comment I would make to set this up. And it's one of the things that Deleuze says about Nietzsche, is that he introduces sense and value into philosophy. That essentially there's an element of truth that involves a value judgment. That's part of his whole critique of the will to truth being really part of the will to power. That
no. This is misapplying the point about sense and value. Deleuze's point in Nietzsche, his book on Nietzsche, when he says this, is not that like Nietzsche adds this to philosophy, but that Nietzsche shows that sense and value is what philosophy's always been that. It's always been working that way, but pretending to be reason. Like, I'm so logical all the time. And Nietzsche's like, good try, philosophy of enlightenment, you bunch of shitbags. You're actually sense and values is actually what's doing it. Your donation did not pass. No, it didn't. It doesn't look like it did. I'm very sorry. No, it was not. Oh wait, it was, if it was $2.96, it did. It doesn't show unless it's $5. So, let me check. Happy New Year. Fury Road is a beautiful movie. Oh God, it is. Look, Fury Road is one of the greats. Come here, Vi. What are you doing, jingling? That is a dinosaur jumping game. That's my daughter jingling. But yeah, Senators, Fury Road's amazing. The money got to me, and I appreciate your $2.96. Thank you. $3, I think. All right, hey, bye. Can you go upstairs and make that noise? Yeah. You go play a trick on mommy. That sounds great. That's not, Deleuze would not say like Nietzsche's the guy who added it, because this is not the first time. Like, he has an entire book on Hume. Like, Deleuze has an entire book on Hume. Hume isn't after Nietzsche. So I don't know.
In determining a truth, or like even in saying we ought to hold the truth above all other things, we are making a determination of value.
Correct.
And determinations of value are actually themselves pre-rational.
Correct.
They are, he says, physiological demands for the preservation of a certain way of life. And so I know that probably raises far more questions than it answers.
So how do you say that he's trying to show? I'm fascinated by this.
But I think that which, you know, Nietzsche explores this over his whole corpus.
Contradicting
but I
himself
think it
now.
kind of presents the overall dynamics of how he looks at it.
Fantastic. So yes, we've got this kind of interplay emerging between this will to truth, or kind of will to almost truth in itself, kind of truth as a grounding or highest value on the one hand, and then what is necessary to survive or to live or to thrive on the other hand. And Nietzsche, as far as I'm aware, gives a sort of almost quasi-naturalist story of how the will to truth emerges from a far baser concern about again how to bear living. What does that story look like? Because we get a little bit of this idea that, you know, pre people like Socrates and Plato, there was a much freer and easier relationship with the value of the truth in itself, and that there was a much greater recognition that the thing out of which the will to truth grew was this more base, almost pragmatic layer.
Yes. So one of the things he says in the essay on truth and lies in the non-moral sense, which is quite fascinating, because he says that actually
I talk with my hands. That's not talking with your fucking hands. That's not talking. That's performing. That's not talking with your hands. I talk with my hands. Gesturing to add emphasis, amazing. Whatever the fuck that shit was, that's not it.
The will to truth in so many words, he as you say, a naturalistic account. In so many words, the will to truth in that essay he presents as sort of like a social consensus over agreeing to use the usual signifiers. So the example I've often used, Nietzsche gives a couple examples in the essay, but, you know, we might imagine a band of, you know, hunter-gatherers that, you know, humans who have just developed the use of language. Why would they develop the use of language? Why would
Okay, wait. I need someone to help me here. I'm
would they need to communicate to one another? Well, clearly the communication is a great power. It gives you the power to coordinate your actions. And Nietzsche also says this in the Gay Science Book 5. There's an aphorism called The Genius of the Species, where he says that consciousness really only forms as a method of communication, or a basis of communication, because if a man was a solitary beast of prey, as he puts it, we wouldn't have needed it. We wouldn't have needed to really be conscious. Now, biologically, we could kind of take issue with some of these things, but the argument as Nietzsche gives it is essentially that we have this conscious faculty that allows us to communicate. We start to use these like word concepts, signifiers, to indicate certain things. And if someone were to use those signifiers in an incorrect way, or perhaps an intentionally deceptive way, you could endanger your entire tribe. So you could say, you know, if you use the term for
okay, I really wish they would, like, he's giving the example Nietzsche gives, I think, as a joke. Isn't he mocking when he does it? When he talks about this hunter-gatherer proto-truth? Like it's a... you're going to have to give me a second. I'm going to have to figure out which of my fucking Nietzsche books this is in now. He's referencing 3 or 4 books at this point, so... It's just, yeah. Genealogy of Morals, I think. Genealogy of Morals. All right, there's Del Caro's translation. One moment, everybody. Genealogy of Morals. I feel like it's part 2. I'm going to have to scan through this. I hate this. I hate when this happens so much. Because it's not the first treatise where this happens. Klosowski comments on this in Vicious Circle specifically. So it's second treatise. One second, I have to zoom in. I can't read from that distance. If anyone, by the way, knows off the top of their head where this is, feel free to just type it into the chat. That'd be fantastic. Because I'm pretty sure this is like not that. Because I mean, this is, I'm in 2, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I'm just going through it because this is where the building of resentment happens, the discussion of these things, and this is where Nietzsche makes his point. But he has this line: the cause of a thing and its eventual utility. Understood nothing with, just to read a bit. This is the part I was looking for. I don't think this is the part he's going for, but I don't really give a shit. However well we may have grasped the utility of some physiological organ, also of a legal institution, social custom, political practice, form in the arts or religious cults, still we have understood nothing with respect to its emergence, as uncomfortable and unpleasant as it may sound to older ears, since it has been believed from time immemorial that understanding the demonstrable purpose, the utility of a thing, a form or an institution also meant understanding the reason for its emergence, the eye as made for seeing, the hand made for grasping. So too, we imagine punishment as inventing for punishing. But all purposes, all utilities are only signs that a will to power has become master over something less powerful and has impassed its own function and meaning onto it. The entire history of a thing, organ, or practice can thus be a continuous sign chain of ever new interpretations and contrivances whose causes do not have to be related even amongst themselves. The evolution of a thing, a practice, an organ, is accordingly least of all its progresses towards a goal, even less a logical and shortest progresses achieved with the least expenditure of energy and cost. Instead, it is the succession of more or less profound, more or less mutually independent processes of overpowering, playing themselves out in it. He's very specific, and it has to be Genealogy of Morals 2 that he's referencing, because, right? Am I wrong on this? 354 Gay Science. All right, let's open Gay Science. You tried to guess science. Let's see. Let's go with the Williams translation. I like Cambridge for this one. Gay Science 34, you said? 354. That's not 34 at all. Why would you say such a thing? It's terrible liars you are. 3, 5, 4. Thank you, Kleppus. 3, 5, 4. On the genius of the species. Thank you. That is literally what he's going for. Good. problem of consciousness first confronts us when we begin to realize how we can do without it. And now we are brought to the initial realization by physiology and natural history, which have required 200 years to catch up with Leibniz's precocious suspicion. For we could think, feel, will, remember, and also act in every sense of the term, yet none of all of this would have to enter our consciousness. All of life would be possible without, as it were, seeing itself in the mirror. Strength of consciousness is always related to a person's ability to communicate, or animals. The ability to communicate in turn and the need to communicate. The latter should not be taken to mean that precisely that individual who is a master at expressing his needs is making them blah, blah. So this I may go on to conjecture that consciousness in general has developed only under pressure of the need to communicate. That at the outset, consciousness was necessary, was useful only between persons, particularly between those who commanded and those who obeyed, that it developed only in proportion to that usefulness. Yeah, okay, that's not the argument he's making, though.
As he puts it, we wouldn't have. Why would they need to communicate to one another? Well, clearly.
See, the phrasing, and it's really the phrasing here. This is why the mentality of it is very specific, and Nietzsche's being very specific, as he says, the pressures. There's incentive towards this, but it's not without the need to communicate. This wouldn't have happened. That's not the setup. Like without the need to communicate. Yeah. I'm very hesitant to agree with that statement. He's made it teleological, but that's not. But even then, Nietzsche is going out of his way to say that this is at the outset, the pressure of the need to communicate, that at the outset, consciousness was necessary. It was useful only between persons. It developed only in proportion to that usefulness. Consciousness is really just a net connecting one person with another. Only in this capacity did it have to develop. The solitary and predatory person would not have needed it. That our actions, thoughts, feelings, and movements, at least some of them, even enter into consciousness is the result of a terrible must ruled over men for a long time. As the most endangered animal, he needed help and protection. He needed his equals. He had to express his neediness to be able to make himself understood. This is very different. This is interesting.
Clearly, the communication is a great power. It gives you the power to coordinate your actions.
See, that's literally, this is the language of the reactionary. This is why it's. So Nietzsche is talking about the pressures needed for pure survival that communication develops. And with that, the pressures of communication create consciousness, which means relatability and the understanding of oneself versus others, to communicate the need to survive. To take that and then run all the way to, well, you need this to have power over others, that's not the thing he's saying. That's literally the opposite, actually, of the thing he's saying.
And Nietzsche also says this in the Gay Science Book 5. There's an aphorism called The Genius of the Species, where he says that consciousness really only forms as a method of communication or a basis of communication. Because if a man was a solitary beast of prey, as he puts it, we wouldn't have needed it. We wouldn't have needed to really be conscious. Now, biologically, we could kind of take issue with some of these things, but
no, it's the cause of the origin of a thing and its eventual utility, its actual employment and place in a system of purposes lie worlds apart. This is not, oh man.
The argument as Nietzsche gives it is essentially that we have this conscious faculty that allows us to communicate. We start to...
No. The pressures of the need to communicate create communication, and from communication, the pressures of that create consciousness. This is not, it's going the wrong way, buddy. It's going the wrong. You're going the wrong way. You're going to this. Augustus' word is going to be it. You're going to this teleological point that Nietzsche never goes for. Ever.
Use these like word concepts, signifiers to indicate certain things. And if someone
unsolicited is smiling too often in quick succession, unsolicited has only his responses. He's probably already lost in what Saltz is saying and doesn't actually understand it.
Were to use those signifiers in an incorrect way, or perhaps an intentionally deceptive way, you could endanger your entire tribe. So you could say, if you use the term for, let's say, benign when something is actually poisonous, whatever that might be, like, should we eat these berries? Oh, it's fine. Actually, they're poison. That could be a huge detriment to your tribe. And so he says, we all start to agree we need to use these usual signifiers to indicate a certain set of things. This will enhance the power of the group in a certain way. But the whole reason why he comes up with this naturalistic explanation is because he says the intellect in and of itself, it would seem, the main power it would seem to give us is actually this power of deception. And so the will to truth emerging really only makes sense as sort of like the group consensus conquering the individual's, let me say, incentive to use their intellect deceptively for their own advantage. And long-term, or throughout Nietzsche's career, that's where you sort of, so those are like his initial like naturalistic understandings of where the will to truth comes from.
Oof.
He will then...
A naturalistic reading of Nietzsche is really kind of wild. It's wild.
Really expand on this insofar as the will to truth then becomes a sort of moral duty that's not just like a social consensus that's established in one
will to truth is not a what the fuck, dude,
lifetime, but over generations and generations, this is sort of inculcated into the populace. One of the ways that he says that this is done is through punishment, is the way of making men moral and truthful and honest.
I literally just read you the part, by the way. Like I happen to read slightly ahead of where he's talking, but it's wild. So, okay. Let's just go over will to truth as a thing, because it isn't an easy thing. Like there's a lot of people who've written secondary texts for this. We need Sunday for this one. Sunday's out having a personal real life, and that's fine. Inculcated $10 word. When he says that the will to truth becomes a moral duty, that is not as simple as some consensus. There's a challenge here. The will to truth develops in service of the will to power. It is particular as a thing. It's not a separate moral value that is inculcated over time. Will to power is everything. Like this is the impulses for Klosowski. The will to power is for Nietzsche everything. It's functionally everything. There's particular versions or we'll say aspects of the will to power that are really about functioning in very particular operational modes that make certain falsifications unrecognizable as falsifications by calling them truth. The will to truth is not a will towards like finding truth. The will to truth is about building norms. It's a will to normativity and truth. And that thing that he's criticizing is basically the ascetic ideal, right? This is Genealogies of Morals 3, which we just finished Anti-Oedipus for the third time. And it's deeply, deeply cited throughout Anti-Oedipus. It's incredibly important to Anti-Oedipus, Genealogy of Morals in general, but the third especially, because the entire point of it is to go over the idea of the ascetic priest who operates by making people believe their suffering has meaning. It's punishment for sin. This is kind of what he's getting at. Again, he doesn't fully understand it. The will to truth is that operation, making people believe bullshit, basically, but believe whatever by believing symbols and myths and stuff like that they have meaning by calling them truths. You might call it the paranoiac symptom in traditional psychoanalysis, the need a person has to have truth because it makes them feel safer, better, right? Like, oh, this is how things work. This is the truth. The truth is this. It's nice to have that. That's the will to truth, not truth teleological. This is the actual truth, but the will to create fictions that seem true. And it's not about moral norms at all. It's not a peaceful inculcation of moral norms at all. It is violent on the soul of things. And it's a violent inscription on the person through resentment, through bad conscience, and through ultimately that ascetic priest torture mechanisms that operate inside of the bad conscience. Like, this is awful. And this isn't even going into how, like, Klosowski reads him, because Klosowski would absolutely shit a brick here. The will to truth is, for Klosowski, and I tend to agree with Klosowski's reading of Nietzsche, it's a nihilistic thing. It values the idea, the position of truth over life. It's not a naturalistic or vitalistic thing at all. It's quite the opposite. It values nothing because truth itself is a position that is independent of the perspective of life and experience. So what you do is you say something like, oh, truth is the highest value. And that truth somehow contradicts life in some capacity. There's ascetic denial. This is Anti-Oedipus chapters 2 and 3, but really chapter 3. And because of that, we value nothing over something, right? You value nothing. You value this truth over your lived experience. We're going to see a lot of this tonight when we're looking at shithead here, this racist old fuck who can't die soon enough, genuinely. He is that. He is this. He is this par excellence. Like, absolutely par excellence. And then this ends up with a nihilism because it's a will to that truth. It's still will. This is still the will to power, but it's the will to power turned on itself. You could say it's desire trapped in representation and turned on itself, but that's a whole other thing, right? But like, that's the whole point. It's really wild. Like, if I were to steel man him, and I'll try that. I haven't had beer, even though I'm not enjoying this. We could steel man him and say that the will to truth is about a gregarious herd morality. So if you're saying that, you're using the wrong words for it. Nietzsche's pretty particular, and it's important to talk about herd morality when you talk about morality in this sense, right? As a thing, it's the herd's demand that everything be stable and true and knowable, because variation threatens the herd. It threatens the gregarious. It threatens the social space. It's not moral duty. Moral duty is a different thing. It's very individual. And again, that's because Saltz can't get out of that. But Nietzsche's not talking about the individual. He's talking about the results of how that turns into that. But it is about the herd morality. If I were to try to steel man him, that's how I'd probably steel man him. This is terrible, though. This is terrible. This is not good.
Which is a very, it's actually interesting. Freud would make many of these same suppositions in his work, Civilization and Its Discontents. This was sort of like why we have all of these subconscious desires, all this stuff that we push into the subconscious. Nietzsche would have a very similar sort of narrative of how that.
This is just doing lizard brain bullshit and applying it to Freud. That's not even a good reading of Freud, but I'm not going to get into that because I don't care about Freud as much.
It all works. So it's a very long sort of like generational process.
And it's a bit of a tangent, but why did Freud say that he never read Nietzsche? This seems to me to be like the most bizarre thing. Like, why? What was he getting at there?
Well, it's odd because in his first book he quotes Nietzsche.
I know this is like this. It seems completely bonkers, right? It's like, and clearly it's like Nietzsche all the way through.
I think we could say that Freud probably didn't imagine that the internet would be invented and that people would be able to easily find out the things he said in his first book. And I think what it is that, you know, there was like a famous meeting of a lot of psychoanalysts like Freud, Adler, and they, or their psychoanalytic society, where they would, you know, have symposia and read works and sort of talk about them from a psychoanalytic perspective. And they read Genealogy of Morals. And I think it was Adler who said, you know, Freud, this seems very similar to many of the things you've been saying. And he said, you know, well, I never read that book, or, you know, and so he would make comments like that over the years. It's always been kind of a gray area, because he at different times would let on sort of different levels of influence or familiarity with Nietzsche. And so it seems to me that he was trying to hide it. What clued me into, I think, Freud's motivations is when he changed the publication date of his first book from 1899 to 1900, because he said, the next century shall be mine. So he really wanted to be that all of this, these new, really exciting ideas about the unconscious, the id, would come from him rather than, you know, this philosopher who didn't do any empirical research or something.
Well, and again, so a big thing that Freud did that is excessively anti-Nietzschean and would have been a good response when he says, why does Freud say he didn't read it? Well, it's because, he had some of the things that he clearly took from Nietzsche. He Oedipalized the entire thing. He turned it into a tautological truth. It would have been a good thing right now, Salty, to like go, hey, actually, it's a great example of the will to truth would be Freud, who saw and learned about desire and definitely read Nietzsche and even collected his books, apparently, by the way. And we knew about this, but he didn't want to let people know. But what he did is despite, and it turns out like Salt's, he didn't really read Nietzsche that well. He kind of went into it and then he went, yeah, but also Oedipalize all of it. And he ruined it. So like, he betrayed the discovery, I think is the word Deleuze uses about Freud and Nietzsche. And they both discovered similar things about the unconscious, you fucking hack.
Something like that. That's the best as I can do at psychoanalyzing Freud.
I'll probably bring up the Foucault guy. Yeah, August.
Man, what an attempt at enforcing your will on the world through deception. You know, it's just proving its own point.
True.
But anyway, back to Nietzsche on truth. I
don't even know if it was deception. Like I don't think he ever I can't.
This vision of truth that Nietzsche has, where he starts seemingly with treating human beings as very broad.
You want to bet he's got questions and comments down to his, let's see, right there. I have a Topo Chico. Watch his eyes focus on his comments and responses.
What an attempt at enforcing your will on the world through deception. You know, it's just proving its own point.
True.
But anyway, back to Nietzsche on truth. I say this vision of truth that Nietzsche has, where he starts seemingly with treating human beings as, very broadly speaking, things with desires and drives, and then getting at a kind of pragmatic picture of truth from there. I mean, that's a very different story to, say, someone like Plato, you know, this kind of idea of truth as correspondence to language out in the world in a really kind of metaphysically deep sense. So and Nietzsche, you know, seems to have a lot of problems with this Platonic picture. What are those problems? Why is he so vehemently opposed to this? Because, you know, it's the most popular picture of truth in the whole history of philosophy, and he just kind of wants to get rid of it. So what's his thinking?
Do you know how weird it is that I'm about to like defend Plato. Like, that's not even a good reading of Plato. That's a horrifying misunderstanding of Plato. Like, Plato. You fucked up Plato. Like, look, everyone here should read Plato. I'm not defending Plato, but I am going to take a sec because this is a bit fucking terrible. Truth as correspondence. Like,
thinking through this Platonic picture, what truth as correspondence to language out in the world in a...
That doesn't mean anything for Plato. That sentence is nonsense. That sentence is nonsense. Like, that's not Plato. I'm not even defending Plato. I'm just saying that's not Plato. That's not Plato. That's forms. Forms as things are intelligible structures that the world we experience phenomenologically or phenomenally take part in. But the reason this matters, there's a reason this matters though. Plato doesn't talk about language, and no shit, this has nothing to do with Plato. And like, it's insane. Like, this is not Plato, but the reason it matters is because Nietzsche like doesn't oppose Plato's answers to whatever question he thinks he's putting forward. Nietzsche's work shows that Platonism operates particularly in a very particular set of power structures in ways that enabled it to exist. Like, that's how I'd probably say it. It's not forms don't exist. I'm going to try to take them in some way, but instead there are forces that need forms and the binary of that to sustain themselves. It's a really terrible reading of Plato, which is going to give an impoverished response of Nietzsche. Like, Platonism isn't a belief system that you hold. Like, that's the point of for Nietzsche. If you talk about it this way and you're like, oh, Nietzscheanism is a thing that people can hold, like, you're fucked up. It's an operational element and process. It's a diagrammatic of sorts. It's how thought functions under power arrangements in particular ways. It's not about what people believe. And that's the whole point of what Nietzsche is doing. This is why a bad Plato thing...
a really kind of metaphysically deep sense. So and Nietzsche, seems to have a lot of problems with this Platonic picture. What are those problems? Why is he so vehemently opposed to this? Because, it's the most popular picture of truth in the whole history of philosophy. And he just kind of wants to get rid of it.
I would debate that. I would absolutely debate that. Kratos is arguably Plato getting the language. Sure. No. Look. I'll make the statement I think that we're trying to get to. Whatever he's talking about isn't Plato. And by doing so, it's making it impossible to respond properly to it. You highly disagree with what reflective journey?
Of it. So what's his thinking there?
I would even say it's still the most popular view of truth today. Just like sort of subconsciously for a lot of people, like who haven't examined the first principles of how they think about truth. And it's funny you say that Nietzsche has seems to have a lot of problems with Plato. Heidegger actually said that Nietzsche's whole work could be conceived of as a sort of anti-Platonic project, that he's trying to take Plato and turn him on his head and invert Platonism.
Hey, do you know any book? In analytic philosophy, for sure, maybe that correspondence theory of truth is most popular. I don't think you're disagreeing with me then. I don't know what you're disagreeing with. Doesn't matter. Heidegger's claim that Nietzsche is trying to invert Platonism is, as Deleuze writes, like the opposite of what Nietzsche's trying to do. He explicitly says not to invert Platonism. Like, that's the whole point of Deleuze, is not to invert Platonism. That's a bad Deleuze reading. The whole point of Nietzsche is not to invert it. If you go, hey, I'm going to make becoming primary over being, that's just Platonism. It's Neoplatonism or anti-Platonism, but it's still doing the thing. Inversion keeps the binary intact. The entire point of what Nietzsche is doing is to overthrow the binary. He's explicitly critiquing the binaries throughout it. Like, don't quote a fucking Nazi.
So as far as Nietzsche's problem with Plato, I mean, obviously we have the theory of the forms, or the...
It's time for what? It's time for sparklers, and hey, do you want to wish everyone a Happy New Year?
Yeah.
Can you say Happy New Year?
Happy New Year.
That's right. We're going to go do sparklers. You want to go do sparklers? Is that what you want?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You see yourself over there?
Yeah.
Isn't that great? Hello.
It's a picture of us.
Yes, it is. Oop, there you are. Actually, there's my little Violet. Mwah. All right. We are going to go do sparklers, and it's going to be a Happy New Year here in the Brown household for a little bit. You may go. You may stay. I'm not going to force you to watch this garbage, but let's see what I can force you to watch. One moment. We'll make it something good. Oh, I know.
What is that? It's over the glue.
All right. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to give you a...
It is time.
We're going to do Zentapir. You're going to watch a Zentapir. And I am going to tell you about Zentapir because this is the channel. And here is the link to this video. And you're going to watch a Zentapir because I don't mind doing this to Zenti because he's the smallest channel. And it's horrifying to me how small his channel is. And by watching it and sending you people to Zentapir and showing you how amazing it is, I want you to go straight there and make sure he has more than 1.6K subs. So I'm going to let this run. I'll be back before it's done. See you all soon shortly.
Time for something spectacular.
Gain enough
real questions.
Love is judging other people.
It is so sad that...
Oh, it seems we have a lot ahead of us. Okay, then we need to get a lot more real. And with this kind of flexibility, we can do something today that has never been done before. This will be the overcoming of judgment, a way to more freedom and inner peace. But Zentapir, that would be a miracle. I hear you wondering in disbelief. Yes, then let us invoke divine support. Let us call for that miracle. But for that, I need someone from the audience to help me, so that we can go beyond anything you have seen before. But I can still hear you wondering why I've decided to shift up a gear. It is simple. As you may have noticed, our community has grown slowly to its current size, with the emphasis on slowly. So painfully slow. At this rate, lectures, entertainment, and even teaching magic will not help. No, we need a miracle to gain enough momentum to make the world more Deleuzian and Guattarian in the foreseeable future. So let us begin and call for this miracle. Let us begin to change things, starting with overcoming judgment. So who here is going to help me? Maybe you? Yes, you knew it would be you, didn't you? There is something in your eyes. Maybe a spark of enlightenment. Maybe deep wisdom. Eyes are the windows to the soul, they say. Oh, never mind. Let's start and join forces. Of course, I will need absolute concentration from you. I am sure you are up to this, but just to be on the safe side, I mean absolutely safe, I have to ask you, are you prepared enough? Focused enough? This is another way of asking, are you a good one? Have you explored the depths of your mind and heart, asking the real questions of life, of death, faith, and reason, seeking to understand what this human life is really about? Have you read the critical thinkers of history, people like Nietzsche, people who really ask the challenging questions, who pose thoughtful insights of the world? But why am I even asking? Of course you have, and of course you are a good one. I feel your conviction, your commitment. I have a keen sense of these things. So that's settled. Now let's begin. But how? With the right hand movements, of course. Everyone knows that the right hand gesture attracts the attention of the divine. But be careful. Any lingering doubts in your mind, any unacknowledged micro-fascisms, judgments, or divisions can derail our efforts, or worse, lead us astray. So, to be clear, please don't ruin this with your lack of attention. Okay, let's go. Hey, I can see you are losing focus. I must have overestimated your ability to concentrate. Well, I'll have to shift into Zen mode and try to save the experiment.
Oh, children, what are you trying to do? Please stop and listen to this great song I created for you.
God is love, and love is God. So are you worthy, are you not? Pass the judgment.
Oh, that went completely wrong. We wanted to overcome judgment, not celebrate it. But why did this happen? You were judging, weren't you? Bathing in your negativity? Okay. I want you to know that I am not angry, just disappointed. And yet I tend to wonder, could this be partly my fault too? That I was too trusting? Or maybe I asked too much of you too soon? Yes, I think the problem is that I have come too early. My time is not yet. This tremendous event is still on its way, still wandering. It has not yet reached the ears of men. Lightning and thunder require time. The light of the stars requires time. Deeds, though done, still require time to be seen and heard.
It has been related further that on the same day, the madman forced his way into several churches and there struck up his Requiem Aeternam Deo.
Great. Now this blob is adding insult to injury. First, you ruin our chance at a miracle, and then that blob starts taunting me again. Some things are easier to forgive than others. Because yes, you didn't try hard enough, but you meant well. So I ask myself, what do you need? How do we overcome this? All of this. What does everyone need? What is needed to motivate, to inspire, to create more determination? Or is understanding the problem? Do we need more concepts? More time to explain everything over and over again? Is this true? But tedious dissemination of concepts, boring repetition is not what I do. So that cannot be the solution. Maybe it needs more creativity, more improvisation, which I would be willing to try. Maybe a bit more melody. So should I activate the auto-tune? Let a song be a bridge?
It's time now to ponder on paths we have trod, through mazes of thought, on the nature of God. What have we uncovered in the depths of the mind? The roots of our judgments, the ties that they bind. Beyond good and evil, where true freedom lies. In concepts and difference we find the grand prize. But few choose to follow, while most shy away, asking why change doesn't happen today.
Yeah, tell me why. Why does nothing happen?
Is it I who fell short? No, or is it all of you? Oh, I think it's the absent ones who miss the good view. Perhaps it's not lectures they want, but a melody's twist. So let's sing together quite loud so we can't be missed. So let's sing together quite loud so we can't be missed.
Yeah, that didn't work either. Nothing changed. But the idea I had in that song was the right one. The problem isn't you, and it's certainly not me. It's all the other people who aren't here. So how about you go and talk to those other people? Talk about the future, talk about Deleuze, talk about Guattari, talk about me. And then we will all try something else soon and find a way to make this world a lot more Deleuzian and Guattarian. And one more thing. I think there was an imposter here last time who took my place. He talked nonsense about Bodhidharma. He didn't even sound like me and was a bad imitation. But it is easy to tell the difference. It is not just about my charisma, but how clearly I communicate the truth in a fascinating way. I fear that this kind of imitation will become more common as we get closer to our goal. So be careful and don't believe everything you see, even if they seem to be spreading their messages in the same space as me. So what I want to say is, stay vigilant and skeptical.
And love is God, so are you worthy, are you not? Pass the judgment, pass the
Are you serious? This awful music is your miracle? Oh, let us hope we can do more. Behold, the power of diversification.
Let us talk for a moment about judgment. Many believe that judgment is purely negative, yet it is a fascinating part of our interaction and communication, and if we don't pretend to be saints, it can be a lot of fun. Judging other people allows us to be someone else, if only briefly. We are the judge, perhaps even transcending this plane of existence a little, imitating the ultimate divine judge. Judgment brings order to chaos. And although I like chaos, open fields without fences and restrictions, this kind of order feels, well, let's say, intense. And that feeling does not come from fighting for moral standards. No, it comes from finding a category for someone else below us, someone who is not good, and thereby lifting ourselves up. But there is more, and we need to go deeper into it, into the meat of things. Because with this kind of judgment we get blame, which is more practical and concrete than abstract judgment. I think we can only understand its power if we look at it etymologically, because blame is linked to blasphemy, and so it is another way of being on God's side, or, more generally, on the right side, the strong side. Isn't it fascinating what talking to another person can do? By blaming someone else, we free ourselves from responsibility and burden someone else with it. Is there anything greater than freedom? Does everyone feel the power in that, the sparkling energy? But you know what? I saved the most powerful part for the end. Because we can also look at self-criticism, or even more intense, self-loathing, the blame we put on ourselves. Again, this is not a neutral process of evaluation and improvement, and it's not even something very personal or not quite personal. You see, we are actually connected to something bigger when we blame ourselves. Through hundreds of years of conditioning with the Christian confession, focusing on failure and guilt, focusing on blasphemy, we have made it part of our collective unconscious to blame and judge ourselves. If we dissect this, we can better understand our feelings, the torment of 1,000 years inside us. And we can come full circle and redirect that energy into judging others. I mean, we can do that. We can do anything. Or so they say. In the end, I don't care. I am neither for nor against anything. I am just a curious cow, playing along and grabbing the little incidents of intensity that are within my reach in everyday life. But if you ask me, I would be happy with a little more chaos, burning down a few fences. But I have learned to find my happiness in the order of things. Better to be a happy cow than a dead cow. Am I right?
Good night, my love, sweet dreams.
Daddy, what is the judgment of God?
Oh, my dear child, sometimes I wonder what they teach you at school these days. Okay, I'll give you an answer, but then it's really time to sleep. Although it's not really the best bedtime story. But I know you will get no rest until your question is answered. So let me give you a quick overview. You see, this judgment of God is like the binary code on which ancient computers were based. Everything was reduced to a 0 or a 1. It is hard to imagine now that one could ignore everything in between, but for a long time, that was the way computers worked and, absurdly, the way humans tended to evaluate each other. But the idea of the judgment of God had even more implications in human times. It had deep theological and moral implications, representing a transcendent evaluation of human actions by a divine authority. But two great human philosophers, Deleuze and Guattari, moved away from theological orthodoxy towards a more immanent and processual understanding. Deleuze and Guattari interpreted the judgment of God not as a moral or divine verdict, but as a metaphor for stratification processes within reality that organize life into hierarchical and ordered systems. In their great work, 1,000 Plateaus, they argued that such stratifications, whether biological, social, or linguistic, served as stabilizing structures that enforced order and hierarchy. Deleuze and Guattari had a rather nuanced and balanced view of reality for a human being, but they were still clearly on the side of chaos and creativity, that is, on the side of the opposing tendencies that dissolve these structures, at least as long as these tendencies allow for change and transformation. Their whole way of thinking about structures and change can be seen as a meta-analysis of the processes in nature, but also as a way of searching for ways to promote individual and global change. Deleuze and Guattari have found many different ways of talking about it in a rather poetic approach. But the most inspiring way of talking about it is probably the body without organs. This is the second term they took from Antonin Artaud, another fascinating human. In a famous poem, Artaud first sketched the idea of a body without organs and formulated his mission of ending the judgment of God. This was part of his broader project of dismantling what he saw as oppressive mental and cultural structures. For Artaud, this judgment represented the external and internalized forces that constrain human creativity and freedom, forces that impose a stifling order on the chaos and potential.
Welcome, Gingaros. This is not slop. This is not AI slop. There's nothing about Zentipure that's slop. Nothing.
Here I go anti-anything. Ho ho.
Ed Calabgrasa super chatted $5. I was gonna save this for midnight here, but Happy New Year's from him. Can we get a quick rundown on what Nietzsche was saying about Plato?
Yeah, and again, take it from obviously grain of salt or block of salt, because this is my interpretation. I don't think I'm wild on this, because this is also Klosowski's and Deleuze's interpretation. Nietzsche wasn't saying that Plato's logic was faulty, right? He wasn't saying that Plato fucked up and was wrong, and then we just need to flip what Plato did. Nietzsche fundamentally wanted to overturn the entire concept of how logic functions, or how thought functions as a thing. As a thing. Don't pause, it's getting good. It is one of the best things, but because I value Zenti and I want to, I'm going to demand that you go straight over, and you're going to have to finish it there. And I'm sorry. I'm sure a lot of you have a lot of interest in saying, hey, Brooks, can't we just go straight over to it? And the answer is, you can. You don't have to watch me tonight. You go watch Zentipure. Well done for finally doing Zentipure. This ain't finally. I've been making people watch Zentipure for years. At this point, I think I'm a little bit of a patron of Zenti's, because I think I've been pushing him so hard on people. It's wild. Wizard of Literacy, I read in 1-3 word chunks. Am I cooked? Does one really improve this? Yes, you can. It is I have a video coming about how to help this, because again, this is not, anytime I say that people don't have fluent literacy, this is not a failure of you as a person in any capacity, for multiple reasons. The first is that being able to read fluently is itself not a necessity of a good person or a functional person. It is within capital as it exists today. That's the only thing, because the difference in the ability to be fluent or not is something that is measured about speed, and it has to do with functionality. There's a reason that literacy as a thing, can you read? No. Yes. There's a reason that literacy blocked people from being able to do things in life. I'm using new headphones and noticing your noise gate activation and deactivation. That's new. That's new. My brother sat with me for literally hours and hours and hours to like set this up in a way that worked for me, that I think was functional, that was a lot more solid, that I think works a lot better. So hopefully it's decent. I'm watching Zen Shapir. I'm wondering, why does Brooks like this dude so much? Because Zen Shapir actually has a fundamentally good reading of Deleuze behind him. Everyone can stand to read faster and better. Everyone can learn to code better. How you do it is actually by pushing yourself and reading. And it is tiring, but you have to think of it very much in the same way that all muscle memory exists, because it is not different than muscle memory. Muscle memory isn't actually a thing. You don't actually gain memory in your muscles. Instead, actions and reactions and movements become so natural. Chair noise gives it away. Watch you VOD later. There's a chair noise? Apparently there's a chair noise. I need to get some WD-40. I will do that. But anyway, reading in ways that can help you gain that. And it's a very specific thing. It's not reading things that are challenging to you. That's not the way to think of it. Instead, it's actually just reading, devouring books that are probably, generally speaking, about the level that you can do a little bit faster. That would be the thing. So if you're reading a thing, you're noticing that you're like, oh, I have to stop, I can't do this. Go a step simpler. There are literally an infinite number of books out there. Go fucking find those and just read, and find a thing that's a little bit quicker, and then read and read and read and read. And whatever you end up doing, that will help. It is a thing you have to do. It's a thing you have to keep up with. You would, as a person, many people, and I recommend it with books. There are studies on this actually that have to do with people reading versus screens, and how physical books change fundamentally how you read. It's part of the piece I wrote too, because it's actually really fascinating how reading works. It's not one of the things that happens, just as an example, this is one of my favorite studies, and there's multiple versions of this that have proven it out both physically and with digital books, is that people with ebooks or Kindles or PDFs online or whatever that are reading entire stories, like long books. Let's say this thing. Let's say this is a storybook. It's not. This is not. But the ability for you to remember the order of things or how far away something is from the end disappears with digital books. And they don't know why at first. They're like, well, that's weird. You just don't have the capacity. And it's kind of has to do with the fact that the subtlety of how much of the book you're holding at a time builds into your reading. That's how much the complexity of reading matters. Every part of it. It's wild. Now, Kindle you can read on that. It operates differently. Understand that, and this is a lot of people misunderstand the phrase "medium is the message" because I'm responding to Alice at this point in the essay, who's usually pretty good. That's terrible piece she did though. Medium is the message is not what people think. So I dive into like how the medium is the message at the deep level that McLuhan actually meant. Not that I fully agree with him. I like a lot of the thoughts from it. But if you go back in time, go back to simpler reading. Do not ever, ever, ever fault yourself for reading things that are more simple. I recommend Shel Silverstein. And I mean that. And like, that's not like an ironic joke from me. If you want to become a very efficient reader, download all the PDFs of Shel Silverstein's major poetry. Like, it's all kids' poetry, but it's written in a way that forces you to change how you read. Again, studies have talked about this. It's not just him. It's Jack Prelutsky, the odd like tone, pentameter, rhyming, style of things, the references that are in it. It changes how a child learns to decode. Because the words aren't simple. It's not a thing you can gain out of reference to something. It forces you to phonetically read faster. So that would be top of my list. Grab Shel Silverstein, things like that. And don't ever, ever think it's a personal failing that you read slower. It's not. It is the way things have worked out, and life isn't what it isn't about that. Yeah, cadence, it's an odd cadence. There's a whole bunch of stuff. I read it all the time to the kids, and they giggle, they love, because I'm an extremely adept reader. And so I can like burn through out loud without like live instantly reading, and I do it super fast, and they think it's the funniest fucking thing. They giggle. I love doing it. And Dexter, who is now like learning to read aloud, and he's reading very well. He reads to our dog, which is my favorite thing. Dog Man's one of his favorite like chapter books, and which are like comic books for kids, kind of, with like a few extra words. And at the end of it, it says, you should read this book to your dog. And he does, every single one of them. He'll come down here and he'll lay with Dottie. She's sleeping, and he'll just read it aloud. It's adorable. It's adorable. But read things like that. It helps immensely. It helps immensely. I saw a comment and a question in there. Preparing for next AO, what's the best translation of Genealogy of Morality? The one I have open is, one second. I have the Cambridge, I think. One second. Genealogy of Morals. Adrian Del Caro's, I think, is going to be it. That one is the Stanford, I think, the Stanford translation. The books, if you can find it used, 100% worth 100% worth picking up. If you find it used for like 10 or 15 bucks, it's not worth, I've seen it go for much, much more than that. It is not worth that at all. But Del Caro is fantastic. Really, really good. Really good. Did I say Geology of Morals? I don't think I said Geology of Morals.
This whole notion that, like, if you look in the Cratylus, the Socratic dialogue, Cratylus is a follower of Heraclitus, and Socrates is going back and forth with him. And the points that Socrates tries to make to him are like, okay, so is there such a thing as beauty in the world? And Cratylus says yes. And he says, well, can we find beauty in an individual beautiful face?
You were subbed already to Zentipir. Good for you.
Well, certainly, yes, Socrates. But a beauty of, a beautiful person's face fades over time. So that can't be the true absolute beauty. And, over the course of this dialogue, he gets him to accede to this as regards also goodness and all of these other aspects. And so there's always been this Platonic orientation. The way I would put it with like the theory of the forms and the Platonic theory of truth would be, truth is not in the phenomenal world. It's not in the senses. Because of the very fact that things arise and pass away. And therefore, they can't be true in some sense. And that might not be the way that we typically think of what is true, that it has to be sort of like eternal or unchanging. But one of the arguments Socrates makes is if the foundations of knowledge were constantly changing, we wouldn't.
Didn't he just say that the whole point of Credulus was when he went, yeah, but beauty changes and fades, therefore it can't be the true beauty, which would imply that truth is a stable foundation for all this shit? Govind, I really need you to tell me if what's well said. I need you to tell me what's well said when you do it. You gotta, well said, if it's, because when I read that, he's talking and it's not well said, and I need to know what you're saying is well said.
Wouldn't be able to learn anything. And this is actually the way that many of the pre-Socratics leading up to Plato think about what is true, famously Parmenides. It's just like, what is what is, not what was or what will be, because that's just simply to say that they are not. If something is not yet come into being, then it doesn't exist. And so, what is has to be what is currently existent. And that's how Parmenides comes to this theory that all of our sense information is totally incorrect. There's just being. It's just one monistic thing. There's no movement, no change, no anything. The innovation that Plato makes on that, because Plato looks back.
Oh, okay, good. I try to add someone. So I was like, this is not a good description. I literally just went through why this is a bad version of Plato. I'm so confused.
Across all of these things that have been said by other philosophers, it sort of systematizes and tries to create this systematic philosophy.
Yeah, thank you, Clevis. There are 3 different treatments of truth in this one explanation. And it's not even, none of them are good or related to Plato or Nietzsche or Socrates, actually. So, that takes skill to miss. Well, you know what? It doesn't. You just don't read and you just say dumb shit.
Philosophy is that he finds, the question you might have from reading Parmenides is, well, why are we so deceived? Why is it that we believe that there's change and motion and individual things when in fact there's only being? And Plato's...
he has no concept of what's being said here. This fucking bobblehead, unbelievable.
Says it's precisely because of the deception of your senses. Your senses are telling you falsehoods. So what's the way to the truth? Well, it's intelligibility. The truth is actually in the concept. It's the unity that you perceive. And all of these unities that we can perceive in this changing, royal, this flux, those are the actual reality. And the highest one is the form of the good, because the good is perfection, which sort of means it might take us a little into the weeds a bit, but we might say if something is beautiful, what we're really saying is that it approximates the idea, the form of the beautiful. And so it can do so more perfectly or less perfectly. And so the form of the good is sort of like the form of perfection. It's the possibility of the form sort of manifesting itself.
This is terrible. This is some of the worst shit I've watched. And this is really fucking stupid. Platonism and Christianity. Oh God. All right. What's this spike for? It's within Nietzsche as anti-Platonist. Ooh. Let's do it. Because that's really stupid. That's really stupid to say.
I think pretty robust empirical evidence that something like this post hoc rationalization view of articulated human consciousness is pretty close to the truth,
Do you not understand? How do you say that unironically after I love these people? Ooh. Mir just posted something that's definitely going into the weird pile today. I am a big fan of the weird pile today. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. This is. Well, this is. You know what? Mira is my new favorite person. Mira is one of my new favorite people. Please don't leave the server. Please post more weird shit. What the fuck? How did you find this? What the fuck is wrong with you? I love you. That's fun. I don't even know. We will watch that later. I need at least, I mean, this is a strong beer, so this will be perfectly fine.
Yeah. Well, and I think, and it's important to see it as like almost the consciousness is a synthesis of drives would be.
A synthesis. Boy, I wonder if there's anywhere in Nietzsche that he says that there's this. Oh, dude. Oh, dude. Dude. You're not going to get a drunk stream. You don't understand how much booze it takes to get me drunk. You're going to get a relaxed stream. It takes a solid amount to get me relaxed. And it's not a proud thing. This isn't me like, again, this isn't like, oh, I'm bragging or whatever. That's not the setup. That's not it. One sec. I'm taking a minutia photo. Boop. It's a really great little fun little stupid app. I grew up in Denver. When you're a Mile High kid in the 90s and you started drinking when you were in early, like 7th, 8th grade, pretty heavily, very heavily, you carry that forever. And if you drink heavily in Colorado, by the way, if you haven't gotten drunk at a Mile High in the sky, you would be horrified how fast you will get drunk. So when you can drink a lot, and then you go down to, the lowlands, it's just, you're just whatever you are. So no, it takes a lot. I tell the story, my brother and I, we went to a Guinness Believers event. We both loved Guinness. And what it was invite only. We got invited, and it was free Guinness all night. And they would tell you about the new thing, and they'd have they flew in kegs from Ireland. So it was like fresh, all that stuff. And, then they were pitching you on I don't know, some stupid merch. It was something, but we got invited. And we got thrown out because, we had finished all the beers that they had allotted our table, 12 each, 12 Guinnesses each. And we started taking them from other tables. That's a lot of Guinness in a single night. 12 each.
Be one way to put it, because I think people do get uncomfortable. Maybe this is my way of phrasing it.
Getting drunk is extremely overrated. Pot's significantly better. Yes, 12 pints of Guinness. Correct.
To not make the people who are uncomfortable with seeing consciousness as like a kind of deception or something. But I think, synthesis is a weaving together. And so that you might imagine you have all of these different thoughts that come into your head. They don't bear a stamp of origin. They don't tell you where they're from. But Nietzsche's argument would be that they're all
Coloradans notorious drinkers in America. No, it's not the most drunk state, but the people who do drink heavily in Colorado, and it's a difference. Go there and you'll see the people who do drink there. If you can do 4 or 5 beers in a night in Colorado, you can do easily 10 to 12 at sea level without a question. And it's boring to you. It's just not even, yeah. You don't like weed, then don't fucking do it. That's fine too. I wish you kids had clean drugs today. I would argue that there's a lot of good stuff out there, but I do warn you, don't do it. Shit used to be cut in my day, but it was at least better. You can't trust shit out there anymore, sadly. Yeah, Allie's a former bartender in Colorado. Yes, it's very different at sea level. I used to, at my jobs, I used to enjoy going to parties because everyone else would just get smashed. I'd keep up with them in drinking and I'd be sober by the time I was left. And it'd be everyone would be just telling me all kinds of business stuff that they shouldn't be. Always fun.
all the expression of a drive breaching into consciousness. And by the time it's breached into consciousness, that means the drive is like triumphant in some sense.
This is a terrible, terrible. Oh, altitude drastically affects drinking. If you don't know, like genuinely, people who go skiing will admit this. But again, a lot of people don't even go skiing a mile high in the sky, let alone, I used to go get wasted at like 12,000 feet. Like you go up to like a lot of really great skiing towns, or at least they used to be. Different world.
Sense. And so you might have countless drives acting in your mind at a given time. And what the
see, there you go. That's how bad that is. That's it. That's my clip. That's my clip of the worst fucking
is sort of doing is, you could say, like trying to make sense of all of that in a way that maintains the coherence of the self. Because you could argue that's sort of the function, or one of the functions of consciousness for the individual, is maintaining coherence. Consciousness is sort of doing is, you could say, like
this is one of the worst things. This is amazing. One sec. I want to get this exactly in the fucking transcript. This is insane. Okay.
Consciousness is sort of,
we're at 32 minutes. I want to get the exact line because he says that it's wild. He actually has the mind as a pre-conscious aspect. And I fucking love that he did that. And I'm grateful he did, because it's rare when people like tell you like how bad their reading is.
Origin. They don't tell you where they're from.
There it is. All right. Let's clip
but
you.
Nietzsche's argument would be that they're all the expression of a drive breaching into consciousness. And by the time it's breached into consciousness, that means the drive is like triumphant in some sense. And so you might be trying to make sense. But Nietzsche's argument would be that they're all the expression of.
I'm just going to save that moment.
But Nietzsche's argument would be that they're all the expression of a drive breaching into consciousness. And by the time it's breached into consciousness, that means the drive is like triumphant in some sense. And so you might have countless drives acting in your mind at a given time.
There you go. Acting in your mind at a given time. That's the fucking worst. That is how not to talk about Nietzsche fucking ever. I'm sending this to Sunday. Enjoy this, you ass. This'll fucking give you a heart attack.
It's a synthesis of drives would be one way to put it, because I think people do get uncomfortable.
It is absolutely not a synthesis of drives. That's not at all what it is. Is he trying to do Klosowski? We listened to him try to do Klosowski. He doesn't understand like any of this shit at all. It's like the most catastrophically painful reading of Nietzsche you could have. Like it's the opposite. He's bringing in a Kantian transcendental unity of apperception. The I think that has to accompany representation itself synthesizes everything. That's the entire point of Nietzsche, is to disassemble this and critique this and dismantle this. Consciousness is not synthesis. Eat shit, you fucking what the fuck. I don't even know, man. That's fucking crazy. That's crazy shit to say. That's crazy. That's just so fuck, dude. To quote Nietzsche, all consciousness is nothing but a marginal expression of the intellect. What becomes conscious in us cannot reveal the cause of anything. We should compare our digestion with our sensations of it. Have you ever felt a little, That's what thought is. That's consciousness. That's it. It's just you're going to fart. That's consciousness. You are farting thought. That is how it works. That's Nietzsche's thing. We cannot synthesize drives. You explicitly can't synthesize fucking drives, dude. Like, consciousness is a surface effect of the impulses. That's an unbelievably bad, like, that's the opposite of Nietzsche, and he's the Nietzsche guy. Like Essential Salts has made his bones on Nietzsche, and this is how he talks about consciousness. Like, fucking embarrassing. You suck, dude. You don't have to talk about stuff. You just should, like, you shouldn't have gone on this fucking podcast. It makes me have no fucking, I give you no grace. The moment you go on this shit, I didn't know you went on a Nazi podcast earlier, but that's not surprising me either. This is embarrassment. I'm not going to defend him. It's bizarre that I somehow feel like he brings up these points, but fails to bring them together into something coherent. Nietzsche's incredibly easy to put into something very coherent. Like, super easy. Like, that's the point of Nietzsche's thing and his entire work is like, the synthesis isn't in your mind working through things. Your body digests, and thought and impulse and everything and food are all of this. Like, that's it. This is your unconscious. Consciousness can't grasp this process. And it certainly doesn't produce, and to say that consciousness synthesizes drives into something that coheres is fucking crazy. Drives synthesize themselves pre-consciously. Like, it's fundamental to Deleuze. Like, how do you even, like, unbelievable.
Maybe this is my way of phrasing it, and to not make the people who are uncomfortable with seeing consciousness as like a kind of deception or something. But I think, synthesis is a weaving together.
Terrible,
and so
dude.
that you might imagine you have all of these different thoughts that come into your head. They don't bear a stamp of origin. They don't tell you where they're from. But Nietzsche's argument would be that they're all the expression of a drive breaching into consciousness. And by the time it's breached into consciousness, that means the drive is like triumphant in some sense.
God damn.
And so you might have countless drives acting in your mind at a given time. And what the
acting in your mind. No. Like, that's the line. That's the moment. I can't believe he fucking said it. That's so crazy. I bookmarked the shit out of that. That's so great. I'm just going to have that because that just shows fundamentally he doesn't read Nietzsche.
The consciousness is sort of doing is, you could say, like trying to make sense of all of that in a way that maintains the coherence of the self. Because you could argue that's sort of the function or one of the functions of consciousness for
Consciousness synthesizes the drives into coherence. That's one of its functions. It's impossible to have anywhere in Nietzsche that makes sense. Any of the books he wrote. Period.
for the individual is maintaining coherence. Because, we could imagine that, like, how would I put this? That's it. Klosowski. Yeah. So.
Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh. Also, he's not Polish. Klosowski. He's not Russian. It's very. Aflatoon says, active in your mind equals the place where you can observe the drives, which is just another fart. But you can't observe the drives. And again, consciousness, he's saying it selects them. He's saying consciousness does this. I'm making a joke. No one says Klosowski. It doesn't fucking matter. I'm making a joke, August. Fuck you. This is the opposite. The self doesn't work exactly as August is saying. The self is not part of the pre-conscious process that is selecting drives. You have all of these impulses in your mind. No. In fact, the mind itself is perhaps just an impulse itself. If he was describing Nietzsche to a middle school, it'd be okay? No, it wouldn't. Because if you're telling someone that for Nietzsche, your mind is where the impulses are chosen, you are fucked up. You're fucked up. This is the opposite of things. He doesn't understand he's doing Kant. This is just Kant. This is just Kant. This is Kant's theory of consciousness in Critique of Pure Reason is literally this, that we have a manifold of sensations that are synthesized by consciousness into coherent experience, and without which the subject decoheres. That's literally how Kant talks about it. This is Kant's shit. This is just Kant. Like, and you can't say, no, actually Nietzsche's just continuing Kant's project. Govind, I love you. The drives come from both poles, the knowledge of good and the knowledge of evil. You couldn't, a better line. See, as Nietzsche taught us, the impulses of eating the fruit that taught us and taught Adam and Eve to be, they should have the drive to be clothed. What did you call me? What did I call you? Did I call you something, Casey? I don't know if I called you that.
One of the things Pierre Klozowski...
Oh, you're making a cunt joke. That's good.
...says about Nietzsche's work.
Is this Nietzsche and the Vicious Circle, for those... listening?
Yes, that Nietzsche perceived this, that basically the brain as the organ, or as the cerebral organ, is like the newest. It's one of the most powerful organs, but it's also one of the most fragile. It's one of the newest things that life has developed. So, in the total economy of life, as Nietzsche puts it, it could turn out that consciousness might be an error. It's like a new experiment. We could see nature as like sort of an experimenter. Nietzsche often personifies nature. And
how is this what you get from that book? How do you possibly get this from the book?
Talks about her doing these experiments. And so consciousness is sort of like a way of stopping the self from decohering and
no. Dude, you're doing Kant. Stop it. Dude, seriously. This is literally Critique of Pure Reason. This isn't even funny at this point. This is like the wrong philosopher entirely. This is fucking weird. Like, if anyone here knows, I don't know Kant super well. I've made my way through a handful because I had to. Critique of Pure Reason, Critique of Judgment, not many other works, to be frank, at a significant level or critically reading at all. But this is Critique of Pure Reason. This is like Kant Jr. This is the shit Ayn Rand got right. You know how fucked up that is? What are you doing right now, Sunday? Sunday, I am streaming this shitty video where Essential Salts thinks he is doing Nietzsche with your asshole AI buddy, but he's actually doing Kant unironically.
Basically, like, he sees it in a sort of way, the way Klozowski interprets Nietzsche is that impulse and drives, in a way, predate the existence of the body.
Maybe. Okay.
we might say the body's created by impulses, actually. It's not that you're like a body that has impulses, because, we might say that every organ, like, did you see that experiment where they're putting little pieces of gray matter or brain in jars and they're growing rudimentary eyes?
Yeah.
So you're getting a stim.
No, you didn't. You didn't. You didn't see that. Yeah. No, you didn't.
Stimulus from outside, from external light, and we're seeing how that's just like a great example of how it's like the stimulus and the drive towards something or away from something like creates an organ, perhaps over millions of years. And so this.
Okay. The brain is not growing eyes in response to stimulus. I know you've seen The Fifth Element probably too many times, and you think that scene where they say, oh, we're going to blast it with UV rays and force it to defend itself, grow skin. And you went, wow, that's how it works? It's not. It's not. That's a movie. It's a movie.
This distinction between inside and outside is actually, it's another sort of, it's a formal distinction. It's one that's very useful for language, but it might not actually be like ultimately true or correct.
And I suppose that kind of is that is kind of where we've ended up, right? Like, as in, if we're being relatively decent semi-naturalists, we ought to be quite skeptical about this sort of very, very neat internal-external divide. We're also object subject to naturalistic forces.
The
Sure.
fuck?
Yeah. Well, and so then that's
what the fuck?
A formal distinction. It's one that's very useful for language, but it might not actually be like ultimately true or correct.
And I suppose that kind of is that is kind of where we've ended up, right? Like, as in, if we're being relatively decent semi-naturalists, we ought to be quite skeptical about this sort of very, very neat internal-external divide. We're also object subject to naturalistic forces.
Sure.
Do you know what isn't coherent? That motherfucker. That motherfucker's not coherent. That's insane.
Sure. Yeah. Well, and so then that's sort of that's what I'm trying to get at with like the real function of consciousness, like cohering us, that it might be quite literal. Like,
okay. Sunday may join. I'm trying to pressure him into it because I would like to have him have an aneurysm before the year rings in. So if I kill Sunday, I gain his power. On learning economics is a video on value. Oh no. All right, we'll do a few more minutes of this guy. We may jump around a little bit. But yeah, we'll add that to the pile. Why not? Why the fuck not? You're already in. Not yet. It's only 10:20 here. Hey, East Coasters, Happy New Year. Central Time people, Happy New Year. Mountain Time people, you got a little bit left. Us West Coasters, we've got an hour and a half, hour, 45 minutes. So it's got a little bit left to go on that. This is, all of this is kind of insane. Like, he was just using like this empirical scientific thing to validate Nietzsche, which is hilarious. Like, the thing he was describing with like this experiment that's not how it worked, but how he described it is the most Cartesian subject-object bullshit that you can have. It's the brain as object investigated by a scientific subject. And these models are the point of what Nietzsche's breaking down. Like, that's the whole point. You think Essential Salts has read Nietzsche or not? Oh, he's read Nietzsche. He's just a reactionary and doesn't really understand the fundamentals of what he's dealing with. It's tough being an autodidact, person who teaches themselves, because if you don't have enough self-awareness to like actually put yourself in a position of being challenged and forced to sort of adjust, you won't. You will have your wrong take that you will build into everything else. And that's kind of one of the challenges, because the irony of taking works written by academics for large groups of people via an academic. One sec.
Heidi ho.
Why, hello there, my friend. How are you?
I'm really tired and feeling really gross because I was at a New Year's party and I have no constitution for such things.
You have no idea what you don't have constitution for. Because
it's best it stays that way.
Because.
Are you trying to make a joke that's a segue into what we're watching?
Because
that's terrible.
I did say constitution. Constitution.
That's also bad.
I mean, it was bad.
That's worse.
It didn't even read, but it was solid.
Yeah, but I feel like by comparison to whatever I just bore witness to, it's probably not going to be that bad.
We're going to try to make it through 5 minutes.
Okay.
Let's
do this.
So this
Sounds
whole
like
thing.
A young Captain Hook. Okay.
This is Essential Salts.
Oh, shoot. Right. Okay.
On unsolicited advice.
Right. I didn't watch that. I didn't have the heart for it.
I watched the first like 7 minutes and we skipped to the big spike to see what it was.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Unsolicited Advice himself is just an AI persona at this point. I don't think there's actually a guy in the world that looks like that.
The questions he's asking and everything actually really, I think, fit in with that supposition.
Okay.
This guy is, I'm going to go a little bit earlier because here's Stupid. So it's Jackass and Stupid. And, Jackass, Essential Salts is Jackass. He's read Nietzsche and he tries, but he's a reactionary who doesn't understand any of it. And Stupid is this guy. This guy's dumb. He's a fucking moron. And it's just really painful. But he's always been a moron and he doesn't really understand what he's talking about, but he's got a cool accent. So people think he's smart.
He's got a cardigan.
Maybe. Yeah, I guess cardigans do it for people. It's the accent. This is one of the worst readings I've ever heard anyone talk about. This is the worst Nietzsche reading I've ever heard in my life.
Have you read Daniel Tutt?
Yes.
Okay.
This is
setting expectations.
This is weird, bad. So you will enjoy.
Quite divorced from everyday life, but there is, I think, pretty robust empirical evidence that something like this post hoc rationalization view of articulated human consciousness is like pretty close to the truth,
What is he doing? Is he like having he
can't stop
a nervous attack?
Yeah, the hands thing. It's
he
really
looks
bad.
like he has tetanus. What is this? Sorry, go on.
It's really bad. So they are and have the first 10 minutes they went right into this is all about Nietzsche on truth.
Mm-hmm.
And they actually began to say, and Essential Salts is explaining how Nietzsche really wanted to get at truth as being like the opposite of what Plato said. And he's an anti-Platonist, but it's weird. This is
the opposite. It wouldn't be the opposite of what Plato said, because the opposite of what Plato said would be what Plato said, just reversed. He's
yes.
Whatever. Sorry, I'm being pedantic. Continue.
No, we're in the section called Nietzsche's Truth. And then let's see. There's a section here called Nietzsche as anti-Platonist. We skipped.
Okay.
And then Platonism in Christianity.
Platonism.
And then, let's see, truth and goodness being held outside perceptible world.
Okay.
And these are all Essential Salts explaining Nietzsche. And then we get to Nietzsche's truth versus perspectivism. And we skipped a little bit in.
Nietzsche's truth versus perspectivism?
Correct.
But Nietzsche's position was perspectivism.
Dude, just wait. Just wait. It's this. You're going to see why I went, you motherfucker, you got it. I want you in here. This is the worst. This is awful.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Well, and I think, and it's important to see it as like almost the consciousness is a synthesis of drives, would be one way to put it, because I think people do get uncomfortable. Maybe this is my way of phrasing it, and to not make the people who are uncomfortable with seeing consciousness as like a kind of deception or something. But I think, synthesis is a weaving together. And so that you might imagine you have all of these different thoughts that come into your head. They don't bear a stamp of origin. They don't tell you where they're from. But Nietzsche's argument would be that they're all the expression of a drive breaching into consciousness. And by the time it's breached into consciousness, that means the drive is in triumph.
Oh, he thinks, oh my God, he thinks the will to power takes place in a virtual realm inside your mind. Oh no.
Just wait.
In some sense. And so you might have countless drives acting in your mind at a given time. And what the consciousness is sort of doing is, you could say, like trying to make sense of all of that in a way that maintains the coherence of...
No. Dude, you've read like 6 books, but how do you know?
How do you do this? It's what I was saying. I don't know how.
He's actually read Nietzsche. Like,
yes.
Unsolicited advice is a hack who uses AI like nakedly to just like not do work.
And he does it badly too, by the way.
Has read stuff. Yeah, but it doesn't matter because it's slop. It's slop for the slop eaters. But Essential Salts actually reads his stuff. Nietzsche is super like explicit. There's no such thing as mind as a separate thing from anything else. There is no mind in which drives do anything. Your mind is an illusion created by the drives, such as it is.
I think, Sunday wasn't even listening to me, and he said the same shit I did, that the mind or consciousness is a surface effect of the drives. That's how I put it. Same thing. It's slightly different language, same thing.
Now, I will grant this much. Nietzsche leaves open the possibility that his way of elaborating of things isn't totalizing. There's room for weirder stuff that isn't necessarily explicated in what he's doing. In fact, I think that's kind of a big part of the point.
You can stop. I'm going to give you a spoiler just real quick. Okay.
Oh no.
He's just recounting Kant's entire theory of consciousness. That's it. Not even in an interesting way. He straight up is saying, nope. He's straight up saying that there is a manifold of sensations that are synthesized by consciousness into a coherent experience, and without which the subject decoheres.
Wait. These are
the he's literally outlining.
Slow down. What do you mean without which the subject decoheres?
Without the unity of, for Kant, without the unity of apperception in general, experience itself is not possible. But he's saying this for Nietzsche.
I don't even, to be honest with you, I would actually have to think about how apperception as a concept even works for Nietzsche.
It doesn't.
But
it doesn't. It literally doesn't.
I mean, something like it clearly does.
And for those of you looking, Sunday was doing his watching and screaming. Critique of Pure Reason, 130, section B, 131 through 136. It outlines explicitly what he's saying there. If you want to go read it, you can go do that.
I mean, you don't. It's really fucking boring.
It's really bad. But he said all this, and I'm like, it's really weird language.
To be clear. Sorry, I apologize. I have to. Obligatory. Go read Kant. Kant's interesting and useful. Just he's not as fun as Nietzsche, and he's wrong.
This is what I said. So I'm just giving you that hint ahead.
Okay.
Just because but he's also about to refer to something that I think is going to make you explode, and I'm excited for it.
The self, because you could argue that's sort of the function, or one of the functions of consciousness for the individual, is maintaining coherence.
What? No. Oh my God, dude, bro. Nietzsche spends how many entire goddamn books saying, hey guys, your consciousness, it's a lie, it's not there. Not only does it have no function, it doesn't even exist, it's not there. Got some good news for you, though. All that mind stuff, that like feeling stuff you're trying to explain, that's still there. Obviously, you're trying to explain that. So the explanatory framework doesn't work.
Or as Klosowski
but that's
talks
not
about,
there.
Klosowski talks about Nietzsche utilizing the way grammar, because Nietzsche was a philologist ultimately, and how we have to constantly say I, that I as subject of verbs is the sort of illusion that there must be a subject or a coherent subject where there isn't. Again, Klosowski explicitly says that this is the case. Nietzsche, I agree with you, also says this. Now,
because, you know, we could imagine that, like, how would I put this?
Ready?
That's it. Klosowski.
Oh, no. He is right, by the way. It is Klosowski.
Who gives a fuck? I fucking hate all. It's like when I made the crack about fucking philosophy tube going croissant, and everyone's like, we all say that in Britain. I'm like, you all suck. And Klosowski is the fucking way you say the name. I don't give a fuck. It's who gives a shit?
I'm from Quebec, and it's croissant, actually.
Croissant.
Yeah, so one of the things Pierre Klosowski says about
I'm from Quebec.
Nietzsche's
It's,
work.
Is this Nietzsche in
Croissant. Sorry, go
You
on.
ready? Is this Nietzsche in the Vicious Circle? Stupid says. And Jackass replies,
Vicious circle for those listening.
Yes, that Nietzsche perceived this, that basically
He's not
the
stupid.
brain
Don't
is
call
the
him stupid.
organ, or as the
no, I'm calling unsolicited advice.
Nobody
stupid.
who is engaging with this material, even if they're doing it badly, is stupid.
Unsolicited
Okay?
advice is not engaging the material.
And, oh, I thought you were calling Essential Salt stupid.
No, he's
Okay.
Jackass.
He's not. He's just wrong. He's not a jackass.
He's going on podcasts like this and spreading this bullshit. Okay.
He doesn't know any better. He's doing his best. He doesn't know.
He
Give him
literally
some
could.
slack.
He literally could spend time talking to people who have more knowledge than him.
If he knew how to identify them, and he doesn't.
Hey, here's an easy way. Dan Smith, who did the translation for Vicious Circle, has a lot of writings on Vicious Circle because he cares about this stuff. You can go read that and broaden your horizons. Maybe talk to a few people out of Purdue who've read through this or gone through Deleuze studies. Maybe
I
spend
really
a
don't
moment-
think. Listen, I don't think this guy. I saw his reading list. Okay, I went over it on Patreon, and you should all subscribe to my Patreon, by the way. But
Go subscribe to Sunday's Patreon.
Don't subscribe to my Patreon. We're on Brooks' channel. Subscribe to Brooks' Patreon. He's got one, believe it or not. God knows why, but he does.
I do, and I
No,
love my
but-
patrons.
Not as much as I love mine, but I saw his reading list, and he paid no attention to translation. He had no opinions whatsoever on editions, which is kind of a big deal because there's a lot of really bad translations of Nietzsche, and there's a lot of opinions about what Nietzsche actually wrote that changes pretty radically depending on what you do with it. Leaving all of that aside, I don't think this guy is academically trained. I think this guy's reading is basically entirely encompassed by Nietzsche, which is a problem. Because if you're reading Nietzsche as essentially a non-philosopher, you're fucked. Because Nietzsche is
Exceptionally a philosopher.
borderline unintelligible. He will look intelligible, which is the worst part. He's borderline unintelligible unless you have some acquaintance with what he's responding to.
Yep.
And if you don't, I mean, Twilight of the Idols is pretty clear in my opinion. But if you don't, it's like, you know, like, and I want to give him the benefit of the doubt. I legitimately think he's reading this like you would read C.S. Lewis. And he's got a vague, fuzzy remembrance of things, and he's fitting it all together in his brain.
And he believes
without
it has a
sort of-
Christian reactionary bent. Just to add to the C.S. Lewis commentary.
What?
Come on.
How?
Really?
Wait, does he actually think that?
No, I do.
Oh. You think he is?
Oh,
a
no,
Christian
I think he
reactionary?
has a Christian, he's a Christian, like he has that right-wing reactionary
Essential
sense.
salts?
Yeah,
You think so?
absolutely. Oh, yeah.
Why? What gives you that impression?
All the things I've seen him talk about in books.
I think you just think he's bad at Nietzsche, so you decided he's Satan.
No. I just think he has that reactionary bent. Like it's that same shit.
Okay. All right, let's see.
the cerebral organ is like the newest. It's one of the most powerful organs, but it's also one of the most fragile. It's one of the newest things that life has developed. So in the total economy of life, as Nietzsche puts it, it could turn out that consciousness might be an error. It's like a new experiment. We could see nature as like sort of an experimenter. Nietzsche.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, man.
Often personifies nature and talks about her doing these experiments.
Pause. Okay. Just in case anyone's wondering why I'm groaning at this, and that should be obvious if you know Nietzsche.
I've already done all this. There's a good chance I already went over it. Yeah, I've literally been stopping it and just having like
there is no point to nature for Nietzsche. There is no teleology. He's playing with the way people talk about stuff. It's not that nature made an error with the development of the brain. It's that from the point of view of all the things that people associate evolutionarily with interest in flourishing, ironically, you can treat that as like, oh, this does not satisfy that. This causes the creation of virtual worlds in which people pretend that they just.
I mean, you missed the fucking opening where he basically talked about how the will to truth is our desire to find the truth. Not the will to make truth, but the desire to.
It's the will. It's just more will to power, and the truth is just moralizing in the realm of epistemology. That's Nietzsche's take on truth.
Hey, look, see, this is just for those watching. Remember when I said basically that earlier? This is what happens when you have people who read the book and they go, "Oh no, that's blah blah blah." They'll say it slightly differently. I don't mind different. But it's the same. They're the same conversation. At least we can have a conversation. It's so fucking unbelievable when you get to this, dude.
And so, consciousness is sort of like a way of stopping the self from decohering and, basically like he sees it in a sort of way. The way Klosowski interprets Nietzsche is that impulse and drives in a way predate the existence of the body. We might say the body's created by.
What do you mean in a way? Actually. No, not in a way. Not in a way. Like totally. They constitute bodies.
They constitute
like
the bodies.
The most fundamental particles.
Yes.
Okay. Like he says this explicitly. This isn't even like the esoteric part. He literally just goes like, "Hey, will to power. Yeah, that's just energy. That's just anything that does stuff." Like, oh,
you're like a body that has impulses. Because, we might say that every organ, like...
You're a body that has impulses.
I mean, technically true. It does. Sure, why not?
Because, we might say that every organ, like... did you see that experiment where they're putting little pieces of gray matter or brain in jars and they're growing rudimentary eyes?
Yeah.
So you're getting a stimulus from outside.
Okay, listen, pause. If you... Go back 5 seconds.
Okay. I'll go back 10. How's that?
No, just use the keypad. Just go back 5 seconds. See Unsolicited Advice's face there? If anyone makes that face at you, I don't care what you said to them. If anyone makes fucking run. Okay? That bookshelf behind him is made of his last guest. You get out of there. What an actual skinwalker. That is terrifying. That is terrifying. What is that? Why are you so excited? You have no idea what he's saying. Oh, God, I hate these people. Okay, go on.
So you're getting a stimulus from outside, from external light, and we're seeing how that's just like a great example of how it's like the stimulus and the drive towards something or away from something like creates an organ, perhaps over millions of years. And so
what does that even mean?
So here's the thing. When you don't know what you're talking about and you read some cool, stupid shit or watch a YouTube video, sorry. I made this comment the other day. It's probably it ended up getting me banned from a subreddit. I don't comment on Reddit very often. A BreadTube.
I misposted to the r/Chernobyl subreddit thinking it was the TV show. And I got into a fight with them because they were all uppity about it. So I was just like, hey.
This guy posted a video from Plastic Pills, explaining something.
Wait, who did?
It doesn't matter. Some fucking user, and
Okay.
their comment on it was the latest video he made on Nick Fuentes and mythology. It's terrible. Like Plastic Pills is genuinely like a train wreck, and he needed to do a lot less drugs or better drugs. I guess it depends. But the guy went, I didn't understand a lot about mythology, but I watched this video and a lot of things clicked for me about how cults work and how people get indoctrinated. And I commented and said, if a YouTube video made things click for you that people have spent literal centuries trying to figure out in mass across multiple disciplines, maybe you need to fucking understand you're stupid. I got banned. And I still stand by that.
Deservedly, but I agree.
Maybe you need to realize that that's it. When you watch a video, for example, and someone's like, hey, there's brains in a jar. And he's talking about some shit that was like from COVID era. Like this is beginning of COVID era is when this happened. And you're like, it grew eyes. And you say, and again, I'll go back to it specifically.
Stimulus from outside. They're putting little pieces of gray matter or brain in jars and they're growing rudimentary eyes.
Yeah.
This is a 5-year-old study, by the way. It's at least 4 or 5 years old. This is like, so there's no way he has no idea of this, and they're not doing this. This is not from, I don't believe this is a current thing. But what happened is the brain, and because of how DNA works and various things, go watch, Sunday did a stream on Susan Oyama. Go watch that, and it probably will help significantly with what I'm about to say. It did grow eyes, but it didn't do it because of light stimulus triggering their formation.
No.
They grew them, and then it grew eyes, and then they added light. It's very explicit, actually, in the setup of this, because they wanted to see if the eyes were real eyes to see if they actually had stimulus from the light, and it did. But they didn't. I made the comment, I don't know, you weren't here. I was like, in Fifth Element, when they say we're going to bombard the skin with UV rays and force it to grow
weird
skin,
because
that's not how it works. And it's like, that's what he thinks.
That article we were reading from Oyama, weirdly enough, was complaining about just that, I think on the line that we left off at, how it's like, hey, whenever you challenge this stuff about like the DNA containing the blueprints for the phenotype or whatever, people accuse you of Lamarckianism, and it's like, I swear to God, I am the only actual real person in this universe, and everything that happens around me is just a mirror of my own personal mind, because now here we have just Lamarckianism on display right here. It's like, do you really think that brains grow organs because they are exposed to the elements?
Yes, they do.
Like, dude.
That's what he just said, and he believes it. Now, one sec, I'm going to link to your page. Someone's asking for a Sunday link.
Oh.
So I'm just going to link to your...
the video is on the Patreon. I'm going to, when I'm done the last one...
Is it President Sunday Prime? Because I know you have 900 channels.
But I haven't uploaded the Oyama conversations to
That's
YouTube
fair.
yet.
That's fair.
Those ones are probably going to go on as like a promo, sort of, but...
Link into Sunday. The link is in the chat for those of you who want to join Sunday and watch that. It'll be up at some point. But generally speaking, Sunday is pretty entertaining.
Brooks is okay too occasionally in small doses.
But so here's the thing. He just said the most anti-scientific thing, but there's hilarity here. So not only does he not understand, like, he has a claim about evolution that it happened because light hit a brain, we grew eyes, which is fucking, I have slurs for this. Like, that's all I can think. That's baby brained garbage, smooth brained bullshit. I can't even think of it. But the fun part is, by using this claim, this empirical claim, to prove his Nietzsche point, he is doing the opposite of what Nietzsche wanted. That's anti-Nietzschean, to go, hey, look, just to relate it back to the one thing we've watched him also get wrong. Hey, the thing the Will of Truth gave me, look, here's another thing the Will of Truth gave me that proves that.
All hail the Will of Truth.
That's the point. is you can't just trust that because the systems that are in place, because the will to truth has its drive towards the paranoiac position, you can't trust that. Nietzsche would be pissed. This is the opposite of, it's insane. It's everything wrong with like a bad Nietzsche take. He's so good at it. And that's one of the things. If I can say Unsolicited Advice has a talent, because he is so empty, right? Like he is a husk of...
He's a zombie.
He's a husk of a simulacra of a human soul. The fun part is the people opposite him, because they have nobody to go off of, they're twisting in the wind and it's clear. Like it just, you can't put on airs. You are here and no one's going to cover for you because he is dumber than you are and he has no fucking clue what he's talking about. So when you talk, he's going to just say yes, and he's going to let you say dumber shit over and over and over until it's just embarrassing.
Well, he's grinning like a buffoon. Yeah, I saw that today. It's like, well, really? Then you know that they didn't grow brains by shining light on... They didn't grow eyes by shining light on brains. Like...
Yeah.
So, here's a question for you. How did they make the brains? Do you think they shone mental energy on the stem cells? Like, what do you think? What do you think makes organs? Because like
the impulses make the organs. Don't you understand that? The impulses made the brain, and the brain chose the organs.
Oh, right, the impulses. My mistake. Continue.
It's like I'm cracking open my beer finally. I've been sitting on this.
I've had too much alcohol, but I feel like I'm gonna have some more.
Oh my God.
Give me a second, grab more wine.
Oh my God.
Which I'm drinking out of a mug because I can. That's my right.
Bière de Merlot. This is barrel-aged beer re-fermented with Merlot grapes. Merlot grapes added to mature barrel-aged wild beer and re-fermented to dryness, unfiltered, unpasteurized, and 100% naturally conditioned from Jester King Brewery in Austin, Texas. The color is going to be stunning. It's stunning. That's a beautiful beer. Let's see if we can get it to zoom in. Maybe there it is.
You know, I've stopped drinking beer. Mostly.
Look at that shit. Look at how beautiful that beer is.
That is a pretty looking beer that crushes me. That I was about to say.
Isn't alcohol dangerous for health? Sure, probably.
No, beer just causes my entire body to puff up. Everything else is fine. It's just beer. I think I'm allergic to hops. If you look at if you look at how like protean my face shape is over the years, 90% of that is beer will cause me to inflame all over for like a solid week. Can't do it. Alcohol's fine. I can handle alcohol just fine. I've had tons of wine over Christmas.
Is it like celiacs?
Nothing.
What the fuck, dude? Are you like allergic?
I don't
to
know.
wheat?
I don't know. I had literally like a light 4.5% beer, and I puffed up like a blowfish. Freaking weird. My skin started like
this has been aging in
all
this
over.
bottle.
I got like
this has been aging in this bottle for 4 fucking years.
It's been aging in the bottle for 4. I think your beer's gone off. I think you just like rotten beer.
Oh no, it is smoother than shit, bubbly still too. It was
Could
a
be
joke.
I
I
eat
know
bread fine. Bread's fine. I eat bread fine. I think it's just hops.
It's not celiac. It's that you're a drunk.
No, I'm not a drunk. I don't drink till I'm drunk. Actually,
Maybe you do, and it just happens sooner than you think.
Roll the goddamn tape.
Getting a stimulus from outside, from external light, and we're seeing how that's just like a great example of how it's like the stimulus and the drive towards something or away from something like creates an organ, perhaps over.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh, this hurts.
Oh yeah.
Like, here's the thing though. Like, if you sincerely thought, if you sincerely thought that you could, I don't even know where to begin.
No, you don't. It's okay, and you don't have to. This is just a level of embarrassment that's hard for me. Like,
does he think? Okay, does he think, like, hypothetically, if you were to like extract eggs from a woman and leave them in the sun, that they would start growing limbs?
I mean, he would require that you have to put sperm on it, so we'd jerk off on it, and then
But you've got but the brains were grown from stem cells. They weren't grown from embryos. Right? Like stem cells came from embryos, but you can get stem cells from you can get stem cells from eggs. You can get stem cells from like your bone marrow. You can get there's lots of places.
You think he thinks that far?
For millions of years.
I know because I was looking into this because we were watching Pluribus, which is really good. Have you watched Pluribus? You would love Pluribus. It's actually so good.
I tried.
You try again. Try again.
I tried
so good.
3 episodes, and I'm not doing it.
Do 5. You'll.
I'm not. I refuse that. I refuse that. Sorry.
Just do it. Just do it.
Nope.
Was that a question? I said
too many
do
other
it.
things. I'm not. It's too many other. Like I'll just rewatch fucking good shows.
That is a brilliant show, actually. Continue.
Pass.
And so, this distinction between inside and outside is actually it's another sort of it's a formal distinction. It's one that's very useful for language, but it might not actually be like ultimately true or correct.
Okay.
I mean, just imagine
that's okay.
But just imagine you're talking about Klosowski and Nietzsche.
Yeah.
And that's where he says the I in language is what creates the illusion.
Yep.
And I suppose that kind of is that is kind of where we've ended up, right? Like, as in, if we're being relatively decent semi-naturalists, we ought to be quite skeptical about this sort of very, very neat internal-external divide. We're also object, subject to naturalistic forces.
Why?
Sure. Yeah. Well,
but why?
Why
though?
I
like, what about?
It's awful.
Sorry, go on.
No, that's it. I just it's I find that to be an almost incoherent response.
Like as good skeptics, we need to be skeptical of inside out. It's like that's not
why as a naturalist.
Nietzsche talks explicitly about that kind of skeptic. By the way, he mentions he doesn't like them.
No, he does not.
It's like go on.
Well, and so then that's sort of that's what I'm trying to get at with like the real function of consciousness, like cohering us, that it might be quite literal. Like
what?
The consciousness is in a way of like keeping all of these drives, which connect us to the broader world in a way that's very blurry and very hard to draw like a definite
they don't
line.
connect you. They don't connect you to the broader world. You are the drives, just like everything else is. You are made of the same stuff, including the stuff that you think is special and mental.
Can you believe
it doesn't connect you to the broader world? That is you being made of the broader world. There's no broader world. It's just the world. Sorry, go on.
He has 80,000 subs, and he's made his bones on Nietzsche.
I don't know, man.
And this is how he talks about Nietzsche.
It's like
This isn't like Plastic Pills to Lose, where he's like just clearly didn't really read it and he's just saying words from it and whatever. This is quite the opposite of what Nietzsche...
I blame the audience. Shitheads want Nietzsche to be like a frickin' Tamagotchi pet that they can play around with. Here's this cool little thing, isn't that neat? And I'm going to go outside again. And they end up just promoting this bullshit.
And again, Goddard, that's it. I actually am going to disagree. I am certain he does read the books. It doesn't mean he reads well. That's it.
I think the problem
I believe he reads the books. I would never doubt that he reads the books. I don't think he's lying.
I think it's like what Defaultist a little bit. I think what's happened is he spent a lot of time talking about the books that he's read, which, fair. But as a consequence, because people are idiots and they can't tell the difference between person on webcam who knows what they're talking about and person on webcam who just talks about stuff like they know what they're talking about. A whole lot of people started acting like this guy's an expert on Nietzsche. Hey, Unsolicited Advice, you got to talk to this guy. So he talks to this guy, and neither of them know anything about Nietzsche, as it turns out. And hilarity ensues, and that's it. Because general rule of thumb, okay, if your take on Nietzsche makes a whole lot of people at a popular level feel really, really good without a whole lot of difficulty, it actually almost certainly sucks, because Nietzsche is really fucking hard to digest. like whatever the hell Brooks is holding right there.
That's my bottle. Jester King Beer de Milo.
Oh, I like turn around again. I like how the image shows like all of the drives being contained by the mind, so the body can cohere. I like.
Oh, the
It's
Jester King has good art.
Very pertinent.
Jester King has very good art. Phenomenal. Up there with there's a couple really good breweries.
Is that
in
beer
Texas.
with Merlot in it?
It's beer with Merlot grapes, then re-aged to dryness. And it's phenomenal. It's fucking phenomenal. And no, Goddard, I don't actually buy expensive wines. I buy the best fucking wines in the world. But it turns out that if you actually care about wine, like expensive wines aren't actually that great.
The best wines are not the most expensive wines.
Nope.
They're just the least heterosexual.
That's fair. That's fair. My favorite wine is from Jura region, France, Domaine de la Tournelle, which is Pierre Claret. Pascal Claret, sorry. He ran this winery for years. He made a La Uva Aubergana, which is one of the best fucking wines I've ever had in my life.
That was the worst pronunciation of a French sentence I've ever heard in my life.
Don't care. It's so people will be able to find it. I can try to be fancy about it, but it doesn't matter. It's easily.
I think they're gonna find eggplants. But continue.
Domaine de la Tournelle, Pascal Claret. This is. No, I'm not. That's the importer. I don't want the importer. I want to actually show the fucking. Man, did they take their website down? That would break my heart. I mean, don't laugh. It's not a funny story. Eveline and Pascal Claret. They started in 1991. The pair had a very particular vision of how they wanted to make their wine. Yeah. And they went for years trying to make good wine, and they ended up switching to a biodynamic style. And in 2010, they shifted fully to that. They got certified and all that good stuff. Nice. And they're crazy about it. Or they were. If you didn't know, the Jura region, because of climate change, has been having the worst harvests ever.
Are they getting toasted right now?
Well, that's a way to put it. So a few years ago, Pascal killed himself.
Oh.
And I literally bought every bottle in the world that was left of his wine. I went nuts. I have 70 some. I bought like 7 cases. And I wasn't the only person, but it $18 a fucking bottle for my favorite wine I've ever had in my fucking life. And all of his wines are phenomenal. His wife has continued it, and she's very good. I don't want to knock. She's very good. Yeah. And they've had tough harvest still. Phenomenal wine, if you can find it. Domaine de la Tournelle. The bottles.
Oh, I feel bad now.
That's okay. I try not to get to the depressing part of it. But it's genuinely like, it's so.
I mean, not as bad as this Nietzsche video is making me feel, but it's up there.
Well, it's I mean, it's hard to even describe how good his wines are. Like genuinely, like people who like know French wines, but people who really know the Jura region. Pascal was royalty. He and his wife were royalty in what they did. And it's hard to even talk about them otherwise. They were that good. And the wines he did, my dad, who's not a wine person at all, he doesn't have a nose for it. He doesn't have a taste for it. They used to buy $2 Chuck. It wasn't a big deal. For Christmas, when I went out one year, I had, this was the year all of it happened. So I had bought 2 magnums of, this one wine he had that is, it's called R. It's just a big R stamp. It says pride and joy. We'll just say it's not a wine for everyone, because when you uncork it, it smells like manure. It smells like a farm. Like it's the funkiest I've ever smelled of any wine that's ever existed. And it's also maybe the best tasting wine I've ever had in my life. And I poured some, I gave it to my mom and dad, and they went, Like, because they know who I am. I'm a fucking horrifying human, and I might even like something that tastes like manure. But they smelled it like, oh, Brooks. I'm like, just try it. And they sipped. They both drank 2 or 3 glasses. It's the best wine they've ever had. Like it.
I mean,
Pascal
maybe it was
a
manure, but
master.
it was manure from the the chocolate.
No, it's
milk.
just it has the funk because it's how he aged. He understood particular ways to do this. It's just
well, it's like how really good cheese can sometimes smell like awful. It doesn't taste that way, but it can smell like rotten,
it's
like broccoli
it
or
all
something
works.
Like
Every sense organ works differently, but wine when it does that is phenomenal. And Pascal Claret is my favorite. Again, if you ever decide to come down, you will have a bottle.
Hey, if your
I'll
government
crack
ever
a bottle
decide,
for you to visit.
Hey, listen. Save one for when your government stops putting us into holding cells whenever we visit. Okay, they have put out warnings. Hey, don't go over there. We can't save you. And I've got a I am a little bit unique. I've got a YouTube channel in which I say fuck the president very frequently. So
I can empathize.
And nobody understands. Like I can't expect like an ICE agent or whatever to understand that I am entreating my audience and not criticizing Trump, of course, who will save Western civilization. Continue with the video, please.
And that's our way of at least intellectually representing to ourselves, no, I'm a unity. I'm one thing. And, you know, we can imagine the benefit of that from like a survival standpoint.
Oh.
But in any case, I don't know if that really answers the
Wait. No. What's the error then? Why is it an error? If it has survival value, why is there an error? It's like that's the whole point. It has no survival value.
The question about perspective, I guess it would just be to say that, again, another thing that we're blurring the lines between is between thought and drive to begin with, or between thought and feeling. That feeling is thinking, thinking is feeling. Mentation itself is suffused with valuing, and valuing requires a form of its own logic.
Here, pause for
and
a
again,
second.
I think this is
this is that bad. This is that bad.
To it. RB5519 says they subscribe to Essential Salts after watching his videos about Goethes Faust. Go subscribe to Angela Collier, who knows nothing about Nietzsche and also has a video on Goethes Faust and is actually good, and you'll get stuff from that channel. Oh, I can't deal with this. This is terrible.
It's worse than you thought, isn't it?
I don't know how this is possible. I don't know how you do this. Like every, and I mean every single book Nietzsche wrote, full stop.
It's the worst. This is the worst thing. This is wildly the worst thing.
Like I think the one you could get away with is like The Birth of Tragedy because it doesn't talk about it. But like, dude, every single major book that people associate with Nietzsche, excepting that one, goes out of its way. Hey, that mind stuff, yeah, it's not there. It's not there. It's not really there. It's all the same stuff. Yeah, it feels like it's there, but it's not really there. Because that's not how that works.
Let's see. Is truth a tool? Good God, you guys are tools. Oxymoronic Nietzsche. Objectivity versus subjectivity.
Oh.
Nietzsche's physical suffering. You want to do that one?
Do the objectivity one.
As
the physical stuff. I don't want to do the biography stuff because that's always bullshit. It's even bullshit when like good people do it. I just don't want to do that. And it's also like basic. Like you're just gonna recite Wikipedia. Even Klazowski's like there's not like a lot.
You talk for 2 seconds. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Okay. Even with Klazowski, like there's not a lot there biographically. He does interesting stuff with it, but it's biography. It's like you're gonna be referring to accounts of who Nietzsche talked to, who he hung out with, what they thought and said about his relationships, and they're mostly not going to be super enlightening. If you have an appetite for that sort of thing, there is a book called Friedrich Nietzsche, A Philosophical Biography, which is good. I have not read the whole thing, so I can't vouch for it entirely, but so far it's pretty good, and it actually understands Nietzsche's philosophy, and it goes into detail on it. So if you want like a general primer, not the Safransky one. It's there's 2 books called that, so I need to make sure I get the right one. Shoot, Where? Julian Young. It's the Julian Young one. It's a philosophical biography of Friedrich Nietzsche. Not Nietzsche, a philosophical biography by Julian Young. Not the other one by Safransky. I don't know if that one's good or not. I haven't read it, but I haven't heard anybody else who's read it. Julian Young one is good. Don't buy a physical copy. The quality is crap. It's like a garbage textbook, but not sewn. It's like giant freaking ugly thing, like an old math textbook that you got in elementary school. Go on to LibGen, don't go on to LibGen. LibGen's compromised. Go on to like Anna's Archive or whatever. Get a PDF. Go read it in bits. It's good, but the biography stuff is not stupendously interesting unless you're really into like people doing historical romance fiction about him and Lou Salam. Which, there's a Sunday You Live on Patreon, not at the moment. I do have a is that Sonic 3 and Knuckles that he's got in the background there? Oh, I think that is actually. That is Sonic 3 and Knuckles.
Hello.
Hey, is that Sonic 3 and Knuckles you have in the background?
It is.
Nice. Is someone playing it right now?
No, it's random ROMs from my ROM library. So I don't know what it's going to do next. It's going to do other things.
Excellent taste.
It's a good game. I still have the cartridge you have to plug the other games into, which was
I like Sonic and Knuckles more, but Sonic 3 and Knuckles is very good.
I'm a fan of it. It's a nostalgic thing for me. They don't
Sonic
play
Mania?
very well, but Sonic Mania is okay.
It's okay.
It's okay.
It doesn't have that same like raw feeling the old ones did.
No, it misses it for sure.
It's got the gameplay's on point. But anyways, shit, this is like, no, I'm not live on Patreon. I do go live on Patreon though, and there is a free stream on Patreon right now on my Patreon because we're going into Oyama, and I feel bad about paywalling stuff that I think is important.
Well, I mean, but, this one I was just like, dude, I want to be in there because it's a good book. But it is dry as shit and no one will watch.
It's actually Brooks's fault that one's free because he couldn't see that because it's on Patreon, so I just made it free.
And I happen to have, for some reason, perms to post in the Patreon channel.
Because he has all this money for wine, but he can't spare $5 for my Patreon. So I understand.
Because we agreed we're not going to pay for each other's Patreons because that's stupid.
I never agreed that.
You don't pay in my You're not in my Patreon.
Yeah, but that's because I don't want to pay you money. It's not because I agreed to anything.
You're a dick.
A thought to try and drag people away from the idea that actually objectivity is something that we care about. Like people are very if you ask people sort of on a day-to-day basis, do you think objectivity is better than subjectivity? They'll be like, yeah, no, obviously, right?
I'm watching this guy's like, I'm sorry, I apologize. I'm just watching the way this guy just must have high blood pressure, right? Like he must be throbbing on the inside just keeping that up. Like that looks
That's my money. This is my money.
Cocaine?
Mm-hmm. That's my money.
I couldn't even see you. I just heard you sniff after.
Justify that.
It could be my Zizek impression.
Will almost always appeal to some way in which it betters their experience or success at engaging with the world. It's like a kind of, I mean, if you know, I don't know whether
no, hang on. I'm not saying high blood pressure is making them act like that. I'm saying keeping your body under that constant tension. Wouldn't that give you high blood pressure? I'm like, you saw Weapons, right?
Oh God, yes.
I'm just imagining like Benedict Wong just running and his eyes popping out just from the strain. That's all I'm feeling when I see this. Like I would be nauseated doing this for as long as he has been doing this. This is like an hour and 40-minute long conversation I just saw.
Yeah, we're skipping around because of reasons. I have a lot of really dumb shit to watch that you should stick around for and enjoy because it's New Year's.
So you like the example?
It'll be much more enjoyable, stupid.
Till midnight. Then I'm gone. I got to write stuff.
Of a toddler saying, like, asking why over and over again. And if you just do that, like with yourself right now, like, why do I think this? Why do I think this? Why do I think this? And then you get back down to like, well, why do I think this? Because it's just true. Well, why do I care about truth? Well, because like it helps me do things like that. And then you think, okay, well, that's fine. But then truth isn't the thing. The thing is the doing stuff. And the truth
Or like
is
science, the value of science.
exactly. Yeah,
You
I mean,
ask people
I
to
just
justify the value of science, and they'll point to all the things that it does, all of the things that improves our lives, and it's sort of like that's actually the proof of the scientific method. It's not science doesn't even claim to give us knowledge of the objective thing in itself.
What? The thing in itself is the thing in itself isn't objective.
I don't even know what that means.
Okay, well, I can break down what it
No,
doesn't mean.
nope.
It does claim to want to send us to space and cure cancer and give us iPhones, and it doesn't
claim
anything. It's very
anything.
telling that people will
Science
often
doesn't claim
hold
stuff.
up like
It's an
scientific
activity.
truths as an example of an objective truth, and then they'll justify it by the beneficial result, which is
I mean, yeah, I think that I'm of the camp that when people say objective, I think 99.9% of the time they just mean convergent. They just mean that, like, if you put 10 people in a room and have them look at this thing, they'll all produce roughly the same sentences or claims.
That's literally what that means. That's literally what it means. That's what it means. And no, they don't mean convergent. You converge on it. That's not convergence.
What does that mean?
I like Bergson's take on it, and I think it actually jives very well with Nietzsche. And I realize I'm using jives incorrectly, but it sounds right.
What in the fuck does he think he's...
The subjective you have entirely because it's entirely virtual. The objective you have impartially because it's out there and you only see a little bit of it at a time. And even if you see all of it, there's always more of it. Not more than the kind of thing you can see, but more of the kind of thing you can see. And I like that. That works. What he's talking about is like, was fireworks outside. The objective is the thing in itself, which you literally cannot get at from any point of view. You can't triangulate it from multiple subjectivities. You can't conceive of it from your own subjectivity. In fact, Nietzsche would and did say, actually, even you're imagining that there is such a thing is a byproduct of your tendency to infer that there must be a causal thing behind things. Put badly, but that's generally, I think, fair to put it.
This is awful.
About it. I think that's like, I mean, because again, with pain, it's like, it simply is of no consequence whether it is objective or subjective. It is motivating.
Sure.
There is no denying it. It is like I don't want to say hinge proposition because I feel like I'd be misusing it, but like it's a kind of emotional hinge proposition. It's the thing with which you cannot avoid it no matter how hard you try. And I'm assuming that's something that Nietzsche would have known pretty well. I mean, I'm always surprised at I wrote a blog post about this recently. I'm always surprised at just how little attention Nietzsche's own...
Did he say that pain is a hinge proposition?
I think so.
Okay.
Something that Nietzsche would have known pretty well. I mean, I'm always surprised at I wrote a blog post about this recently. I'm always surprised at just how little attention Nietzsche's own pain as something anchoring him in subjectivity, like undeniably important subjectivity most of the time, how often that's kind of gently skimmed over in a lot of presentations.
Wait. People are skimming over how pain anchors Nietzsche in subjectivity. The perspectivist guy who said, "Hey, I am a perspectivist. There is nothing but perspectives, and what doesn't kill me makes me stronger." The pain thing is what people gloss over.
But isn't literally the pain what Klosowski claims is actually freeing him from subjectivity? That the migraines...
I don't know if you're...
The migraines... No. The migraines
Yeah.
are the pathology of subjectivity or consciousness, sort of in itself, as a thing. But the high tonality of the soul, the moments of that are where we break and we understand that there is no objectivity or subjectivity. It's that we connect with all.
I hate that you're bringing up Klosowski right now because
But
I'm
they
tired
just did.
and I've been... No, but I'm tired and I've been drinking, and immediately when you say that, I don't know if you're joking, and now my brain is revising my memory of what I read in Klosowski.
Well, this is what happens when you watch people. When you watch people who are this stupid. I described it the other day. I was playing with someone in Dota who fundamentally, it was like their third game, and I don't blame them. And it wasn't a Smurf account. It was genuinely their third fucking ranked match. And just watching them play, and they did okay. Like, we didn't lose, we won. But it made me go, like, as they did things, because I didn't look up how many games they had at first. I was like, this person, maybe I don't know how to play Dota. That was my first reaction. Like, oh, fuck. Do I not understand this game? That was my first reaction. And that's what listening to these people does to you. It makes you go, maybe I don't understand Nietzsche.
Well, I don't like.
Yep. So, we're going to stop here. I can't anymore. So,
That's terrible. This was legitimately one of the worst things I've seen. I like the plastic pills.
Good. We're gonna do worse.
Oh,
because now it's trash. Have you watched this? The Necessary
is the Somali fraud in Minnesota right? What?
Have you watched The Necessary Conversation?
No.
You are gonna appreciate. So here's the thing. I want to watch this, and I'm gonna switch the stream title because I actually want to ping dude because I know he's literally like, he sits online and he just goes,
who, what? Okay.
One sec. So this is The Necessary Conversation. Chad here on the left and his sister are leftish, I'll say. They're not like, they identify that, and they generally land, I would say, in places that I'm more comfortable with.
Okay.
They are, like many of us from the Midwest, have two parents who are mega psychotics.
Okay.
And The Necessary Conversation started when Chad had his mom on, and they recorded a Zoom call where they like talked about Biden and stuff.
Yeah.
And he noticed that, like, hey, we should try to talk about things. There should be a necessary conversation about, like, hey, here's what's happening, but you show me stuff in that. And I've watched this for now, like 2 months, 2.5 months, 3 months. It kind of exploded a little bit ago. They've only got 80,000 subs, but they get a fuck ton of views. And it's basically him and his sister and his parents talking about news stuff. And the dad is one of the worst people alive. And the mom's not better. She's just nicer. And I want to have a conversation that I think, and I'm glad you're here for this, because I think you have sympathies to Chad as a person that like, can you find ground with people like this? They're family. These are people who raised you, who you kind of have to love, or there are memories there. Can you do that? What is the thing? Because I would at this point say, they've proven, they do 2 shows a fucking week at this point, and it's wild. They've proven there's no reasoning at all with these insane, racist, bigot psychotics.
Okay.
And that's my argument at this point. So,
okay.
Give me 2. I want to make sure I get chat up on screen. I've been lacking today. I've failed to get chat in screen. That's my fault.
Oh, you need to show me how to do that, by the way, because I've been streaming for 5 years and I still haven't figured it out.
I will show you. There's chat. Hey, chat, how you doing? Say hi to yourselves. And as always,
I know how to do that. We have to talk to Kid. We have to talk to Kid and figure out how to get it. So it's just
no. I know how to do that too. I just don't, because I'm lazy. I can show you that too. Anyway, this is The Necessary Conversation, starting from the beginning, and this is enjoy this. This is not a thoughtful thing, really. This goes so south so fast. This is the worst of all of them.
You gotta look at Chad. You gotta look at him.
Yeah, what the hell's going on over there?
Well, he's picking stuff off my pants.
Happy New Year! Welcome
I
to
was
this
just
midweek
picking stuff up my pants.
Yeah.
Necessary Conversation. We call this one Busting the MAGA Bubble because these Wednesday episodes traditionally have just been me and Mom, or Haley sometimes comes in. This is the first one with just me and you, Dad. But we play clips for each other. You have supplied some clips. Mom, I can see you back there. How you doing? You have supplied, Jesus Christ, you have supplied some clips for me about the supposed Somalian fraud happening in Minnesota.
It's not supposed.
Okay. I'm going to play some clips for you as well. This all has kind of erupted in the past couple of weeks because a YouTuber named Nick Shirley released a video on his YouTube channel that now has over 2 million views, where he claims to go around to these various daycares and child learning centers in Minnesota that are run by Somalian immigrants. And his claim is they are all committing fraud, billions of dollars, et cetera, et cetera. Mom has brought this up too. Now,
so just as a little bit of background, the reality of the situation. In 2022, Biden prosecuted 90 people in this state for fraud of the PPP program, which was the big thing Trump did to put a bunch of money in hands, and Trump literally refused to do it unless there was no oversight. Lo and behold, with no oversight comes a whole bunch of fraud that a white woman who's an absolute American, you'll see it, he goes over this a little bit, did $250+ million in fraud at her company, but used Somalis, because you do that when you do a scam. And so that happened. Bunch of people tried, pled guilty, or were tried and found guilty. In order to take down Waltz, they've manufactured that this is ongoing somehow 3-4 years fucking later after convictions, not after the finding of it, after convictions. So they brought it back to the front, and they're just acting like it's all real, like it's happening right now. And it's not. There's none of it's true. It's all insane. But they really, really fucking hate black people, so it works out. That's the end of this conversation. That's kind of it. There you go.
Oh,
this
joy.
This show is, they each have 2 clips each, and they trade back and forth and watch clips and respond. And this is America. This is America to me right now.
I will say this. As a result of this YouTube video, now I think they are launching federal investigations into it all. They're trying to bring down Tim Walz, the governor of the state, saying he was somehow involved in all of this. And I have been watching Newsmax. What?
Oman is who they're really after.
Okay.
Oman.
I didn't. Oh, Oman. I
because he's saying Ilhan Omar, but he's calling her Oman because it's a foreign country.
Okay.
You get ready for levels of bigotry that I don't know if you've experienced recently.
I've been watching a lot of Newsmax recently. This is all they talk about. So now I understand why you and Mom are so into this as an idea.
It's not all they talk about.
Okay.
I have to interject. I was going to stay out, but I got to interject. Can you see me? I started watching him when he was doing these little documentaries on Antifa. And he would go into the crowd with Antifa. Nick Shirley.
Okay.
So I've been watching him over 9 months to a year. And now the clips that you're going to see today are even, he's great. He's wonderful.
You didn't supply any Nick Shirley clips.
I do believe I did.
You did not.
Today?
I have one that, correct. I have one that has him in there, but you did
Oh,
not.
okay. Oh, well, we've got him. I've got some.
It's fucking, it's next level. It's next level. My last week, the weekend, they do a viewer question. The viewer asked, hey, so where do you guys get your information about Islam? Because she has said horrifying things about Islam. And she said the World Wide Web. That was her answer. So it's awesome.
All right. Let's play. This is the first clip you sent me. Are you ready?
Are you ready? Ready, Sunday?
Dad, are you ready?
I'm so ready.
So a friend told me I should back off the Somali community in America, said I was going too hard. Well, I've got news for him. In this video, I'm not backing off, I'm doubling down. Let's start with some facts. 86% of Somali immigrants are on some form of government assistance after 10 years in this country. After 10 years in America.
This guy looks like the Charmander to what's the worm guy's name again? I'm tired. My brain's not working.
It's I prefer to say he
Kennedy
is.
Jr.
He is the kind of guy who, when he walks in a room, women cover their drinks. Do you like his medal? Do you like his medal? Like he's got a medallion.
Are you talking about his shiny skin? Oh, you're talking about the medal. Oh, I see.
He has like a medal, like it's a. It's not a pendant. It's a fucking medal.
Unlike my hardworking immigrant parents, they didn't come here to build the American dream. They came here to collect the American welfare check. America is supposed to be the land of opportunity, not the land of handouts. At least that's what it used to be before progressive policies. We've transformed our immigration system from a gateway for the best and the brightest to a free-for-all for the grifters and the deadbeats. And that shift in policy created a shift in mindset. Immigrants used to come here with determination, drive, and a dream. Now they come here with empty pockets and open hands, expecting free housing.
No, that's not entirely true. Some of them came as slaves. Sorry, go on.
Yeah.
And a government check. And thanks to many politicians, that's exactly what they get. Billions in fraud has been linked to Somali, Minnesota migrants.
It's not billions, by the way. It's insane. Trillions. Yeah.
That's in daycare, in housing, in healthcare, and SNAP benefits. More Somali fraud is coming out of Ohio, Washington, Maine, and Georgia. And while the Somali community is #1 on the grifter list, they're not alone. Immigrants from Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, and many other third world countries don't want to be part of the American project. They want to leech off the American taxpayer. They don't want to integrate. They want to dictate. They don't value our culture. They mock it. And if you dare say hard work still matters, they call you a racist. This didn't just happen. It's by design. Leftist politicians have shredded the immigration system to replace hardworking patriots with dependent voters. They've traded merit for mediocrity. And now the American taxpayer is left holding.
Hey, I love this because you can always just ask like, hey, so which of you has slowly found like your coworkers, systematically replaced with Somalians? Like, no.
Doug Stanhope has a great bit on illegal immigrants that is offensive in its own way. Don't get me wrong.
And I think you bring it up literally every time this topic comes up.
Because it's my favorite bit. Because he lives in Bisbee and he's like, I watch people who can't speak any English, who are, making their way. They have no shoes. They have no socks. Their clothes are torn. They can barely speak English. Most of them, they can't really do very much. And that guy is stealing your job. Is what you're thinking. That guy, do you think he's taking the jobs of doctors? Like he's taking the jobs of like management? Whose job is he taking? And it's.
Have you seen RFK Jr.?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's slowly turning into a couch.
No, I think he's slowly turning into a worm. The worm is
the worm's taking over.
It's just
everything is so. The thing is, the dad supplied this as evidence of the fraud. And this is, I think, there's two things happening here. And you're going to see like the dad and the son's reaction in a second. This is supposed to be evidence. He believes this is evidence of the Somali fraud. There's nothing in here in any capacity that at best it's someone commenting. You could say, all of you, what he's saying, it's not 85% of Somalis after 10 years. It's bullshit. We know the attrition rates. This is insane. You can look it up. It's on the president's actual websites and there's just lies. So what's happening here is twofold. One, we're able to see and we're able to be smug as leftists, liberals, anyone but the right wing. Haha, this isn't how I get my info. But this show gets to be a vector for misinformation itself. Because it's his dad, he's not going to say, well, you're a bigoted, racist piece of shit.
Yeah.
Instead, he's going to go, well, if that's what you think, what about Trump? Like he's going to do civility politics because it's his family.
Well, but you can't do that. Like you just, if look, here's the thing. I agree. I guess we should watch it first.
We will. But go for it.
Putting the shark before the horse. Putting the shark before the horse, apparently.
I like that.
I'm going to use that from now on. It'll confuse people. But like, I am personally not somebody who is in favor of using family members and loved ones as political demonstrations on social media, and I really despise people who do that casually. But the solution to that is you don't put them on your channel and you don't publicize them. Not you publicize them and then afterwards you try to play nice. Like you need to kind of pick a lane.
Yep.
And like if you're bringing him on and then you're like trying to wheedle him down and he's able to assert dominance in any capacity, it's like, well, congratulations, your show is now his for the duration of whatever this is that
exactly. It's you are now a vector for the thing you're supposed to be defending against, or at least think
like,
you're defending.
Like if you even want to just talk about, hey, I talked to my dad and he said this horrible thing, it's like, okay. Even then, like I don't really like that. Like I like private people being allowed to keep their privacy to a minimal degree.
Yep.
I believe in the right of people to unfortunately be ignorant assholes in the privacy of their own home when they are in conversations with people which they did not solicit. That being said, like if you're gonna do this, like do it.
Yeah.
Like is he an emblem of how horrible Americans are, or is he a pathetic pet that you're showing off? Like pick one.
Holding the bag and footing the bill.
Okay. That was from a guy named Lee Trink. I'm not sure what the news is in that or what do you want to discuss out of that clip? Why'd you send it?
Sounds like a name that should be against TOS.
Well, the reason she sent that to you is so that you know that there are people out there that believe almost 100% of the Somalis are not here to be our buddies.
100%.
Well, he said 89. I'm rounding up.
I mean,
Okay.
I'm going to be real with you. I think it'd be really weird if somebody came all this way to be my buddy. I'm just saying. I don't think anybody's here to be my buddy. I think people were born here and people came over here to work. And they all kind of hate each other, actually. Like that's
and just to mention, if you don't know who Lee Trink is one of the entertainment guys, co-founder of FaZe Clan. He's a esports piece of shit.
He's one of all these people who all seem to look like how conservative Christian like broadcasting tend to portray the Antichrist. They all look like that. They're all just like sweaty, shiny, and they do the Kubrick stare into the camera constantly. And it's like, why do you guys like this? They look evil to people who don't believe in evil. Anyways.
And I'm going to tell you one thing. I don't believe any of them give a rat's ass about America. Because all they really are is they're integrated terrorists who Obama and Biden allowed to come into this country, and they're slowly taking over small segments, and they raised what her husband via brother / brother. Yeah.
It's true. I saw it. If you look down the street in some places, you can see the smokestacks and the spiked walls that they put up.
Ilhan Omar and her brother and their
erased all of their accounts and everything that needs to be checked to. They're all gone now, and the Oman, her husband walked off with $30 million, and there are no kids in these deals.
Okay.
All we got is terrorism, Islamic terrorism. Let me be very fucking specific.
Okay.
He's
Islamic ray guns. Sorry.
Yeah. All of what he just spouted is 100% lies with no factual basis. Ilhan Omar, her ex-husband.
No, wait.
Let me finish because it's important. Okay. No, it's all lies. Ilhan Omar didn't marry her brother. He didn't run off with 30 million. It's all bullshit. There's nothing behind it. We have all the documents are public for when Ilhan came to this country, named all of her siblings, named when she got married. There's no evidence at all that this is the case. Ever.
They got you too, huh?
You're joking. But here's the fun part. he is freely spouting this, and it's not challenged, and it's given room.
Somalians are all Islamic terrorists. All of them, 100%.
Yeah, but I
'Cause
can
they're
tell
not
you
G-
why, though.
Because it's his dad.
No, I think there's two things going on here, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you've seen other episodes of this.
I've
and you
watched
know more
a
than me.
bunch of them, so.
Okay, but my general suspicion, especially on YouTube, people have this notion that because people are on YouTube and they might even have a nice professional looking setup. And by the way, the threshold for having a professional looking setup on YouTube is very low. Don't be confused by the fact that mine is very unprofessional looking.
It's true.
People tend to think that, oh, people are talking about this stuff, they must have prepared and they must know what they're talking about. There is a distinct possibility that the moment this conversation was going on, his brain is going, who's he talking about? What is this? Who, where, what?
Chad is more aware than that.
Okay, good. Well, then there you go.
Chad is more aware than that. It's one of the reasons, and if that was the case, and again, I totally would back that if that was, but I can tell you right now, it's not, and that's what makes me so disappointed in this, because
Well, you know what?
He doesn't have a lot of info, but this is one thing he could go, none of that's true. He
But
could
you
just
know what
say,
else, though? And this again speaks to, like, is this even a good idea to begin with? Because
There you go.
something else that might be going on is this guy seems very capable of riling himself up. And I can easily see this guy being frustrated into just having a complete fucking meltdown with nothing and having gotten nowhere.
Oh no, it's happened. What I'll say is my belief about how this came about, and it's not something they've super explicitly said, but he was doing a podcast on stuff and the mom joined, and it kind of became a thing, the necessary conversation, and they made a deal that they wouldn't discuss politics except here, that they would 100% join and they would have political discussions here and then nowhere else. They could get it out of their systems. And that is the reason they've been able to maintain the rest of the family, is they have this valve of release, but they can't say anything too awful in these or else that falls apart. And so I think that's the dynamic at play here.
Okay, but
because like they did an in-person one time, like 2 weeks ago, and the mom was like, I don't like this. I don't like talking like this in person. I don't like talking about politics. Like she made a huge deal of it the whole time.
Like, okay. But
he lives in LA. She lives in Texas.
He can't be doing this then though, because like
I know.
Like the thing that he is not responding too harshly to is this guy basically going onto his platform and then loudly endorsing like hunting down and persecuting people on the basis of race.
Yeah. Goddard, I genuinely do not believe it is that cynical. They're not doing this just for views. I believe, and you can have your own opinion. I've watched enough of these to say that he believes Chad has enough lib in him, and it's a feeling I empathize with, an emotion and drive I empathize with, that we can reach out, or that it's possible to do this, or that he can do something to save his mom. He and his sister and he have said explicitly that maybe they can convince their mom of things. They know their dad's gone, like that kind of stuff. I get.
Here's the thing, like if I may, like if he was doing this for views, if he was that cynical, he could hire a guy.
Yeah.
He could hire a guy to play his dad or play an uncle or a brother or something. That's a thing you can do really easily. No one would be able to tell.
These are really his parents. And they have awkward moments where, like, one time he mentioned that he didn't like the fact that his dad beat him. And he's like, I didn't. He's like, you use the belt on me all the time. He's like, you call that beating you? Like, really awkward conversations. Like, really awkward.
Yeah.
And there's a genuineness that I think hurts, and it's either very, very well faked, but I don't believe so. Like Chad also has enough of a background and is like kind of a known quantity if you look him up, that this is kind of a thing that he's talked about before. So yeah.
People from that generation didn't really understand like
anything,
what corporeal punishment like did. Like
No.
there was a general like I was spanked when I was younger. I would never do that to
Same.
a kid. But it's like it was like the way it was sanitized was, this is a thing that you do to discipline your child. It's a thing you have to do. It wasn't treated as like like, oh, you do this in anger or whatever, and so the thought process is, oh, this is benign, and it's like the kid doesn't register the difference.
No, not at all.
And it's like the catch, of course, is like within like that realm of like spanking or whatever. Even then, it's like that admits of a whole range of interpretive ambiguity.
I got to tell you,
it's yeah.
In chat, I adore you. Like you live on the opposite side of the world, and very often it feels like you're on the opposite side of the world. Says, but a belt? That's way extra. No, that's less. That was the less. Was the belt?
It depends. Yeah. That's. I think we were saying that was like the mild one.
Yeah.
And it's like, by the way, like, and this is where it gets weird because it's like, this is one of the major problems with this. You know, besides the whole thing by itself, like, just entertain hypothetically, for God knows what reason, entertain the possibility that okay, there is. Some doctor or whatever wrote a book that said, hey, actually spanking your child will actually help them like learn right from wrong or whatever you want, learn boundaries, whatever, however you want to construe it. Okay. Now that leaves the parents with a tremendous amount of interpretive leeway.
A little bit.
Do you hit them with a belt? What kind of belt? Do you hit them with a light stick so you don't create as much like, you know, a widespread impact as like with a hand or something like that? Do you use a bigger stick? Do you use those light little? You use a curtain rod. Do you use those light little like twisty ones? They're like a little plastic thwack, or do you use those big wooden ones? And it's like,
what's the Family Guy
you
line?
Have Yertle the turtle here make the pick, and you can imagine how bad it gets.
What is it? Family Guy. Peter's talking to Dean Martin, and he goes, "What should I do, Dean Martin?" And he goes, "Well, I'll tell you, Peter. You just put a bunch of oranges in a sack, so that way when you beat him, it doesn't leave any bruises." It's like,
oh my God,
that's how they talked about it in that era. It's a very different world. But here we go.
By the way,
ready?
very quickly, don't fucking hit your kids with anything.
Never. Don't fucking touch your goddamn kids ever. Physical.
You will at best. The best case scenario is they will figure out if they're smart to resent you for life, and you will probably damage them in ways that they will not recover.
Correct. Never touch them. Don't ever do that. Ever.
Kids to be any different, they're teaching their kids to be worse.
Mm-hmm.
So the bottom line is we need to fucking boot them out of here one way or the other.
Yeah.
Either get them on a plane and ship their ass out of here, or
Ready?
just plain ass shoot them.
Oh my God.
So we are under 7 minutes in. He's advocating for straight up genocide.
No, just mass murder.
Mass murder of a race.
Do they have passports, Brooks? Did you ask? I don't think you even thought about that.
This is not, by the way, the final boss of Republicans. This is Midwest Americans.
This is
sorry.
This is the shocker. This is the
This is not that weird to me.
This is like the rotund first level boss that teaches.
Yeah, this is nothing. These are the boring ones. We're a nation of psychopaths. Yes, I know.
And the rest of them look like Brooks, so
because
really
you believe whatever 89% of the Somalian community in Minnesota is committing fraud.
Yeah, I'm saying 100%
Okay.
of the Somalian community is committing fraud. 100 fucking percent.
So
there are no exceptions to the fucking rule.
So your hatred for that community
is 100%.
Oh no, I didn't miss it, Jack. You can tell, by the way, like the people I know who watch this show are my age. They're Chad's age. Like the people who really watch this are people who do it out of catharsis. And that's what I did for a while, where it's like, okay, I'm not alone. In chat, Jack Underwood Painting says, FYI, I didn't miss this episode, but I'm going to describe it for Sunday. Bob has outright said his son should be shot in the streets if he didn't leave LA when the Marines were set to show up if Trump ordered them to murder everyone. This happened. This is a real thing. He said, if you get shot, that's the way it works. You're a fucking communist anyway.
Hey, don't these people think that they need to all have guns so that they can resist a tyrannical government? Where did those guys go?
They like the tyrannical government, it turns out.
Percent.
Right. But is it
they
based?
either die or I die.
Well, they're trying to take
Well, everybody dies.
Yeah.
But your hatred for that community
Not
is
me.
based on the idea that they're all committing fraud against the U.S. taxpayer.
They are committing fraud against the U.S. government and everybody else, Tim Walz and Elon Omar or whatever her fucking name is, they're
Omar.
allowing it to happen. Now the mayor of Minneapolis
Elon Omar and
is
his
even
Islamic takeover of Twitter.
on board with this bullshit. So nobody's investigating them until now. People are
Literally, all of these people were convicted already, and none of this is new. Like, it's all made up. And he does a good job by the end of it to like actually show how this is lies. But again,
yeah,
it's not enough, and it's not all of it. And it is still polite because it's dad.
are starting to look around the corner going, what the fuck are these people here for?
What if I
They're
told
here,
you, Joe?
they're here to create chaos and bring down America. That's the only reason they're fucking here. They're terrorists, they're Islamic, and they've got to go. And you say kill everybody.
I like how they're terrorists, but the thing they did is fraud. And we're just we're just accepting both of these simultaneously.
Don't worry about it. He's going to connect them. He'll connect them.
Okay.
And they've got to go. And you say kill everybody? No, I just say kill the Islams.
What if I told you Joe Biden already did investigate all of this?
He didn't.
In 2022. All right, well, let's play one of my clips. Here's one of my clips now in response to your point. All right.
That would be a lie.
All of the paperwork exists. You can go look at it, and you can see videos and articles from even Fox News at the time talking about this. Like, again, it's an insane thing to say, but he doesn't care.
Who'd you get the clip from?
Not Lee Trink.
Where'd you get it from? CNN?
No, this is a guy named Aaron Parnas.
CNN's pro-Trump right now.
Independent journalist, millions of followers. Here you go.
All right.
Ready?
Let's hear the bullshit.
Part of what makes this episode kind of work, in my opinion, is that we're both open to watching each other's clips. I didn't interrupt yours. I didn't say it was bullshit. We watched Lee Trink.
Well, yeah, you did say it's bullshit.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did. You said
when?
we're
I don't think you said
listening to
anything.
this guy about everything, so you got to believe it. Okay. Well, you're doing the same fucking thing. You're going to play a clip, and I'm supposed to have to believe it.
Just watch it.
Yeah, you can believe it or not.
Don't sit there and tell me you didn't call bullshit on my guy. You did.
I didn't call
He actually
bullshit on
did.
your guy.
He didn't.
He didn't say anything, actually. I think he was basically silent.
He just asked, is that the clip? Is that it? What was this? What was it to you? That's it. So he didn't say any of that.
I did too.
Which is, again, I think my problem with this show, to be very blunt, that he didn't go, well, all of that was lies from a person who has no concept of any of it. So what the fuck?
The problem is that he's doing this show with someone who is very clearly like an advanced senility. Like this isn't even a matter of like this guy being set in his ways. I don't think he has the cognitive capacity to understand what's being put before him. Like we're not even just talking about like this is just how bad people are. It's like this is how bad people are, and then let's take away like executive brain function. Like you can't do that with this guy. Like this isn't like a thing that happens. Like he's done. He's past that part of his life.
Yeah, there's no change in opinions. There's nothing left. There's nothing fucking left. And this is a huge amount of people. Like the curse of our healthcare system is that people live long enough for this to be the case. Thank you, Thank you, RFK Jr. You're going to be helping that. It's only bonus. They're destroying Medicare. Guess who it hurts most? The old people in red states. So it's the way they get what they voted for.
You're sneaky.
Okay. Watch this clip. Mom, if you want to be in this, just be in this. We can hear you cackling in the background.
We don't have enough room.
We don't have another chair in here.
All right.
Let's talk about Minnesota and fraud, because now many on the right are calling for the arrest of Governor Tim Walz over this fraud scheme in Minnesota. But it doesn't actually pass the smell test. Now, to preface this, all fraud is bad, whether in Minnesota or anywhere else. Anyone committing fraud should be arrested, indicted, and prosecuted. And now there's a surge of federal officers heading to Minnesota to investigate fraud allegations. But this is nothing new. In fact, back in 2022, the Biden Department of Justice actually prosecuted a whole host of Minnesota residents for fraud. There was actually a $250 million scheme that was uncovered by the Biden Department of Justice where the federal government accused 47 people of stealing cash meant to help feed needy kids in a COVID fraud scheme. Those people were indicted in 2022. At the same time, since January, Donald Trump has actually pardoned a whole host of folks convicted of fraud. And it wasn't just pardons. They don't have to pay back restitution. For example, Todd and Julie Chrisley, convicted of 12 counts of bank fraud. $17.8 million in restitution, they won't have to pay back. And that's why this all, to me, doesn't really pass the smell test. And it really...
Dad's in the 80-ish, I think.
Just seems like a political hit job on Tim Walz more than anything else. And I'd be saying this if it was the other party doing this too, by the way. If you're going to care about fraud, you got to care about fraud across the board. What's happening in Minnesota, the investigations into potential fraud, it's not a new thing. It's not a Biden cover-up. It happened under Biden, actually. And it's not just happening in Minnesota. People have been indicted for fraud across the country. I remember working on cases like this in South Florida when I was an attorney. And if the Trump administration really cared about fraud, we wouldn't be pardoning those convicted of fraud. It's that simple. Spread the word, follow for more.
You gotta go.
Okay, so he used to be an attorney. What does he do now?
He's a journalist.
Yeah, he doesn't have any credibility whatsoever. What he's doing is he's saying that people have been forgiven for fraud, but not one of them is a Somalian. That's what he's not telling you.
Correct.
He's talking about people who've done other fraud crimes.
Did you just hear his rational response? It's amazing.
For fraud, but not one of them is a Somalian.
The people who've been forgiven for fraud, not one of them is a Somalian. That he thinks is a point.
That's what he's not telling you.
Correct.
He's talking about people who've done other fraud crimes and they've been pardoned, but they're Americans.
Okay, go to the bathroom.
He's not talking about Somalians being rescued.
What's the
from
difference
their
in your mind in fraud?
Huh?
What is the difference in your mind between a Somalian committing fraud and, in quotes, an American committing fraud?
Very simple. Americans are just breaking the law. The Somalians are here to kill us. So no Somalians should be forgiven for anything. They should be locked up and arrested or plain old everyday shot in the head.
But what?
And this is why I think this podcast shouldn't exist anymore. It wasn't like this at first. It's been in and out of this kind of thing, but now the dad is straight up genocide claiming.
I mean,
like,
it is an ingenious reverse psychology ad endorsing the MAID program.
This should not exist anymore. And again, I appreciate when it was like they were going back and forth. The dad was curmudgeonly and said dumb shit, but they were trying. But this is actually actively fucking inciting racial hatred. Yes, Wyco, exactly. It is actively calling for that. And if they have 18,000 views so far, 1,000 comments. These are horrifying.
How long has this been up?
This one has been up. This is 11 hours old. This is today's episode.
Welcome to the...
This is today?
Correct. 12 hours ago. They do them twice a week. We can go back a ways. I've watched almost all of them.
Okay, I'm gonna reverse course a little bit. I didn't realize they did this much.
Yeah, it's twice a week. One that is him and his mom, usually, is this one, the midweek, and it's like they each exchange videos because it's interesting. It's been interesting because it's like, here's what conservatives are seeing in their bubble, and here's what he's seeing in his.
We're sure this isn't staged, right?
I don't believe it's staged.
Okay. Because like
I'm very, very confident
I gotta be real with you. Like my sympathy with the son goes down immediately when I see how much this is taking place. Because this isn't like a surprise. This is like, and why are you continuing to allow this? And like I actually disagree with you a little bit. I think like my issue here isn't so much the pushing. I don't think anyone looks at this and thinks, "Oh yeah, I want to be like the dad." I think even conservatives are probably like, "Ugh, it's kind of rough." The thing, though, is that what you end up left with is, okay, so for seemingly no purpose, we're just parading this guy around while he commits pretty
Yes.
vile hate speech. It's like,
Yep.
it's like, hey Hitler, you wanna come on and have a little chat about this TikTok thing I thought you might find a little convincing? Let's do it twice a week. It'll be okay. We can be chill afterwards. It'll just be like old times. It'll be fine. You wouldn't do that. That's what this guy is. He's just Hitler went mad without power.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Necessary Conversation midweek edition. With me is just my mom. It's just you and me, Mom. Hello.
Here we are.
Truck, and the guy went into a seizure. You have now sent me a clip that you want to play right here that addresses that incident, correct?
Correct. And then I would like to talk about it.
That's what the whole thing is. And then I'm going to play some clips, and we're going to talk about those as well. Okay.
And again, 50,000 views. I don't know if you saw it, but they get very good views.
That's not a lot of views, actually. 50,000. That's not that good.
For a dude like this, it's not bad.
How many subs does this channel have?
68,000.
68,000. I got 8,000 on my current channel, and I gotta tell you, that's not very good.
Here's 100,000, 90,000, 89,000, 85, 80, 80, 87.
50,000 views. Let me put it into perspective. 50,000 for twice a week. I make on average on the low end 2,000 views per live. So if I do that,
he
5
makes
days a week,
for each one of the lives, because he
10,000,
started doing
right?
lives about a month ago. He does 20,000 views a live.
Okay, so, but like here's the thing though, he's making roughly like 10 times my views. Like that's not great.
And
that's not like it's not bad. That's a living, but like we're not.
No, it's a
like
living.
A million views here.
No, we're not talking like the craziest fucking thing.
He ain't moving up tax brackets with this. He's probably maintaining a basic lower middle class income with this, which is nothing to snort at, but like still, this ain't like.
No,
I don't know. I don't think the benefits outweigh the costs here.
No, again, I think it's genuinely an awful thing to exist for the most part.
What do you think about what he's saying?
And again, at first, I shared it with my brother. I send it to people at first because it's like,
yeah,
they're just doing it for views. I don't think you can flatten it at that point. I think, sure, he's doing this for views. I'm not stupid. He's clearly trying to turn this into something that makes money. He's not. Who has a fucking job?
This is what I would say, if I may. I think the problem is, especially when you're talking about like people who do social media as a job, right? Or as like any kind of vocation. It's not as simple as like, oh, I'm cynically doing this for views. If you want to see someone who cynically does something for views, the sign is they do it on the cheap. So Unsolicited Advice does stuff for views. We know this because he pumps out stuff without understanding it very, very quickly, very clearly using ChatGPT, because you cannot do that fast. That's like it's like a law of physics. You cannot do that fast. When someone is like doing perverse things because they have complex rewards for it, that's not them doing it for views. They may be doing it at some level
Happy New
because
Year!
Of views.
Happy New Year!
Fuck, another one. God damn it.
Welcome to 2026. Happy New Year, everyone. Happy New Year Sunday.
Oh, I was keeping my fingers crossed I wouldn't make it this far, but damn it. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Please, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I did. I mean, it's fucking Happy New Year. That's the way it works.
Oh, I made it more depressing somehow. One less year to go.
Hey, you missed it. I did open my stream with the announcement that last week the Supreme Court, talking about various protesters, decided to stop Trump from actually deploying the National Guard. So Trump announced today that he's pulling it out of multiple cities and not going to be trying Portland, Chicago, and Los Angeles. So Operation Inflation won that. So that's good news.
Yeah, the problem is now you have to advance with people in blow up suits. This is not gonna.
It'll be great.
I still wish that we got that historic Time magazine photo of the clip that people would be shown the footage of in classrooms forever, where the Trump administration, the end of it began when that one rogue National Guard person fired a shot, and you just hear this comical squeaky whine as he misses the body inside, hopefully, but just
just deflates a frog, and the guy's standing there like, what the fuck, dude? Jakar says, and I just to add, because the sister's in a lot of these too, the son is doing what he's doing, and it's like he's making money off of this. And I don't
also bald.
The sister, no. The sister genuinely wants to try to save the mom, and I think he does too. I think this mission is to try to save one parent over the other.
I'll tell you how to save. I'll tell you how to save these parents. Okay, just put aside a bunch of money and just distract them with meaningless bullshit vacations and trips and movie nights, and just make it so that they don't have room in their brain for this stuff, because that's all you can do. Because talking to them about
how Joe Biden did investigate all this and actually brought indictments against people in 2022.
I don't believe him. And what kind of fucking lawyer is he if he gives it up to be a journalist? Work do his goody goods on.
Who's Lee Trink?
On a fucking pad.
Who's Lee Trink?
Someone off Instagram.
Doesn't matter.
Okay,
He's
so
not
your
telling.
guy, the credibility of your guy doesn't matter. But my guy who's a lawyer
right.
and now a
That's
journalist
right.
with
It
millions
doesn't
of
matter
followers.
to you, and your guy's credibility doesn't matter to me.
I
The only
listened
thing that
to your
matters to
guy's
me-
video.
The only thing that matters to me is we're sitting here allowing, under whatever in the hell's going on here, this fraud case, we're allowing these people to come into our country, set up shop, and eventually we're going to pay a bad fucking ticket for that. So people are going to get killed. And I'm hoping 100% of them are Islamic, but that won't be the case. There'll be some whites getting popped too.
Okay, let me take over for you.
It's wild, right?
For a minute.
All right, I gotta
Jesus
run
Christ.
for
Happy
a
New Year.
second. Mom's gonna take over
And
for
then
me.
he'll
Hang
come
on.
back.
I'll be right back.
Jesus
You
Christ,
are
Happy New Year.
13
That's not the response, dude.
Minutes into
Jesus
this, and
Christ,
now you have
Happy
to
New
pee.
Year.
It's dad. See, if it was purely like sensational, he'd push harder. And again, this is an impulse I feel, and I think you would have empathy for too, that you don't go to the place of actual condemnation with certain people in your life because it's not worth it.
I'll be blunt. If my father said stuff like that, it would never be in public in association with me, and I would never allow him to say it on live air. And B, my relationship with him would be over.
Yeah,
you don't countenance some things.
No, you don't.
And my threshold is very high, by the way. I would put up with a lot. Ranting about how non-white people should be popped is like one of those things where it's like, you know what?
Yes,
I don't
he does.
relate to you. I don't relate to you as a human anymore. I think we're done here.
So tell me what you think about mom.
Told him. Yes, he does. Okay, I can take over for a minute.
Holy shit. All right, well, what do you think of that, Mom? Joe Biden brought indictments against people in Minnesota committing fraud in 2022.
He didn't take enough down, or more have come in and infiltrated, because I totally believe 100% that daycare fraud is true.
Okay,
Nick Shirley.
we're gonna get to it.
There's clips all over, Chad, with him knocking on these daycares, and the people won't even talk to him. There's no children in there. And now I've seen clips where, because they've been caught in this fraud thing, they are bussing in little kids. It is
Can you imagine like you're running a daycare, say, and this fucking weirdo shows up at your door. Where are the kids? Like, you're not gonna open that door.
If it is even a daycare, by the way.
just outside.
You won't even, if you didn't know, I'm going to let it roll because it is, you just need to remember the same thing as always. These people are liars And he's lying in every sense. Just every sense.
So sad.
I'm
So
not
now the
saying
little
that there's not fraud going on, but the Nick Shirley shit is fake. Let me play you this clip.
Oh my
You ready?
gosh, no, it's not. Okay,
You
go
ready?
ahead. Yeah.
Here in Minnesota, massive fraud is taking place within the government and the Somali population.
Nick Shirley, by the way, came by and tried to get people from Operation Inflation to deal with him in a violent way. He's terrible, and he's really dumb. He's not very bright at all. Hey, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, beautiful.
Happy New Year.
Dexter's enjoying the fireworks. Awesome. Everyone says hello, Heather.
I appreciate Heather's robe.
Sunday said he appreciates your robe. Pendleton? Yeah, Pendleton. It's a good robe. Enjoy this Sunday.
Here, this building alone, Quality Learning Center, is a daycare, yet they spelled learning wrong. And they said leering. This daycare alone in 2025 has received $1.9 million from the government. And the strange things about these childcare centers is there's no one here right now. It's midday on a weekday. And if you were to try to go inside, it's completely closed and the windows are all blacked out. No one's working. Midday. Children should be in here. And this place is licensed for 99 children.
We about to fact check this. First, if you mess with me, make sure you hit that follow button. Let's get it. What the hell is he talking about? First, the reason why you don't see any kids there on a midday is because they're permanently closed. Which makes me wonder, why didn't you show nobody what it said on that door? And I tried to read it, but you literally blurred it out. Now, the reason why they're closed isn't because of fraud, it's because they're a bad daycare center. I mean, if you was an actual journalist, you would have been able to find all the investigations they had since 2022. Their last investigation was in July. See that all the violations are related to child safety, which is why the facility has been in probation multiple times, which makes me believe that that paper up there is a sanctioning.
They're running a dangerous, fraudulent daycare center.
That's shut down. It's fully shut down, by the way. Because it's
and with all that government interference protecting their scam too.
Just wait. Just wait.
All right.
Paper. I know this because that's one of their violations that they didn't post it up. And if you see the citation, it's about sanctioning and removing licenses, which means that this facility is probably on a conditional license again. And also why they only have 1 star. I would also like to add that it was the Trump administration DHS that actually audited the facility this year. There is no reports that any fraudulent activities were happening. In other words, this man is lying to push a false narrative on Somalis.
Okay. Number one, I happened to see that one where they didn't even spell learning correct.
Yeah.
That place in particular had been given $1 million and point some $1 million.
Okay. But they're
So
closed.
if it really
Did you
is
not
closed,
hear what this guy just said?
if it really is closed, like what he said, why is it still getting money from our government?
So
what?
So because Chad may see this, your mom is stupid and terrible, Chad. Like genuinely. And this is why I think it's dangerous for him to be a vector of disinformation and hate that is inciting hate. The people who know this is stupid know this is stupid. He's doing nothing to debunk this beyond what
he's literally just this is gonna sound like in light of what they've just said, this might sound like bad. He's literally just hurting his parents. There is no purpose to this.
It's getting close to elder abuse. Now, the mom loves it. Now, here's the other half of this. The mom loves it because, and this is, you want to
delusional?
No, this is actually why this is terrifying.
Okay.
She has conservative people who write her to say she did well on the show. She has an entire group on Facebook dedicated to her. She is absolutely building a fan base in the conservative world for what she says and how she says. So's Bob, by the way. She talks about it on the show often, that she has people writing her, that there are people who support her. And that is why it's horrifying. This isn't purely elder abuse, although I think it is, because they're both really stupid, fully fucking dumb motherfuckers and bad people too. But she's actually really enjoying being a qualified celebrity in this space.
Well,
if you don't know what Facebook's like, just talking about chat real quick, if you don't realize that Facebook groups will be back in Bob, you should create a fake Facebook account and join a handful of Trump 2028 fucking Facebook groups. Just search that and just listen to how those people talk to each other. They're all insane, to the point where you go, well, maybe all these people are just FBI agents, because
Facebook is full of people outside of these weird nondescript TPs in some African place somewhere, eating live monkeys. Just hundreds of videos, and people think they're real. Like, people think they're real. It's full of like, oh, here's a picture of a 600-pound person screaming in a courtroom because they can't have a cheeseburger. People think it's real. These people are that dumb. They're not like. We're at like the point where sentience is a very generous term to be throwing around.
Yep.
It's insane.
It's insane. It gets worse.
It's not. That also is the back door. And this dude is just rolling up with a fucking camera and being like, let me in, banging on the doors of these places. These places are child care facilities.
There are no children inside them, Chad. And
because he goes there before they open. I watched so many videos on this.
Wait a minute. Most of these places. So have I. I want to say one more thing.
No, hang on. Most of these places are open from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. He showed up at like noon. Of course, they're not there because they're not fucking open yet.
I know no daycare that opens at 2 in the afternoon. Most daycares open at early in the morning when people go to work.
No. They open when kids are out of school.
They open when people go to work, as she said. This is, again, a fundamental problem with the entirety of this conversation. She's too stupid and without any empathy at all to understand that people go to work in the evenings, especially in poor communities.
Well, it's not just that they go to work in the evenings. Like, what time of year is this at? Because there's 2 months of the year where kids are out of school.
Oh, he did it like 2 days before Christmas, because most of these places are closed, by the way, during holidays.
Okay, yeah, because kids are home. But like, a lot of kids go, even if people were every single person to the man was working, because only men work, of course, in God-fearing America. All of these people were working from morning till afternoon, and they came home. Nobody worked at nights ever. Okay, that's the Lord's time. Kids are still in school. When do you need daycare? You need daycare for when the kids are out of school. Maybe you finish work at 6.
And so you need daycare from
finish school at
2 to 6.
Your kid finishes school at 3, maybe, in a lot of places. So that's 2.5 hours after they get there from
She
the school.
Genuinely is that fucking stupid, and also, again, awful person with no empathy or understanding of others.
Ugh.
And she exists in that way. And just as a note, just because I think it comes up later in case it doesn't. The place had been turned into a restaurant. He went to the back door. If you go around to the front door, it's a fucking restaurant. It hasn't been a place like this for a long time.
It just has the residual signage.
Correct. And that's why they didn't open it.
She has children. Like, she's had children. She knows what school is. She knows how this works.
Yep. She's a piece of shit.
Number 2, if this is all fake, why are there death threats against Nick Shirley now?
Because he sucks.
Because he sucks. wait. If he's lying, why would
if
there
he's
be
lying? What are the people doing? Like wake up.
What do you want to bet?
Don't let Nick Shirley lie.
The death threats were probably lies. Shock.
Oh, absolutely. They're like Brianna Wu's emails. They don't exist.
Yeah.
I'm sure he gets billions of them every week.
Because he's making bullshit.
No, because he's telling the truth.
Okay. Dad, did you see any of that video?
Yeah, I saw it.
What'd you think?
I think it's bullshit.
Okay.
Here's what I think. Anybody who doesn't believe that Islamics, and I'm talking all of them, I don't even give a shit if they're part of Somalia or not, are in this country to bring it down. And we're going to be at war with Islam very, very soon. Yeah.
What do you mean at war with Islam?
And the problem is...
Do you want to hear the world's... I know you watch What If All This, so when I say this, I understand a specific statement. This is the most brain-dead global politics take I've heard in a long goddamn time.
What If All This is looking mighty good right now, actually.
Yeah.
does that mean?
Most of these Somalians, they're fucking terrorists.
Okay, I
you
understand.
Remember Black Hawk Down?
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, that's Somalia.
What do you mean when you say we're going to be at?
Are you aware that one of the guys in Black Hawk Down, they had to change the character's name because he ended up raping a bunch of kids? One of the American heroes. So that's a true story, by the way. Totally raped a bunch of kids. So they had to change his name.
Really?
Yeah.
That's wonderful.
War with Islam. What do you think that is?
Here you go.
I think that's us against Iran, Iraq, and the only Arab countries that are going to be on our side are going to be Saudi Arabia and a few of those.
But they're
famously Christian Saudi Arabia.
Sharia law.
Yeah.
What's that?
They're
The ones that are deep Sharia law.
Yeah.
They're gone.
Okay.
They're going to be
and
dead.
you don't count Saudi Arabia as part of that.
No.
Okay. Here's another
They
clip.
don't have. They have a kingdom.
I
told you. I told you.
But here's the thing, though. Like the correct response to that, Chad, was, "May I ask why? Like, why did he have to insist? No, they have a kingdom."
You chase it down, Chad, but he doesn't, because again, family. He doesn't want to, if he's like his sister, which I think he kind of is, he wants to save his sister. He has said kind of plainly that his dad's a lost goddamn cause. But his mom, he's trying to like show what this is like. And I think he's really trying to do civility politics in an extreme. I do feel that a lot. And I think it's fucking dangerous as shit.
Yeah.
Like
here's something. Here's to be honest with you. To be honest with you, like just as a brief aside.
Wait, just real quick, just to read a statement. Since Sunday is educated on theology, as I remember you to be, might help Sunday to know Bob and Mary belong to that sect of Catholics who still pine for Latin Mass.
I don't have the confidence in their literacy to believe that they can think that.
They do.
Okay. Well, he looks like he's got plenty of Latin Mass already. Here's the thing. Unrelated to the argument here, unrelated to like all of the responsibleness of like putting this stuff online, what have you. My concern would be is that people like Bob have a very bad track record when it comes to not, spontaneously going into a rage and shooting people like Chad.
Yep.
Which is one of those reasons why
he has
when
said,
you have
he
someone
has said,
like
by
this
the
in your
way,
life,
that they should die multiple times.
When you have someone like this in your life, run. That part of your brain that makes you stay around for pity, turn that off.
Yep.
Go away.
And the mom is as bad. She's not as negative about it. She believes the same things. She's just as awful.
She will be screaming in the kitchen when it happens, and then she'll be saying he's a good man. It's not his fault in court.
Chad pushed him, and Chad pushed him, and Chad pushed him. That's what she will be saying when that happens. 100%. It's horrifying.
Me? Are you ready?
Yeah.
You tell me, is this crazy? Is this...
This is the dad's clip. Genuinely enjoy this horrifying response.
Nuts? Is it funny? Is it fake? Jacob Fry is the mayor of Minneapolis, Minnesota. Of course, Minnesota under the spotlight right now because of massive fraud. Many people have already been convicted. In fact, Nick Shirley, independent journalist, just went out the other day and exposed a bunch of daycares that were empty, that have got millions of dollars of Minnesota and United States taxpayer money. So Jacob Fry thought he would do this video. You got to see this. You got to share it. Make sure you follow.
Maaga Egawa Jacob Fry. Doka Magalada, Minneapolis.
Sorry?
Damaan.
So the mayor put out a statement letting people know, Somali people know, that he supports them, that this is not going to be a thing, that he's behind them, blah, 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 because that's what a mayor should do. And he did it in their language because most of them are English second language. So enjoy the bigotry on display from Shithead 1 and Shithead 2.
Sha'abka Somaliyed. Kayimid Mogadishu. Getaway. Hargeisa. Osaso, Edabo, Kismayo, Wahan Rabah, in An Idin Shego.
I'm sorry.
Minneapolis, Wa Magaladina, Wahad Kamid Tihin, Laf Dabarka. Magaladan Ka Digesa.
He goes on for 2.5 minutes. I'm guessing he's speaking Somalian. I don't know. I don't speak it. But can we talk about, did his mom forget to dress him right today? What's going on with the collar? And why is he speaking a foreign language as the mayor of a city in the United States of America? Why is he doing that? What is he accomplishing? Now, the Somali population in Minneapolis is estimated to be between 4.6 and 8%. Not really sure which number is right, probably somewhere in between. And he thought that he would tell the rest of the residents of Minneapolis, forget you. I'm just going to speak.
It's a huge settlement of there. It's pretty significant.
A foreign language to people who are in our community. Now, you tell me, nuts, fake, trying to be funny? Come on.
Maybe
Okay.
community.
Why'd you send me that clip?
Why?
Yeah.
To show you how backwards some of those people in Minnesota are. That's where 90% of this fraud belongs.
So,
I mean,
because the mayor
hang on.
of Minnesota...
It worked. It worked. Is that guy from Minnesota? The guy who was commenting?
No.
Like, okay,
No, he wasn't.
never mind that. But like,
Yeah. And Chad lives in LA, where it's incredibly common to hear Spanish announcements, everything. Incredibly common.
it's just like I love how like the punchline here is
Foreign
look,
language.
they're not speaking English. It's like, well, no, he's talking to a
was
Somalian
speaking a foreign
subpopulation.
language. You think
Yes.
that's bad, or I don't
I
understand.
think it's horrible.
It's also
horrendous.
literally
Why?
It's literally, just to be clear, if he's speaking to a population in his state of which he is the mayor, it is sort of by definition not a foreign language.
Yeah.
It's a language that's spoken by close to 10% of the population.
Of a major city, his city that he is mayor of, and those are his constituents. Yeah.
I'm almost certain, by the way, that they probably would have put up subtitles for non-Somalian
I'm
listeners.
certain there were subtitles right underneath where he cut it off. I'm certain there were.
Because he's a fucking American in America, in an American city, and he's speaking the language of a population that's less than 6% of his city.
And
Means he's a jackass and he needs to be punted too.
you don't think it means that he's a good mayor, that he's trying to
No, I think he's a
speak the
fucking
language of
asshole.
all the different people that live in his city?
Listen, okay?
It's wild, right?
I agree. There is absolutely no excuse for why he wasn't giving that message in Sioux, okay?
He's a fucking asshole.
What if he would have spoken Spanish? Would that have been okay?
No.
Any language other than English?
Any language other than English in this country is forbidden in my book.
You don't think it's a valuable skill to be able to speak multiple languages?
No.
Why?
In fact, it's a hindrance.
Why?
I personally know Mexicans who can't speak English. They can't get anywhere.
It's like Sherlock Holmes. He has to not know where the planets are and that they orbit the sun in order to, like, perform his ingenious...
I know Mexicans who don't speak English. They're not getting anywhere. But they're also stealing jobs from Americans.
I also
somehow.
like how these Mexicans who don't speak English apparently told him this.
These people can vote. No, Mr. Gogi, you don't understand. Thanks to the nature of the Electoral College, these people have more power. Bob's vote is worth more than Chad's.
No, you're missing the
No,
reason for is
because
really
of
your
land being allowed to vote, Bob has a vote that does more than Chad's vote.
No, because you see, there's something you're missing here, Brooks, which is that these people are also against e-ballots, which means that this man who can barely stand is absolutely not voting.
He voted. Oh yeah, he is. He will go to vote. These people will he will fucking die if he has to. These people are nuts.
Okay, but so if they could speak another language other than Spanish, I assume, that would be beneficial, right?
No, they would have to be able to speak English
Right.
to be
Okay.
beneficial.
So what I'm
We
saying
live
is
in fucking America. We don't live in goddamn Mogadishu.
Mogadishu.
Yeah, Mogadishu.
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 I like who pronounced it
Somalia.
correctly the second time.
But the premise
Black
here,
line terrorists.
the premise here that you're putting out is that speaking multiple languages is bad.
For our country.
In what way?
Because
Oklahoma has mail-in voting, by the way, and very standard absentee ballots with pretty liberal rules. So he probably actually votes absentee and then says that
He's
should.
literally able to vote because of liberal rules,
Yeah.
and that's funny. Okay.
He probably fights it though and hates it, but he will use it anyway.
No, he probably just ignores it in his case, and he just fights it elsewhere. That's
Because you've got to be able to speak the foreign languages of the country you live in, or you don't belong here.
Okay.
The fucking guy's lived here his whole life, and he's trying to fake Somalian.
He's not trying to fake it. Clearly,
Yeah, he
he's
is.
reading that off. I don't think he speaks that language. He's just
Well, it
reading it.
doesn't matter. Goddamn, you got to get it to your thick fucking head.
Uh-huh.
This is not a game that we're playing. This is
I love Jacko's watched. We have people in my audience who are people who've watched this. He's like, Bob has voted mail-in most of his life. He has said only military should have that right, not even disabled people. Goddamn. Goddamn.
This is going to be life and death, buddy. And
All
you're
right, buddy.
you're either an American and a non-communist,
Uh-huh.
or you're not an American and a communist.
How do you
You're going to be one or the
I always wonder in like when I see stuff like this, because like for most conservatives, you got to realize your wives hate you just in the background. They're quiet about it because your culture makes it very, very unpleasant for them if they're not. But they hate you when you're like this. They don't think you're cool. They are disgusted by you, but they're in a horrible, complex network of needs that makes them more incentivized to stay quiet and go along with it. I don't understand what this wife sees when she sees this weird, senile, ranting, half brain dead lump. Just
she sees her father.
barely formed sentences. It's like, how do you not just feel like just full of revulsion?
You've been trained properly. America is very good at this. Very good.
Like all I'm seeing here is Pearl from Blade. Like I don't have the capacity to view this as a person with dignity. Like I just
the
don't.
other.
Okay.
And everybody that comes here from Somalia is both.
An American and
No, they're un-American and communists.
Okay. So what about somebody who lives in Canada?
Well, fine. They come over here and speak English all day long.
What about
you know what? I like this
They
guy.
throw
Never mind. I'm
French out
sold.
the
Fucking
fucking window.
Okay. So all other languages in the world you believe should be abolished.
In our country, yes.
Well, I just don't get why.
Because we are America, and this country, the world is going to turn communistic if we don't stop it here.
Okay. Do you think you should have to be able to speak English?
Yes.
Okay. And are you taking any classes or anything?
For English?
Yeah.
No, I grew up here speaking English.
Okay. Some version of it, but let's move on to this is one more clip you sent, and then I have one more clip as well. Are you ready?
That was a little good.
Yes.
Here we go.
It happened under his watch, and so he's going to fix it? Usually that's not how it works. So the fraud started in 2018. He started as governor in 2018, and $9 billion is gone. It's just gone.
You know what's
It's
weird?
gone.
So this Jesse Waters guy, when I was a kid, like in my mid to late teens, my family was hyper conservative and started watching a ton of Glenn Beck and Fox News. And so I remember seeing this guy when he actually looked as young as he is still trying to surgically pretend that he looks.
I remember
And it's
too.
so weird seeing him now because it looks like
He looks like a slightly silly putty put on top of his old face.
You know when you that's not bad. You know when you like you have like a broken thumb or something like that, and it swells really badly, and then
He
it
has
stops
that,
swelling,
yeah.
and it goes down, but it stays at like the same puffy level for like a week or so before it finally actually heals. His face looks like that thumb.
He has a lot less emotion too. Like a lot less. It's one of the things, again, tons of plastic surgery will do that, but just watch him. He's just can't emote. It's wild.
And so his budget's $66 billion and $9 billion went poof and he didn't notice. That's like more than 10% of your budget. And he had no idea. And this is who Kamala chose to be the second in line for the presidency. She's an idiot. He's an idiot.
And just as an amazing thing here, he's talking about $9 billion in PPP, which isn't the actual amount, but that has nothing to do with the budget of Wisconsin, like of the state at all. Of Minnesota. It has nothing to do with the budget of the state. It's a federal thing. Like it's 10% of your budget disappeared. It didn't. It had nothing to do with his budget. He wasn't overseeing the PPP payments. It's very weird. And
I mean, it's not so weird when you realize that these people have basically just been doing what we do for YouTube with zero education since before YouTube was a thing.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's literally all this is. It's the randos just ranting, just making shit up as they go.
Blaming Trump tells you everything you need to know about the Democratic Party. It's never their fault when people steal our money. It's your fault for finding out. And not only did they steal it and like use it to live like a quiet lifestyle, they bought bling. They bought Porsches. They wired it to like Mogadishu. Maybe it wound up in the terrorist pocket. We don't know. That'll be investigated. One guy spent $150,000.
Mogadishu, just Somalia is just so rich.
Yes.
Such
well,
a rich, ruled by billionaires. Rich terrorists. They're all driving Bugattis.
And then just flew to Amsterdam and disappeared.
Again, 150,000 is not that much money in the rest of the world. Like, it's very strange. This is so weird.
This is so disgusting, and it shows such a lack of respect for the hardworking men and women of this country.
I adore so much of this.
And then just flew to Amsterdam and
one sec.
I spent $150,000 on
Do you know, you're going to learn who this cake is for, by the way, and who's taking video in the next one.
Crypto, and then just flew to Amsterdam and disappeared. This is so disgusting, and it shows such a
You're going to learn who's taking the video, and it's really kind of you're going to get a kick out of it.
Lack of respect for the hardworking men and women of this country who look at their paychecks, half the paycheck's gone anyway, and then the stuff we do give to the government is just gone. So what do we get? We get nothing. We just get debt.
Okay. So this guy's big problem is they're taking taxpayer money and spending it on bling, as he puts it. Would you agree that that's primarily what he's talking about here?
They spend most of it on the Islamic group. It's calls themselves, I don't know what they call themselves, but
they also send it.
They're the creeps that are here from Somalia.
They're sending it back to their country too.
And there's Mom says they're sending it back to their country to the other people.
Terrorist group.
But I'm saying your basic
We're funding terrorism.
The basic complaint here is that they are taking taxpayer money and using it for self-enrichment.
No.
Well, some of them do.
Not very small portion of it.
Okay.
They've filtered billions of dollars. We can only trace 30 million back to Omar Elon's husband / fucking brother.
Yeah.
Are you okay with that? You want to marry your sister?
I don't. Look, if there's fraud,
then you better not go for Sharia law.
okay, if there's fraud happening, I'm 100% behind the idea of investigating it, indicting people, putting them through the legal system.
Today?
Well, my problem is there's a clear double standard in what this guy's saying. He's saying they're taking taxpayer money and buying bling with it. Then you look at Donald Trump, he's literally doing the exact same thing. He is taking taxpayer money and outfitting the White House in gold, building it now a $400 million ballroom.
This is the wrong. Hang on. Pause it.
Yep. I
exactly.
I
hate this angle. This is so dumb.
This is the lib shit, dude. I warned you.
But here's the thing though. Like, sure, that's lib shit, but like, why not ask, hey, Dad, can you tell me when the last terror attack by a Somalian in America was?
Or the world.
or just America. Let's narrow it down, okay? where because Al Shabaab's done attacks that have been construed as terroristic, and definitely by this guy, but not that he's aware of them. But like, name one by a Somalian.
American.
Name one. There weren't any. There were no Somalian nationals who committed acts of terror in the United States. It's not a thing. That's not a thing.
Yep.
There were Muslim ones, sure. No Somalians. Sorry, go on.
What are you talking about? Like your
We're gonna skip because it's the Trump thing. I can't.
So I'm getting a lot of messages.
Let's have her.
You have to watch this. You can't be looking in the corners. You can't be picking shit off your pants.
You shut your mouth and roll your tape.
So I'm getting a lot of messages about all of this alleged fraud that's happening in Minnesota because it's my home state. The first message I got was from a friend of mine asking me if I'd seen that video that wackadoodle Nick Shirley did going to that like quick learning center or whatever it's called. And I'm not saying there's not fraud going on in Minnesota. I'm just saying that some of it seems to be from Nick Shirley. So he goes to this learning center. It's a daycare that has taken millions of dollars. He's knocking, nobody's coming to the door. But it would seem that he's actually at the back door. So here he is at the front door. It's a restaurant called Abdi's Kitchen. That learning center shut down due to multiple violations. None
Oh my
of which I
God,
don't
they're
believe
eating
had to
the
do with
children.
Yeah.
Sorry.
fraud. But he doesn't tell his followers that it's actually a restaurant. So I got a bunch of messages about that. And then I got this comment on Instagram, which is a bad faith question. This guy is MAGA. And there has been a huge MAGA push to think about Somali people as fraudsters. Usually what they're referencing is the Feeding Our Future case. And yes, a lot of Somali people were implicated in that case. But what they conveniently leave out is this woman, Amy Bach. In 2016, she founded the nonprofit Feeding Our Future. And in 2020 is when the fraud began. This was at the beginning of the pandemic. This was during DJT's first term. He completely mishandled the pandemic to the point that he loosened oversight on these kinds of programs, allowing claims to get through unverified. And Feeding Our Future claimed that they were giving thousands of meals to children, and they never did. They pocketed that money to the tune of $240 million. In 2022, during Biden's term, Biden's FBI raided the organization, and the organization shut down. There were 78 suspects, Amy Bach, and all of her employees. In March of 2025, 40 of those people, including Amy Bach, were either found guilty or pled guilty. Merrick Garland called it the largest pandemic relief fraud scheme that there ever was. And Biden's administration shut it down. So most of the 78 people who were indicted and the 40 people who were found or pled guilty were Somali, but they were also Bach's employees. She was described as an authoritarian who silenced dissent within her ranks, discouraged scrutiny from state regulators, and cut off people who refused to comply with fudging the numbers. She is the person who created all of this. And now this has become a huge right-wing talking point because of racism and xenophobia. But no one ever mentions her, the person who created it. Now, there's a ton more to the story, but I know that this guy asked me to cover this, to prove that Somali people are bad, because that's what this admin wants you to think. The reality is every community has bad actors. That is not an indication of a community as a whole. Unless maybe we're talking about some white women like Amy Bach, who actually was only caught because of Somali whistleblowers. They were the ones who dissented, the ones that Bach iced out. Anyway, too long didn't read. There are bad actors everywhere, but in this case, it was a white woman.
All right, Dad, what do you think about that? Amy Bach, a white woman behind most of this Somali fraud.
Yeah, I wonder how much they paid her.
It has nothing to do with
How much who paid her?
The Somalis.
What?
Paid who?
Bach.
Amy Bach, at least per the reporting we have there, was the mastermind of all of this fraud.
Of course she was.
So
she got paid under the table to take the hit.
You wanted to do that.
Paid under the table to take the hit by who? She was the CEO of that company. How is... Hello?
Yeah,
Amazing. Are you sighing now?
I answered your question.
But your answer's insane.
Oh, Chodole actually has what would be a better response from Bob. Well, so I guess the Somalis are fucking snitches too. I love you, Chode.
not paid to take the
By
hit.
the
She
way,
was the
though,
person who
those poor confused people working at that restaurant.
Oh, can you imagine? Oof.
Everybody, they shut them down because they knew that they were dirty. That's why Biden
No.
shut them down.
Yeah,
He knew
Amy
they were
Boxing,
dirty.
feeding our
They've been
futures. Yes,
stealing money forever, and that Bach woman is part of the scheme.
she created the scheme.
Yeah, and she's part of the scheme. Who
Yeah.
knows if she created it or not? She could have 25 Somalian buddies over there who created it, and all she did is front run it.
She's the fall
Mom,
guy.
get on the camera if you're going to speak.
Well, Mom keeps talking to me and standing over me.
Yeah. All right. Well, no minds were changed. You completely dismiss every clip I showed you, right? I assume.
Yes.
I
All
thought
right.
you wanted to say this to chat.
What?
I thought you wanted to say that.
All right, here's what I wanted to
He
tell
wants
you.
to end with
Here's his prepared statement.
Oh God. Okay.
this, and then I'll end with something I want to say.
As soon as he finishes, I'm gonna switch to something else, and you can leave if you want. But this is
okay.
But don't we get questions?
No.
What do you mean?
Okay, here you go.
All right.
Libtarded. That's what you are. You're libtarded. When you fight for a cause you don't understand, using facts you don't check, defending values you don't actually believe in, until someone disagrees and suddenly they're racist, phobic, and Nazis. Well, you know what? If I gotta be one of those, I'll be all of those.
Okay.
And when
I mean,
it comes to Somalians, I'm
Yeah.
very racist.
All right.
I hate all Somalians.
The first part of your little description there fits you exactly.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does. Can you read it again?
You're the retard.
Can you read it again?
I did.
No, just read it one more time.
once. I read it once. If you
Yeah.
can't understand it, you
I can
made my
understand
point.
it. I just want to make sure we get it verbatim what it said.
You got it verbatim.
You're
All right.
I just
Mom,
said
can
it.
you read it? Can you read
You're
that?
libtarded.
All right. Never mind. Jesus Christ. Mom, what do you want to say?
Okay. He's got to get up so I can talk.
All right. Well, thank you, Dad, for doing this. It was interesting. I'll say that much.
I love you. Bye.
I love you.
Suction cups.
You too. Be careful.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not sure Wednesdays with Dad are going to work, but I don't know. He held his
There
own
he
pretty
goes.
good with you.
He's off. There he goes. Bye.
I don't think the fraud has anything to do with racism, like what that lady said, or anything like that. But anyway.
Well, do you believe
here's
that
what I
that
want-
woman, Amy Bach, was kind of the founder of this whole thing, this scheme?
I don't think she was the founder, but she did go down. I did read about her.
You're a racist
So
bitch.
you
But
don't
now
believe
That's how that
it's
works.
that
involved-
reporting then?
It's involved that whole community of people now. In Minnesota, in Iowa, there's a lot of fraud going on in California. But I think the stuff in Minnesota right now is limelight, and it was brought to light by Nick Shirley. I
But
think
like when you're talking about fraud and all this, it blows my mind that you don't realize Donald Trump is one of the biggest fraudsters this country maybe has ever seen.
not with taking money from us and the taxpayers, and not with taking
doing
money
it
and
now.
sending it to ISIS or sending it to terrorist groups across
Listen,
the sea.
right now, Donald Trump is using your money to put gold in the White House. How is that not? Huh?
That's not hurting anyone. That's not giving money to terrorism. That's not
Literally
hurting
taking
anyone or
money
giving
out of
money
He
away.
is taking, at the
Okay.
very least, millions of dollars of taxpayer money and putting up new pictures of presidents with little plaques under their names that insult them, essentially. He's putting gold trim everywhere. He's building now a $400 million ballroom, supposedly. I think he's just pocketing all that money.
But that's
He's
with
launched
private
crypto scheme
investors.
after crypto scheme.
That's
He's
not
made
taxpayer money. That was not taxpayer
What?
money. That was
Yeah,
private
sure.
investors. Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
He
Tonight-
has made
Uh-huh.
over $1 billion on crypto schemes. He's been found guilty in the past of fraud. Trump University. That literally was
can't-
just taking people's money for nothing.
Again, does he give it to terrorism and terrorists that want to kill us and take us down? No. Okay. We want to wish all our viewers good health, love, and everything that brings you happiness into the year going forward. Chad, did you know what the new year is going to be called? The year of 2026?
No.
And there you go. Off to the sanitization of this horrifying, awful woman and her husband and their viewpoints.
This guy just needs to stop. This is garbage.
It is.
I don't understand what the goal is here. It's like,
well, they've claimed the goal is to try to save the mom.
But you can't save the mom.
You can't save the mom. And the doing so and the attempt of it is genuinely spreading hate, misinfo, anger, fascism in every single way. And what he's doing by having this conversation, he's modeling the single worst way to talk to these people that exist.
I'm even willing to like give him the benefit of the doubt. Like, is this spreading anything, or is this just is this giving like the same people who have done the exact same thing some new person to vent it on? Sure, why not? But like, all I'm seeing is like two doddering simpletons who are basically just the target audience of Fox News, just being exposed as doddering simpletons, and I don't see the point, because it's not exposing them to anybody who would care, because nobody would care, because there are smarter conservatives out there who would be embarrassed by that, and you know what they're gonna do is just ignore it, because they're not like that. They are like that actually, but they've got layers. They've got layers that let it look a little bit prettier inside their imaginations, so they're not gonna care. It's
After their pardons, at least a dozen individuals pardoned for their January 6th involvement have since been rearrested on serious and unrelated crimes, including child exploitation, violent assault, weapons offenses, fraud, and more. Mom, you have called the January 6th insurrectionists heroes and patriots. You believe they should all have been pardoned. Do you think this guy's pardon was correct? Is he a hero?
He should have been pardoned for January 6th, but if he's doing the child, what did you call it?
He's a child molester.
It's not what I called it. It's what the law called it.
They should have pardoned him for January 6th, and he goes straight back into jail for life.
But if he would have been in jail, none of this would have happened.
But did all of the child trafficking stuff and all that do before
that's
January
never happened
6th?
with illegal aliens.
No.
Where
every episode is this. It's fucking wild, man.
Oh my god.
Are you taking off, or do you want to watch?
I'll give it 5 more minutes.
No, here's other trash. You want to watch other trash?
For a little bit. I gotta sleep soon.
This is Maxonomics. You ever watch Maxonomics?
No, what's Maxonomics?
This is this guy.
This is gonna be other trash. Okay, it's gonna be bad. All right, let's see it.
Oh, it's really bad. But it's bad in a way that's like,
oh, hi, Mark.
Not far off. Not far off. Not far off.
This was the first viral video, a live stream of a coffee pot. Students at Cambridge got tired of walking up 2 flights of stairs for coffee only to find the pot was empty. They built a webcam, hooked it up to the internet so they could see when it was full, and by 1995, millions of people around the world had watched the pot fill up and then empty, showing it to friends and family to describe the internet, creating hype that kicked off the bubble everyone is worried we're repeating today, the dot-com bubble.
Enjoying that?
I'm sorry. What?
Yeah, so he's claimed, like, this is I think let's see if my comment is still here. You're stunningly ignorant, and the entire narrative you paint is simply absurd and foolish. Thanks for making this, though, as it gives me good content to mock and make my point about unearned confidence. It's genuinely one of the worst videos I've ever watched. And I only got like 2 minutes in.
Okay. Okay.
So some misunderstandings of claims here. It's not
Yeah.
the first viral video, unless you
Uh-huh.
talk about, because it's a webcam. So first off, not the same thing.
I'm in the dark about that one, so good to know.
Secondly, it wasn't really viral in the sense that like everyone, like what viral means. People checked it because it was one of the many websites you could go to in the mid 90s as a thing and go, oh, I saw the coffee pot. But in 1995, we got to the point where 16 million Americans were already steadily online. And in just a few years, it'd be 100 million. Like he's absolutely like confused to talk about how almost no one was online. I grew up in this period. This is my bread and butter of like life experience. And it's like,
so if I may,
genuinely, he's out of his mind.
So, listen, I'm tired, so go easy on me. And this is not my wheelhouse.
You're good.
At all.
No, I'm happy to explain this.
Like,
This is fine.
No, but like, well, I'm asking you to explain him. So is he suggesting that a bunch of people went online to watch this coffee pot, which caused overestimations of the value of what, the internet?
Yeah.
Okay. That's pretty dumb.
Enjoy.
With each day that passes, more and more people want to know, is AI a bubble? Do I need
Yes.
to take AI seriously, or
By the way, it is a bubble. Everything he's about to say is wrong, just to be very upfront. AI is a bubble by definition in every single way.
can I ignore it in peace? Because deep down, everybody knows that all bubbles have one thing in common.
They're
One
like the
critical-
thing with AI too is it's not even like subtle. It's like they are literally just, even the name AI. You have people writing articles talking about how, look guys, we've got artificial intelligence now. What do we now do now that we have supercomputers that are able to think for us? And it's like we don't have AI. There's no AI. That's a marketing ploy. There is no AI. We have not achieved AI. That doesn't mean anything. The fact that people are like, oh, like you have Sam fucking Altman going to talks on the daily, it looks like, judging by my Google recommendations, and he's just going like, oh yeah, we're gonna replace all workers with what? With
Wait.
Chatbots?
Are you saying that like AI is backed by a lie that the majority of people believe, and that might be a reason it's a bubble?
I think the
Well,
only
no.
question is whether or not
I'm hinting.
Yeah.
I'm hinting.
Because deep down,
Really?
everybody knows that all bubbles have one thing in common, one critical ingredient, a lie
Soap.
that the majority of people believe.
Sorry. This is where I just went, the fuck is wrong with you? Like you shouldn't be allowed to talk about these things if you say shit like that. Like you just shouldn't have a lie the majority of people believe. What the fuck was the lie the majority of people believed that caused the 2008 bubble?
I was about to say that one. It's like a lot of these things people don't even know about. A lot of these things are like, they're perfectly normal, but they rest on passing the buck until eventually it can't be passed anymore. And there's no lie there. It's just like there's a systemic process that cannot go on interminably. And so the people at the early part of it, they can benefit, and then people at the tail end, they're kind of fucked.
And it's kind of coincidental that you're here, because I stopped watching about a minute and a half into this because I went, this is Philosophy Tube's format.
Boy, she's aged terribly.
Yeah. And it's not, oh, Mark. This is more, this is a different B movie guy. Beverly Hills Ninja. Not Beverly Hills Ninja. God damn it. What was it?
Are you thinking of the guy who has like the sex scenes, but he has like
the
pads
long
between
hair?
him and
God
the-
damn it.
Shit.
Now I got to find it. It's the,
you're talking about the Ninja Cop guy.
yeah, it's
From like Red Letter Media.
Yes.
I think it's just Ninja. It's no, it's not Ninja Cop. It's Samurai Cop.
Samurai Cop. It's a Samurai Cop. Thank you.
Oh my god, he looks exactly like him. He was actually on Red Letter Media, I think.
He was, and it was funny as shit.
He was actually a pretty cool guy. I hope he was not a pedophile.
I don't think he turned out to be that. No.
Whew, nice.
But Red Letter has a bad history. They ruin people. But just real quick, just because for those who don't know it,
Now, I'm telling these son of a bitches that we
he looks exactly like him. That's fucking great.
respect the Japanese of this country who are honest businessmen. And yeah, this is the land of opportunity for legitimate business, not for death merchants.
Oh shit. I love it.
I mean, I like how he looks nothing like him, but he also looks everything like him.
Yeah.
Like it's like the essence is there.
There are 3 things we're told about AI that could be lies. AI will keep getting better.
I mean,
We need more data centers.
That's actually not true.
It won't keep getting
A
better.
lot of
We've actually reached a point of diminishing returns at a significant level with it.
people
We do need more data centers.
are using it a lot.
And that's also not true. We know that the numbers have been completely falsified. So there's 2 lies that everyone believes. So he's well done.
We want to know.
I would
if one of those-
look. I know why you're saying no, but I would presume probably erroneous.
AI can't get better for what it is. We actually have reached a diminishing point.
It can't. Okay, it can't get better. The use of the technology can be refined, right? Like there's ways to use it.
I'd be very hesitant to say that's the case.
Okay.
I think generally people will end up using it better, but it doesn't.
I have no idea what I'm talking about when it comes to that. So I'm just
that's fine.
defer.
It's fine. It won't get significantly better, like in a way that like. Do you remember a few years ago where
the way, like for example, though, like I'm not. You're up way more up on this than I am. Obviously, that's just saying that is stupid. But like the way ChatGPT is just crashing and burning, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's not an inevitability. That's the result of human decisions resulting in a shitty product.
No, there's an inevitability that actually from here AI is probably going to get worse. So we have this fantasy of what it's being trained on. I covered this in my video, and it's one of the things a lot of people gloss over and they don't realize. When you take all books, all printed material that has ever existed, okay?
Yeah.
And we've scanned most of it. It's kind of amazing. But we take all of that and then we ingest all of that. People think, oh, look, we're just going to add more books. And it's like, no, ChatGPT 3.5 already had all the books, all printed material that was ever. The only stuff that's been added since is not new books. It's the internet,
which is generated from ChatGPT.
There you go. So it's called shit eating. It's actually called shit eating. That's the term in the like people use in the industry and as a slang term because it's eating its own shit.
Yeah.
And this is how you get to what's happened with ChatGPT. And Claude has done a very good job of keeping its clean. But again, there is a finite amount because there's more content made in like an hour on the internet and data in an hour than was ever made. Just real quick, prior to 2010, all that existed on the internet is made in every hour right now.
Yeah, but I think though, like I think the mistake is in allowing people to just like compose stuff based off of that. I think the value of it fundamentally really comes from being able to like very, very efficiently search for highly detailed like lists of
this is if you want to talk about better. Well, so
Yeah.
there's a couple things. If you want to talk about better, you have a couple problems. We can get into this. This is like my favorite thing to discuss. What you're talking about is the use of RAG systems, which is a database of information that you reference. So like I have 2,800 PDFs of philosophy textbooks. I'm learning right now how to build my own RAG system, which is not easy, by the way. And I'm not very good at this, but it's a thing that is not itself LLM, but LLMs utilize a very particular type of query in order to handle that. But the thing of that combination and how it works, like is only useful to me. And the moment you have that RAG accessible to everyone else, which it has to be, for example, your healthcare. Let's say Canada decided, hey, we're going to add an AI bot to our healthcare system. So that way you can schedule. that means that there is a RAG system. It's the only way that exists on the planet for an LLM to handle real data. That means there's a RAG with your shit in it, right? All your data, all your info and medicine you're taking, what dates. And that RAG, anyone can access your data with a handful of prompts.
Yeah.
Because that RAG is accessible, period. Because it's a set of vectors. It's not actually the info. So you have this really weird thing of like, as we get deeper into what LLMs can do, and I'm not anti-LLM, you've heard me talk about it. I think there's interesting tools. If we want to talk about better, better at this point means that we're going to get to a hyper efficient state. There's an image set was just released yesterday. SOTA, it's a SOTA image model that runs on CPUs with minor amounts of memory. Now, granted, it takes forever to generate, but the images are pretty fucking good. And that thing that can be done on shit hardware, that's where we're going to start heading, because that's what always happens with tech. We go to the extreme end, we find the diminishing returns, and then it becomes efficient to where we're going to have it on really tiny devices that can do some minor things. But at any point, it's not going to do what AI claims to be doing at any point. And there's no point where it's going to become reliable, because it can't. It can't ever be reliable. It's probability based fundamentally. And all the ways we know to make it more reliable, reveal your data publicly. I did a stream on this where this guy showed how his daughter, who's 8, asked a handful of questions. He told her how to do it, and she asked questions to the system and got secure medical information from someone that wasn't her. So, yeah, it's really, it actually terrifying.
Well, that's not good. Yeah.
He said the way he put it, he's at DEF CON every year. He's like, I love giving talks, but usually I really like showing how clever I am and how much hard work it is and how you have to know a lot to do what I'm doing, because it's really cool to show that off. He said, this is the first time I've ever showed people something that anyone can do. My daughter did it, and it actually scares me. And I'm like, oh, great. A guy who's given talks at DEF CON talking about a thing being the end of the world is always great.
Oh, I mean, well, like,
so the short version, and we can just go, because this thesis, he doesn't actually, I can't imagine he's going to talk about these things. It's the next 30 seconds I want to get to, because it's an insane view of the internet that shows someone who, like, all I could think in my head is he read a book about how Thomas Jefferson
Sunday when it comes to technology. Okay.
No, he read a book. This guy read a book that was like, Thomas Jefferson really liked grids. Like that's all I could think, is he read a book that's something like that.
Hey, I saw that video.
I know.
Is a lie. We have to understand what the lie of the .com bubble was. Have you ever heard of dark fiber? This video is sponsored people bank about to move .com. More on them later. The internet would be how we did everything. Talk to people, bank, shop, date, watch movies. This was the promise of the .com bubble. The real world was about to move into the virtual world. Everyone believed it, even though almost no one was on the internet. If you were, it was painfully slow, having to wait.
Again, 100 million people in 2000 in America alone were online. So
impossible. Nobody was alive then.
Yeah, no one was even alive then.
And wait. And wait. For one of just a few thousand websites to load, because hardly anyone
isn't dark fiber just isn't dark fiber just excess cable?
Dude,
it's just unused. It's just like not used cable. It's
unused. Yeah, I mean, you're a Canadian, so you have a shit ton of it too, but it has nothing to do with the unused cable. I actually don't know what his point is going to be on that, because it doesn't make any sense to me at all.
Okay.
Like I can't connect it.
Web developer wasn't a thing in the 90s. Even if something was.
It was, I did it. I mean, granted, I was in high school and then I did it. It totally was a thing.
Built. That thing didn't have a way to get paid by customers. We were still shipping people the internet in the mail. You get this in the mail. Put it in your computer, plug your computer into a phone outlet, and then you could connect to the internet.
That's not shipping people the internet in the mail. That's sending people
that's unbelievable.
That's on a disk that you download to your computer that then allows you to use the internet. That's not the internet in the mail.
No, and again, a lot of us had used groups, BBSs, and a lot of ways to connect where you literally could just dial. I would play in Command and Conquer direct connection to a friend over my 24/4 modem. So like fucking wild.
Back and forth over.
It's the internet. It's Tim and Eric.
Like this is unlocking core memories of like somehow the phone and the
It's the internet. Tim and Eric. Oh, come on.
Put Eric Wareheim here. Whatever you want. And then anything for the password? That's right. Make sure he's got some numbers in it. Put my daughter's name, Susan69.
Hi, friends. I'm Tim Heidecker here with my good friend, Eric Wareheim, here to tell you about an exciting new product from Cinco Technology.
That's right, Tim. It's called the Internet, and it's a fresh new way to check out sites, buy clothing, and surf music. And it's all located on this tiny CD-ROM.
You bet, Eric. You know, my favorite thing about the Internet is that it's 100% secure.
Wait a second, Tim. What about all my e-worms and my email viruses?
Well, Eric, you can kiss your e-virus problems goodbye because the... Just let go of it. Because the entire internet is located on this CD-ROM.
He did it unironically. I don't want satire to be this real. Have you ever seen that before, Sunday? I don't.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Were telephone wires that were absolutely not built for it. Not built
That's
for
true.
video of a coffee pot to be sent from England to the U.S. These copper telephone wires could carry 100,000 times less information than this cable. Made of very long, thin strands of glass, fiber optic cable could carry more information thousands of miles.
That's
compared
true.
to copper's 5. This copper wire was the bottleneck at the beginning of the internet. And this fiber optic cable was the actual bubble of the .com bubble. It wasn't
I do not understand how he's going there.
the software.
I do not understand this connection at all.
Hang on. I'm sorry. Hang on a sec. No, the .com bubble had to do with there being an expectation of just constant, unfettered, unidirectional growth. It didn't have to do with the wires. The wire producers got fucked when they got better wires. That's not the .com
The bubble
though.
the bubble happened because of a combination of people point at pets.com. I've actually used this example the last few days. Pets.com is a really amazing specific case study of what is not a bubble and what is. Pets.com was valued at like $1 billion, and everyone's like, that's a bubble. And it's like, yes, but why? Because if the answer you're going to say is having a website where people buy dog chews, and I'm like, yeah, but Chewy is like a $50 billion company right now.
Yeah.
Like that's huge. So clearly it's the right idea, the right medium, the right setup. It was improperly done. Like they didn't know how to do scale. They weren't, what did I say? Delivery services weren't mature. Top to bottom, the way that like logistics happened didn't function the same in the late 90s as it did in the 2010s, which allowed the actual boom of these things. Like there's a bunch of stuff that like just wasn't ready, but pets.com was not bad. Broadcast.com is a better example. This is how Mark Cuban scammed his way to being very rich. He sold broadcast.com for like infinite money. Insane amounts of cash as the future of television. And it had nothing. It was literally nothing.
Yeah.
And that's how you get a bubble.
Yeah.
But this is, I don't understand how he's going to connect this back to. It's really embarrassing.
It wasn't the websites. This cable was the foundation for the lie everyone believed. Eerily similar to what's happening with data
fuck are you
centers
talking
today,
about?
except in one critical way, which I'll explain in detail here in just a minute. Companies in the 90s started laying as much fiber optic cable as they could get their hands on. Much, much more than we could possibly use. The U.S. data network is a series of cables
Okay,
that
but
form a mesh
hang on. But there's a reason for that though. Because guess what? If you don't have as much as you can possibly use, it's really fucking expensive to put more in after you've already set it. So you put more in so you have as much capacity as you could possibly need, so you're not paying for labor to do it again. Now,
I also am questioning the very idea of like, when you're laying fiber, it's cheaper to lay more fiber. Like, there's a scale thing. If anyone's ever worked in any semblance of work like this, if you're already digging the trench and you got guys down there, you dig more trench than you need because sending guys back is more expensive than just having them dig for another 20 minutes.
Yeah. Now,
like we don't use that fiber, just means they're ahead of demand, which is good.
but it's like the point here though is like the issue isn't with them laying like the issue is not with dark fiber. It's not called dark fiber because it's sinister. It's dark because it's not lit up. It's dark.
It's dark. It's not light.
Used. Yeah, the issue is not with the dark fiber. That part is cheaper to put in. The issue is with how much of the cable they were putting in and the expectation that they would need that demand would be there for it. Like it's not the dark fiber. It's literally all of the other stuff that used it. I don't know where he's. How would dark fiber have anything to do with this? Like the cost was not the fiber. The cost was the laying it in, like everywhere. Like that would be the same. It would be the same if they put less fiber in. It wouldn't make a significant difference. Because all the expensive part is all the labor and all the stuff that you're going into debt over to set it up. It's not the fiber. It's not they wasted all their money on extra fiber. The fiber is the cheap part. This is why they use it.
In the early 2000s, one of my first like call center jobs, I did tier 3 tech repair for AT&T at Home.
Yeah.
AT&T at Home was what would become Comcast, like what everyone knows as Comcast today. It was the first cable internet. It was a big deal. It would be called AT&T Uverse in some places. Other places it got sold and became Comcast. In Colorado, where I lived, it became Comcast. It used the same cables that cable used. That's why it's called cable internet, which was in the vast majority of homes in America. Vast majority of homes in America had it. And in Canada too, actually. I think we serviced Canada too. Like people had cable in the late 90s. And so that's what became the first, like, I mean, there was DSL. DSL was offered across copper. So again, copper had some capacity for high speed. Not great, but some capacity for high speed. But cable internet was a thing from like 2002, 2001 on, and is still the majority of high speed internet. I'm on optic. Most people aren't. I think it's 50 plus. 55%.
I just moved on to fiber optics in the last 2
life
years,
changing.
'cause we were on copper until then. I was streaming. My first 5 years of streaming was on copper. It was horrible.
On DSL?
I don't fucking know.
That'd be
That's about
DSL.
the extent of my tech knowledge. Okay.
Fair enough. But it's like, this is just such a weird way to talk about it.
Around the country, starting as basic telegraph lines, each cable was
No,
made
I
with
wasn't
one
on a DSL. But it was wrong.
Brooks, you do not use Wi-Fi? I do use Wi-Fi. I just have very, very, very good Wi-Fi.
iron strand. The data required for phone calls to work forced every telegraph line to upgrade to 2 copper strands. By 1995, the 2 major cross-country cables running from New York to LA had been swapped out for fiber optic cable, with branches running to regional hubs. That was more than enough for what we were doing at the time. What was used mainly went to phone calls. A tiny, tiny sliver went to the people browsing the early internet and the few thousand websites it had. But as the Cambridge Coffee Pot made the rounds, as the hype began to build, people looked back at what happened when the network went from telegraph messages to phone and said, fiber optic cable, more of it, right now. This
is very strange
But
narrative.
you know what it does? But it's punchy. It's like the Big Short documentary, and it makes it all seem really, really simple and easy, but also exciting because there's colorful images that now, it was actually this one thing that was the monkey in the wrench, and that's what caused. It's like, well, no, it's actually really boring. a bunch of people got overestimated how much stuff they would need to lay down. They went into debt for it, and it didn't get a return. So now all of a sudden, where's all that debt going to go? Nobody can pay it back because nobody's making money. Boom, that's it.
And just real quick for Goddard, just because he's like, you're not on Wi-Fi? That's Wi-Fi. That's Wi-Fi.
What?
That's my Wi-Fi speed right now. I'm on Wi-Fi.
You're not showing your
I'm on speedtest.net. No, I mean, people know. I've said I live outside of Portland.
Yeah, but don't show your where they can find you physically.
They can't. It's fine. That's through a VPN anyway. Doesn't even matter.
You're not connected to anything, so no one can connect to you.
See? I'm on the internet.
5 years later, 13 new cross-country fiber optic cables had been laid. Companies were announcing their plans in almost overnight, raising billions to lay more fiber optic cable. The route from Houston to LA went from having just 1 to 5. New York to Washington went from 2 to 10. The United States to Europe went from 3 to 12. By 2001, $500 billion had been spent laying
That is not how that cable looks.
all this cable.
No, it is
but
actually.
not one
I've
of
seen it.
those dollars was spent doing the hard part. What was desperately needed, required for the internet to take off in a meaningful way? The last mile, replacing the couple of miles of telephone wire that ran from each and
This is what
thought he was
cable
gonna
did.
say-
This
I
is
thought he
what
was gonna
cable
say-
did. This is literally what cable did. Sorry, this is literally like the point of
Killed that
cable, the
joke
point
like
of...
3 times consecutively. and
Sorry,
everyone forgets.
please go ahead. Go ahead.
No, it's too late now. Go on.
Oh, good. That works for me.
every house to the central office where the fiber cable stopped. How were the millions of homes that were going to be expected to be the backbone of demand for the internet supposed to browse the web at high speed if the cable from their home to the end of the fiber optic cable was still telephone wire? How was Pets.com supposed to get everyone to its website if they were all
I can tell you right now, I can guarantee, and I will make a bold statement here,
Okay.
high-speed internet would not have saved Pets.com. Okay? I know. Some may disagree, but I think having that site load very slightly faster, given it was built for dial-up, probably didn't have anything to do with the failure of it. Look, I'm sorry. It's a hot take. I apologize.
still on dial-up? By 2001, less than 10% of all that fiber optic cable was being used, unlit by information moving through it. The other 90% became known as dark fiber. People noticed. Investors noticed. The internet was not ready. Internet.
Dude, this guy's fucking dumb.
What?
This guy's
No,
fucking dumb.
I'm sorry. The dark fiber wasn't for capacity. The dark fiber was for in case we need more later. That wasn't the investment. The fiber's the cheap part. It was digging up the dirt and putting it in. They put too much of that in when that wasn't in demand. It wasn't how much fiber was in the wires, in the cords or whatever. Like, Jesus H. Christ.
Yeah, it's
That's like saying the 2008 crisis was because they painted the houses too expensive or something. It's like it's not
had nothing to do with any of that shit. He's a jackass, man. This guy's just full of shit in a wonderful way.
I mean, this
has
probably like
500,000 views since the 22nd.
Yeah, but like here's the thing though. Like I think I kind of want to make a video about this, the myth of the innocent view or something like that. YouTube audiences are full of arrogant assholes who just really like having shit shoveled down their throats. And like,
it's your fault. That should be the fucking thumbnail. Is just it's your fault.
Here's the thing: is this guy dumb? Like, and I mean this seriously. Is this guy dumb, or did he do the smart thing for making?
Did he
money?
do the cynical thing?
Did he go? This is the smart thing.
I think he's a bad person.
Oh, sure, but I mean, if you also clock that your viewers are bad people, potato at that point. So you go into ChatGPT, you say, "Hey, make me a punchy script about the .com bubble. Make it about like some easily visualizable thing, and do it in the punchy."
This is about AI. This is about AI.
Oh, it is, isn't it? Okay.
That's why everyone is wrong about the AI bubble.
Boy. So, okay.
So here are the chapters.
No.
This is why I got to watch this. Because this is a bit about the point I went, what the fuck are you talking about? But here, I'm going to read the
data
chapters.
centers. Wait, are the data centers going to be the dark fiber? Is that what he's? Is that
I have a feeling, yes. First, AI will keep getting better is the next chapter.
Okay.
We need more data centers. A lot of people are using it a lot. DeepSeek and Jevons paradox and the forest of AI.
Internet companies were left hanging like everyone else, well aware that unless homes could access the internet easily and quickly, people would never use their product. 100 milliseconds feels like this. 1 second feels like this. An enormous body of research shows 10 seconds and almost everyone will abandon a computer task. Sites routinely pushed past 30 seconds to load in 2001.
To fully load in 2001. He's showing it actively how it worked.
Yeah.
No one navigated away from a site if it took a minute to fully load.
Cool, because you're not talking about like a blank screen. You're talking about you can see the buttons
and
you
they're
can't see
populating.
The cute little images. By the way, I've got pretty good internet. That happens sometimes still. I don't click away. Like that a lot of you guys will go onto websites all the time that will be covered in ads that will slow you down. You will stick around.
YouTube literally stalls out on me all the time.
Fandom websites are doing killer business and you can't even see them. They are so covered in ads. Like you couldn't see if they loaded or not. Maybe they don't.
Maybe the critical reason homes needed to be moved off telephone wire. Are you on the internet again? Get off, I've got to use the phone. Homes overwhelmingly had just one phone line. Connect to the internet and your phone didn't work. Couldn't call anybody, couldn't receive calls, just a busy signal. Anybody that lived through this period.
Except call waiting did get calls through and it was really frustrating. Just saying.
It remembers the family fights this would create. The bubble popped. Dragged down not by web.
It had nothing to do with any of this. If you think this had anything to do with the bubble popping, you fundamentally don't understand economics in any capacity. It's great.
Which is weird because I don't understand economics in any capacity, and I know this. It's like
YouTube channel. You've shit on videos of bro. If you weren't here at the beginning, I said this is New Year's. I'm not doing anything that makes my brain turn on. So you can go watch someone else if you want.
Companies, but the telecom companies who dumped hundreds of billions into fiber optic cable that wasn't being used. These companies didn't just fall a bit. No.
Enron? Did he just link the .com bubble to Enron?
The bubble popped. Dragged down not by web companies, but the telecom companies who dumped hundreds of billions into fiber optic cable that wasn't being used. These companies.
I don't even know. I honestly don't even know.
Right. For a connection here. Hang on.
Something wrong?
Nope. No, keep going.
Enron.
I mean, so the Enron like fraud issue, like, was at the same time as the .com.
It was
thing,
and it had to do with laying fiber.
Yeah,
but it had nothing to do with the .com burst at all.
Well, I mean, it might didn't help it though, did it? There you go. No? Okay. Yeah, I don't think so.
Enron survived it. Enron survived the .com burst, so it probably had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, it's also like though, like it was Enron was a case of fraud. Like it didn't have to do with a bubble. They engaged in fraud.
But again, Enron survived that period.
Yeah.
So it's a yeah, it had nothing to do with the internet. It was an energy scam. That's right, Lucio. Like, I'm trying to think about how to even connect it. It's a utility.
Oh, okay. Hang on. Look. So if I go into Google AI, the AI overview says this. The Enron.com bubble refers to, it doesn't refer to anything, refers to the massive accounting fraud at energy giant Enron, which imploded in 2001, coinciding with and exacerbating, apparently, the burst of the late 1990s tech.com stock market bubble, revealing how Enron hid massive debts using special entities and artificial profits, destroying its stock, bankrupting the company, and leading to the downfall of accounting firm Arthur Andersen. While not a dot-com company itself, Enron's spectacular collapse driven by fraud and a culture of inflated earnings became a symbol of the broader market excesses and lack of integrity during that era, wiping out investor trust and trillions in market value. Literally nothing. Literally nothing. It's just people didn't trust corporations as a result.
Well, and again, the bubble is...
Also, yeah.
The Enron had nothing to do with speculation either. It was a massive accounting scheme. The speculation that drove the bubble, which is why people are comparing it. And I think this is the only way it's comparable to
it also was. It also was literally afterwards. It wasn't actually during. It was like at the conclusion of it. Essentially,
it was after
because the .com was till 19.
It was 99 to 2000, end of 2000.
Enron was 2001,
argue. Right?
Enron was 2001. Okay, so like
well, and again,
the same thing.
The bubble really hit, and
same time.
It peaked in 99. But like Yahoo, which was one of the symbols of the bubble, it hit a market cap of like 2.4 billion, but it had like $70 million in yearly revenue.
Yeah.
So
Enron wasn't an energy scam; it was an energy company, and it was a scam in terms of like hiding its assets and then using the difference to pay massive dividends to its shareholders.
Yeah, and again, the .com spent almost all of the money given to it on non-capex. It was marketing, actually, is what investor money was spent to, like Super Bowl ads. It was a big scandal around that as a thing. That's what Pets.com was, where it just blew through money on these insane ad buys during the Super Bowl and their IPO and all this shit. And in 99, it like went big. And then 2000, it just fucking crushed itself.
I don't know how, I can't clock how old you were back then, just off because my brain.
20, I was 20 in 2000.
Okay, so you were old enough where your parents weren't like hoarding water for the Y2K crisis.
No, I had friends whose family were actually working on it. Like they were actually in the coding and engineers and stuff.
Mine. That was so stupid. Anyways.
Companies didn't just fall a bit. No. They went to zero.
The once mighty Enron Corporation now heading into Chapter 11.
Full bankrupt, $500,000.
This has nothing to do. It's insane.
It's ChatGPT. It's just it threw together a bunch of stuff that happens to be adjacent and made a thesis out of it because it doesn't take into account truth after you ask it to.
Enron's bankruptcy and being liquidated in December of 2001. Pets.com was liquidated in November of 2000. So that's like a year earlier. How the fuck are you going to say the Enron thing did it? You fucking shithead.
Telecom jobs disappeared.
Because here's the thing. Look, when you ask AI, like Google's AI, to tell you about this, it'll just bring it up. Oh, because it doesn't just tell you facts. It also tries to satisfy questions that you ask whose affirmative answers can only be non-factual. So
I think he confused Enron and WorldCom. I think he's that stupid because he opened with WorldCom and he showed him twice and then he switched to Enron. I think he's a moron.
They don't even sound the same though. Like Enron sounds like a power company. WorldCom sounds like a
communications company. Like WorldCom is actually who we should be thinking about. If you're making this point, that's the telecom sector. That's the thing. The global thing is WorldCom. He's thinking it's WorldCom because he's too stupid.
I don't think that's possible.
I do. I think people can be absolutely dumber than I think.
No, because like this isn't about being dumb though. Like I'm just thinking about the mechanics of actually how you would produce this script, and I don't see how you would make that mistake. Like I don't see how you
I do.
I
think you read a book or you see something about WorldCom, and then you start getting into it, and it was this huge fraudulent thing, and at some point your brain crosses wires while you're searching, and suddenly you're talking about Enron. Because he's made one second.
But here's the problem. Here's the problem though. Like I know what you're saying and I get it, but like, and that makes sense. But the problem though is you're talking about a massive fucking channel. massive fucking channel, as a general rule, with rare exceptions, means he isn't writing this. This is being made by somebody else. This is being edited by somebody else. This is absolutely seeing multiple eyes. And it's not even just a matter of him editing it. He's going to put it through some kind of AI to edit it as well. He's going to have somebody. He probably had no hand in the actual construction of this script. It would be my guess, because you could easily pay someone pretty decent wage with the amount of money he's bringing in from that. Very little, by the way, but a pretty decent wage to do all of that work for you. You just read it off, and there you go. Like, a 21-minute script is not crazy long. And I don't see how he could do that. What I could see is if he put in like several different prompts into some software, because he didn't want to pay somebody to do it, and that generated just false information. Because maybe at some point he encountered like something that mentioned this company at that time, contributing possibly to a lack of faith in investors around that time. And then he fudged those two together. Then he asked, hey, ChatGPT or Claude or whatever, make me a script that talks about this.
ChatGPT could fuck this up.
Yep. And it does regularly.
Full bankrupt,
I've been...
500,000 telecom jobs
Just 1
disappeared.
sec.
The stock market followed.
See, that's the telecom jobs disappear. Enron had nothing to do with telecom.
It was also, again, like after all of this, like it's after. This is post.
Well, WorldCom's bankruptcy was after, but the investigation into its accounting irregularities began during this. And WorldCom, again, so it's, again, if you're going to conflate things, it would make sense.
Shedding 50%
Hang on. Wait. Go back. Let me hear that again.
No, they went to zero.
The once mighty Enron Corporation now heading into Chapter 11.
Full bankrupt, 500,000 telecom jobs disappeared. The stock market followed, shedding 50% in 18 months, and the economy went with it.
What year does he think it is?
December 3rd, 2001.
Okay, that's after the dot.
It is.
That's not okay. So what? I have to ask, what year does he think this is? Because like, what is he saying right now? Okay,
I honestly don't know.
This is why I'm like, I don't think he can just be in WorldCom, because this doesn't make sense on any level. Excuse me. Sorry, go on. I'm shouting a lot. I apologize. This is like, it's causing brain damage.
In 99 and 2000, WorldCom, people started to look at their numbers.
Yes.
Because as the internet was collapsing, their numbers were somehow doing better than ever.
Yeah.
And everyone was like, what? Because it made more sense that they'd be losing billions rather than making them. They claimed to be making billions. They didn't. And they're literally, if you're going to be talking about like this thing, this would be, it's a telecom company that like did this.
Yeah.
They're the guys who bought MCI and were doing cable laying on their, like, I'm fascinated by it. He fucked up and did Enron, but even if he's doing WorldCom, it makes no sense. Like, that's also the part that's amazing, but
the stock market followed, shedding 50% in 18 months, and the economy went with it.
One sec, I want to just
disappeared. The stock market followed, shedding 50% in 18 months, and the
see he's showing like right here, end of 2000 is the peak.
Yeah. Yes.
And July of 2001 is here.
Economy.
This is where he just showed Enron collapsing.
Went with it.
His own graph is working against him.
Sounds familiar, right?
Are we going to have an AI bubble?
That's the last question.
Concerns about an AI bubble.
Is the AI bubble popping?
It
Companies
is.
are taking two approaches. Some are building their own data centers.
For AI to be a bubble, there must be a lie. So here are the three things claimed
I
as
have
true
no
that
idea
if they
that
turn out
claim.
to
It's just like it's just the stupidest fucking claim. Dumb fuck.
There wasn't even a lie for the .com bubble. Like that
No,
wasn't.
it was just
that wasn't a
overinflated
lie.
values.
That was people made an error in judgment. There wasn't the lie. Like,
well, it was companies began to, and this is a thing that has ruined the world since, to be frank. and it's even gotten worse. Crypto like set this into a quarter. Companies needed to raise and they only had 18-month runways. And when I say that, it's hilarious because now companies raise with only 3-month runways, which is awful, like awful. But when you can't raise additional funds with 18 months out, you then become not valuable. At the time, they had a different setup. The main way of making money at the time was advertising. And again, all the money, this may sound similar to AI, by the way, when I say this, people would invest and pets.com would spend a fortune in online advertising. To who? Well, other online companies who then would spend a fortune in advertising to who? Other online companies. So you would have this really weird circular economy of funding from investors being used in this particular way. The glut of infrastructure, you could say, had something to do with it, but it was primarily financed by the government and the state. Actually, it was huge tax breaks. There was a big bunch of nightmares, but that thing he's driving at, I do not understand the idea that that's the cause. Like, it's really weird.
To be lies, the bubble is going to pop. But if they don't turn out to be lies, this AI thing might just be getting started.
AI will keep getting better.
You know this word, but you don't just know it, you understand everything about it immediately. How the sun relates to Earth, the 2 planets closer, the 5 planets after, that they circle the sun. You see that, and your brain immediately spawns all the bits of information that are relevant to you knowing the word is third. This is not how AI works. AI just knows the word is third.
AI does not know that the word is third. You fucking weirdo.
It does not know. It does not care to ask. The word is third. It's the...
It cannot do this. This is fundamentally not how AI works in any capacity. That is absolutely not how AI knows anything or works at a technical level.
Well, it doesn't know it. It's not AI. He thinks it's AI.
This is not how this works at all. This is fucking dumb.
Third planet. The third planet of how many? To get AI to know the word is third, we've taken all the text humans have ever created. Every website, book, post, every single word of that text is changed from text to something that looks like this. Then a random chunk of all that text is chosen, a word is removed, and shown to the AI model for it to guess what the missing word is.
This is AI written. This is not how this process works. This is backwards, but it is in that perfect way that it makes surface sense without actually making sense. AI writes in a very particular nonsense way when it's talking about things that are very complex. You know this, we've had this talk, but he's talking about the way that training is done.
Mm-hmm.
And this is not how training is done. This is a fundamental misunderstanding of it in a way that's very wrong in a weird way. Like in a way that you wouldn't get if you actually knew this. It is 100% LLM written. This is trash.
I think parts of, I think what I suspect is happening is he's either done this himself or I suspect he's outsourced it. Whoever wrote the script,
let's find out.
Clearly had an idea of, is there to sit?
God, he's got a team, dude.
Yeah, nobody like. If you could make bank. Okay, making a shitty video on the side. Well, you could do everything else you wanted with all your free time. You said make that. And it's for people who don't care about this anyways. You might be tempted.
I went through the process. I sent you a couple of the tests. I went through the process of making an AI. I can't bring myself to make something like that though. Like
but that's because
I can't make the world worse.
Yeah, but that's because all of that fried egg, like tasting like goo stuff that's inside of your skull, it has stuff going on in there. But if you don't, and you just want to you just want to not work, this is great. So what probably happened is they did several passes, right? Generated a prompt, generated a script, went into the nitty gritty into each one, and asked it to fill in the blanks to make it punchy. And over the course of it.
But real quick, the fill in the blank thing is what makes this interesting because this is the way autoregression works with modern LLMs has been fundamentally unchanged since attention mechanisms All You Need Is Attention. A paper came out in like 2017, 2018. To have this misunderstanding, you have to go back to BERT systems, which you've never heard of.
I have not.
And guess what? He hasn't either. But this is how BERT systems were trained prior to 2018. That's what I meant, is like, it's wrong in a really particularly weird way that it's conflating things that you would not conflate at all. GPT models don't do this. The next token is predicted with GPT based on all previous tokens. It is not fill in the blank. So he's like, think about how fucking weird that particular way of being wrong is, because he's completely right in another way. That's how AI works. I find this fascinating. This is fascinating to me when this happens. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
It's weird.
So I'm reading about that paper now. I'm not going to be able to read this. That's okay.
It is. It chooses some options. It says, I think it's one of these four. This one is my top choice. The correct word is revealed to it. If it got it wrong, the assumptions it used to choose what it did are adjusted. Its guesses are put back, and a new random chunk of text with the word missing is shown to it. It guesses, updates its assumptions over and over and over billions of times. This is why it's called training, like a giant glorified flashcard session. Once it's seen enough flashcards, its assumptions finely tuned, starts to continuously get the answers right. That's when it's released to the public. Just the assumptions, those numbers that tell it how to guess, that's the model. So when we say a new model has been released, it's a file of assumptions that have been refined by an enormous amount of flashcards, the smartest child that has ever existed. And it is in that where you can choose to take a cup half full or a cup half empty view of whether or not AI will keep getting better. Because you were not your smartest as a child. You will not reach peak intelligence until somewhere around 70. First learning language through repetition, hearing it, speaking it. You were forced into math as you went through school. As time goes on, you start to see connections between things that are different but similar, like flashcards and training AI. It might seem incredibly smart. We might call it the smartest child, but that's because we take for granted what a child really knows. A child knows what rain feels like. That water from a cup will spill if you don't drink it slowly.
This is anthropomorphizing this shit in the worst fucking way. It's wild.
When to start running to kick the ball, how much a piece of paper weighs. Every hour they've spent alive, they've spent interacting with the physical world. They don't know what gravity is, but they know what it feels like. If you show them this, just like
the problem with AI is that it can't feel. It doesn't have passion.
It's like, it's still going to beat you at chess, though. Like, it doesn't... Okay.
Yeah, I'm very fascinated by this. This is a really just piss poor understanding of things, but it's a really good way to understand how people misunderstand this, if that makes sense. If that makes sense.
Really know what it feels like and what it tastes like. You can estimate how much it weighs. You felt one before, allowing you to connect what you've...
There is not more data, but training itself also, we've kind of hit like points on, like it's really significant. There's a reason that like Claude, for example, has come out and said that they're doing incremental improvements. The shift industry-wide has moved towards post-training rather than real scale of training. So we've kind of hit an efficiency frontier. The people in this space are talking about this. This is why China and all of its open source models have fundamentally moved towards an efficiency shift rather than just aiming at the thing. Like we have a data wall that we've kind of hit. There's some level where you can say, oh, we undertrained previous things relative to parameters, which I've had this discussion and it's tiring, but it doesn't mean that there's like infinite room to improve beyond that. It actually means that we actually have this efficient frontier already, and everyone kind of, we can mixture of experts. Did that do everything? No, is linear growth. So if we're hitting linear growth, we're tapped the fuck out. We're straight up fucked. Like if it's linear growth at best from now, and that's, as I understand it, the best case scenario I understand from anyone in the space, we're fucked. Like that whole thing's fucked if it's linear growth from here.
Experienced to the data you get just from looking at it. Do you know how much information you get from your eyes? Beamed into your one screen on game day, you see one angle of the game at a time. The standard side angle, sideline angle, from above, crossfield, downfield. Most being shot on the workhorse camera of NFL broadcasts, the Sony HDC. 12 of these that each cost about $80,000 are constantly running to make sure every frame of action is captured, ready to be shown at a moment's notice. But only shown when someone in the control room calls out,
"Stand by camera 2, take camera 2.
The feed clicks over from one camera, which continues to run, to a different one. As this repeats over and over throughout the game, your two eyes are gathering almost the same amount of data as those 12 cameras combined. If you were to hook those 12 cameras and your eyes up to identical hard drives...
They're actually not.
Not at all.
They're actually, strictly speaking, not gathering any data at all, because they're eyes. That's not how eyes work. But whatever.
Oh, this sucks, dude. This sucks.
Both hard drives would fill up at about the same time. That's
if
you see that right in the middle, actually, of that circle there. You see where that guy's pants are with the line? Yeah, that part of your eye is blind. Did you know that?
Yeah, all of it actually. It's very little that you actually see. Well, this is really dumb.
That's how powerful your eyes are, and why
a lot of AI eyes.
Oh my God.
Vast majority of people involved in making AI better see the glass as half full. Text is very useful, but just scratches the surface of actual knowledge. Humans can estimate.
If you don't understand that images and video are not seen, like this is how fucking dumb you have to be. You have to believe that an AI looks at pictures. Like it has an eye. Like that's how fucking computers work.
A virtual eye.
Like not that it's a fucking process. Jesus
Like
Christ.
You know how it's like how the Eye of Sauron in like the first two films is sort of static. It just sits there, and then in the third film it like swivels around. That's how AI.
This is so fucking insane, dude. Training on video and images is a long way to go. Does it? Because you need text at the base of that. Because it's all LLMs at the end of the day. So
like they're doing that already. That's how they're generating video. Like they did that.
It's just like a meaningless comparison. Again, to your point, the eye does not store raw data. That's not how any of it works at all.
It doesn't store anything. The eye has light sensitive cells in it. That's it. That's it. It doesn't, strictly speaking, have any data at all. Like information or whatever is generated by an interaction of things. There's no data in there. You can't reverse engineer an object from the eye. Like it's silly.
iView runs at 100. iView runs at more than 100 hertz. Like that, it varies in people. When I was doing VR, when we were building screens, we had a whole bunch of screens that came in from Acer, who was our partner on the Star VR headset. And we got to use a whole bunch of different screens. It was kind of amazing to watch how some people can't perceive above 70 hertz. Like they really can't. It's imperceptible. Some of us go well beyond 200. That's a thing. So it's
is it even accurate to talk about like vision in terms of hertz? You don't really see in terms of like a
it's one of the only ways we have it's effectively frame rate, but it makes sense to talk about because it's a thing we can test. But we can test.
Yeah, sure, but like it's not like when you think of like the frame rate of like a monitor or something like that. Like you're talking about something where like there are literal like switches that are that's not really
right.
That's not really happening with this, right?
No, but the perceptible difference is the thing that I would be referring to. So if you have a screen that's displaying 60 hertz, how many people notice when you move it to 75? How many notice when you move it to 100? The percentage that notice when you move it to 200 and when you move it to 3 or 4, is there a perceptible difference? And for it's like a 0.5% of people. There is almost all the way, but most people, but it's a perceptible thing. It's not that the eye works at that level. It's whether or not you feel it. This is one of those.
Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough.
And again,
Sorry,
there's a combination here because
the
weird things that the human eye does is it's less about, and this is one of my favorite things that we got to spend time studying. It's less about the clarity of the screen than a combination of that mixed with clarity of motion. So you need like this combination of things. And so foveated rendering, which was the thing when we were early playing with it, was really amazing. But there's a combination of it that they're testing. There's papers you can find on this where the outer spaces. So foveated rendering is where they take everything that's not literally what you're looking at and they down res it. So that way you can have an insane resolution right fucking there that's like super high fidelity, and everything else can be just fucking fairly shit. Can't be total shit. It can be fairly shit. But if you can also make that stuff exceptionally high contrast, then you end up in a place where you're able to like actually perceive things at a full level like you can with normal shit in the real world. And the reason that works, and again, it's a high frame rate thing, the ability for you to perceive shifts in motion. So if a thing moves very lightly, you may not see it, but you will notice it. And noticing and seeing are also not the same thing, which is super cool to play with. Like it's really weird. It's really a weird thing. But
in fact, a lot of time you actually specifically notice things because you're not seeing them. Some motions you only notice in your periphery, for example. Simply because like by focusing on things, well, you've like looked at a page, for example, and your eyes have glazed over, but you've also like been absolutely certain you saw a human form like walk through a doorway out of the corner of your eye and there's nothing. Like anyways, go on.
It's I have a problem. We've had to replace the light bulbs in the house because the landlord had cheaper LEDs.
Is that what happened to your hair?
Haha. The landlord had cheaper LEDs in the ceiling lights. And so I could and if you can, not everyone can, but if you could perceive the flash of that 59 hertz that we have in the States, it makes you slowly fucking insane. It makes you slowly fucking nuts. So we had to replace a bunch of the light bulbs with better LEDs in order to prevent that, because that's another thing, by the way, that exists with incandescents. It's only really cheap LEDs that just go on and off in that, like at that rate. We have dirty power here in South Washington. It sucks. It sucks hard. It sucks hard. Ugh. Sorry, now we're on to interesting things.
Instances predict how a shadow will move, generate an idea of what the other side of a rock might look like, even if we haven't seen it. Let me show you something.
Okay. Oh shit, that's the other side of the rock.
This is an image of the largest gold
lying.
nugget ever discovered. You haven't seen the other side of it, but if you imagine it in your head, what you come up with will be far better than what AI comes up with. Because if I ask it to rotate this gold nugget around its y-axis 360 degrees, as soon as it has to imagine what might be on the other side, utter failure. It's never encountered the other side of this gold nugget because unlike a word, sentence, or even paragraph...
I'm sorry. Does he think that the human brain like intuits the other side of a golden nugget?
Does he not show us the other side of the fucking golden nugget?
I mean, he showed us both sides of that rock. That wasn't a golden nugget, though. It was a rock.
He doesn't show us both sides of this. He flips the image.
Failure. It's never encountered the other side of this gold nugget because unlike a word, sentence, or even paragraph, it is truly unique. But you have played or handled thousands of rocks, enough to know that they don't do this when you turn them over. How would AI know unless it's seen a bunch of rocks?
This is a really weird, shitty AI he used.
Can you go back? Can you go back?
This is a weird, shitty AI he used for this. This makes no sense to me.
Degrees. As soon as it has,
can you go back? Can you go back when?
That's why it did that. It did the thing he asked. Holy fuck, he's this stupid. Oh my god.
Just indulge me.
Dude. Oh, dude. I figured this is stupider.
Because if I ask it to rotate this gold nugget around its y-axis 360.
Go back a little bit more. I want to see him pick up the rock.
If you want to see the back of the nugget, what do you have to type?
180.
Correct.
Well, I mean, if he said like rotate it slowly, that could work.
No, because the AI will flip it completely around. So
I'm sorry.
It,
I didn't even
it
notice
did the
what he
thing.
typed.
It flipped it around its y-axis 360 degrees for him. This might be one of the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen. This might be one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen. That's fucking weird, dude. It's a no scope 360 on AI. Bubbles in common, weird to lump Enrom in the .com bubble. Yeah. 1 second feels like this, 15 seconds, unskippable ad. See, everyone on YouTube talking about it.
What if he rotated it 1080 degrees?
I don't see it.
Maybe that's what he had to do.
He literally did it. So it's 360 and then it flips back.
60 degrees. Yeah. As soon as it has to imagine what might be on the other side, utter failure. It's never encountered.
Because you can see
you were on the other side.
It's absolutely 360 degrees. You can see the shape over here on the right.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
The two bumps with this thing right here.
There's a brilliant blonde joke hidden in this somewhere. This is like
1 second. I'm just slowly going back frame by frame to where it flips. There it is, the two top pits. You see it?
Yeah.
It actually flipped it 360 fucking degrees. I am fucked up that this is the stupidest shit I've ever seen. This is so fucking what the fuck, dude. That's fucking hilarious. Dude, Sunday,
rotate this gold nugget around its y-axis 360 degrees. As soon as it has to imagine what might be on the other side.
He says it too. I can't. It's
and
like,
it is. It's literally. You can see the front right there.
Yeah.
This is cinema. This is art.
60 degrees. As soon as it has to imagine what might.
See, look, the underneath. It's got the cave. You can see this identically right there. That's amazing.
Might be on the other side. Utter failure. It's never encountered the other side of this gold nugget because unlike a word, sentence, or even paragraph, it is truly unique. But you have played.
He thinks he cracked something.
He definitely cracked something.
I mean, he wrote big on his chalkboard bubble. Like that's how much he was certain of this.
Did he? You can maybe just wrote bub.
Or handled thousands of rocks, enough to know that they don't do this when you turn them over. How would AI know unless it's seen a bunch of rocks?
I got to tell you, of all the examples to use, if you haven't used like a Nerf model, like these are things that outside of AI, you can 100% do this. This is a thing that flatly, I would just say AI is infinitely capable of. Of all the things to pick apart, this is what he's choosing. Like,
I don't understand what the point of this is. It's like, and like let's assume he said 180, okay, and it didn't do whatever. I don't know what he expects it to do, but like, it didn't intuit the back end of an object that you only showed the front end. Like we can't do that either. That's not a thing anything can do. Like I don't understand. Am I like completely missing something here? Like what is the point? Like you know what we have to do in order to see the other side of the golden nugget? We have to physically pick it up and flip it over. It's like, the computer which did not get to see the particular rock that you showed it a picture of can't magically intuit the other side of it because it's not the rock, it's a picture you gave it.
Look, I'm actually sorry, everyone. People get mad when I use AI on stream, but I actually want to show like this is really dumb. I actually want to show how dumb this is.
Stream. Don't worry about people who are weird.
If you haven't used
using AI to and lying about the fact that you're doing that is gross. Using AI, period, is
It's fine.
the water usage is being overblown anyway. That's not the main issue. The giant facilities being put into neighborhoods that don't want them. That's not good though. But that's you're not impacting that meaningfully.
All right, 1 second. I'm gonna do a thing. We're gonna do image to 3D. 1 sec. As we'll save it, I guess. Downloads, and we're gonna create a 3D model out of a gold nugget. These are all the fun. This is it's really impressive, by the way. So we're gonna do it. Golden treasure nugget. Its name. Model type. We'll just do standard. It's fine. Doesn't matter. And we'll generate it. I have some free credits.
Tell it to rotate 360 degrees.
I don't have to, by the way. I just click generate. So we wait if we need to. Doop, 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 doop. We wait.
Right, where's the gold nugget?
60%, 65%. Come on. Doop, 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 doop.
I'm bored, Brooks. Make stuff happen.
I'm just sorry. This is how it goes. Here it
Really need
comes.
to cut down more forests to make this go faster.
I know. Here is the golden nugget. Hey, got the back just fine. It kind of looks like, oh, I'm sure. And you just click texture it, and it'll generate a golden texture for you. And this is, by the way, this is the shit that is like crazy, because as soon as this gets made efficient, you're talking about the ability to just generate 3D models from almost anything.
Remember how much money they put into making an unconvincing CGI token?
Yep. Meshy's impressive as shit. These tools are this, but this is like, Meshy's been out for like a year and a half, 2 years, and it's been able to do nuggets. Like the point of like all of this is like seeing what people are actually making with it and how it functions is like, hey, there are full 3D sets of things that people can make inside of this. Here is like a table with food and everything from a photo of a restaurant he went to. It's like, come on. Like, what the fuck are you doing? It's just insane. So we're going to wait for the texture. No, come on. Wait for the texture. Yeah, fuck it. I don't have to. It did the back of it. It doesn't even matter. It did the back of it. And it's like nothing. Of all the things for him to pick, I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird.
Revealing the gap between how smart AI can be and where it is today. Vision, touch, smell, sound are all far more information dense than text. Splitting the question of
That's insane.
Will AI keep getting better?
1 sec.
Clearly we need to, well, here's the problem.
One moment. Hold up.
At Mega Super Chatted $5. Are you familiar with the whole Krungus eye hallucination thing from a few years back, and how something like that happens?
I am actually not. Let me find out about Krungus. I have a 3D model Patreon with over 1,000 subs. Can't wait until AI gets better models so I don't spend all my day in Blender. You're not alone, buddy. Like, and you're not alone in that. There is, and again, it won't be able to do anything great. Not really. It'll just be able to do all the bullshit that, as I said from the beginning, no one got into art to draw shitty furry porn or do the textures for wheels in Grand Theft Auto or the cape in Fortnite for 20 fucking years until they fucking die and they can't stand themselves anymore.
I mean, that first one's not true, but the rest I'm sure.
Yeah, most people. That AI can do these things, that's not the problem. The problem is capitalism. That's the problem, because the ability for an artist to not have to spend time doing those things and to be able to focus on other things, or to make to be able to populate worlds. Like again, whatever speeds things up. And yeah, this is the problem. This is the problem.
Here's, it's like
so frustrating.
The thing of it is, if you are okay, with media companies, say, turning prospective artists into de facto slave labor, churning out slop to make an easy buck, you are fine with them using AI to do it, because there's fundamentally no difference between the two. There is no like pure creative value that is coming from this stuff. It is designed to manipulate and to sell on the cheap, and it is made off the backs of people who are not recompensed for their work. If you're concerned that AI is going to take the place of like frickin' Herman Melville or like Frank Herbert or whatever, it's not, because those people mastered language by themselves to create that, and AI can't do that because it's not capable of creating anything new.
Nope.
It can only use what's been fed into it. Those people made something new. So like that's it. If you are in danger, like creatively being made obsolete by AI, then your value to the system was as a workhorse fundamentally. And the issue is that you are valuing yourself in terms of your use by a system that is fundamentally inhuman, and the art itself is not anything that should be mourned for its loss. Like it's just not important. If you want to make art for fun, cool. If you have like fun making stuff at that level and you find meaning in it, cool. If your concern is that you're not getting paid for it, like the issue is having to get paid.
Having to get paid for
do it. Because you will make shit even without AI, and people have done for a very long time. The whole Twilight craze.
One sec.
That did not need AI.
Hold up.
Yeah.
At VO-I6 said super chatted $11.64. Hey Brooks, thank you for your work. I'm really happy to have discovered your channel. I'm interested in the Phil literature rag you are building. Would that be something that has general edu use?
I would presume I won't do a good job of it. My goal is to figure out how regs function, because I find it interesting. If it ends up being useful, I'm just gonna give it out. It'll be just part of the QC. If it can be used, the goal is to have it so people can go, hey, all of these philosophy texts, and it is thanks to a script, it is going to be everything on Anna's archive that I consider to be relevant, which is most philosophy.
Lawsuit incoming.
It's just a model. That's not a lawsuit. But it'll be like, I want every reference to X, Y, and Z that Deleuze came up with, and also what seemed like just something like that then can be searched through directly. It's a weird system. Regs are fascinating, and I'm still learning about exactly how they function. That's actually helping sort of build the system. It's weird. I mean, again, it's not my forte. It's just very fascinating. Back to this bullshit.
Into two parts. Can it and will it? It can, but will it play with thousands of rocks becomes a question of...
We need more data centers.
No. Obviously what we need is like lab-grown human skin stretched over a pad that's electrically connected to your computer so that it can now feel the rock, and then it can spin the rock 360 degrees. So simple. It's like they figured this out in Star Trek First Contact.
What is public? 1 second. Well, I'm going to let this ad play because
You may not have heard this yet, but our sponsor Public just launched something called Generated Assets, and it...
I thought I recognized the name. Okay. This guy's a whore.
We got to get you a better word.
No, because I like that word and I think it works. I don't think it's for sex work. I think this is the worst kind of shilling garbage piece of shit a human can be that exists. This is it. Here he is. AI is not a bubble. Here is AI. You should give these people your money. They're giving me money. It can't be affecting me. Did someone comment on this? This is insane.
It's like that.
Oh, here we go. Pinned by Maxonomics to the top. The first comment, he made his own. On the AI in comments, Public is a brokerage. It's not an AI company. The feature I talk about in the ad is one I've personally used. I'm in no way being compensated for this comment. It's very good. Effectively, you can create your own personal ETF and put whatever you want inside it. That's not something possible. This is an AI, you fucking liar. Please say people are calling it out.
But first, a word from our sponsor, Pissman's Mustard.
Exactly. What the fuck? A new type of asset generated by AI. Your script literally advertises generated assets. It brings AI into investing in a way I've honestly never seen before. You're being paid to advertise AI. It is perfectly reasonable for people to call this out as a conflict of interest. Given the comments, clearly there's a link between what you're saying and what people feel, so I can't argue with the perception. Although I didn't anticipate it, but I would disagree with your framing. What's being advertised is a way to express an investment idea. It's a very similar version of this ad. Same fixture ran in the video about gold that came out last month. What? This is fucking crazy, dude.
It brings AI into investing in a way I've honestly never seen before. Here's how it works. You type in an idea like AI-powered supply chain companies with positive free cash flow or defense tech companies growing revenue over 25% year over year. Publix AI then dispatches a swarm of agents that scan every single U.S. stock, evaluates them, and instantly builds a complex index around your thesis. What really stands out?
That should be illegal. That should be illegal. That should be illegal. That should be fucking illegal. What the fuck, man? He wasn't joking when he said it makes fucking ETFs on the fly for you. That's fucking insane.
You know,
you can basically, okay, they have an AI that certainly, black boxed, absolutely. You don't know what it's trained on or what it's set up or what they're pushing it to say or how the prompt works. I'm sure you can fuck with it and find out, but guarantee they don't come up with that up front. Hey, find me stocks that are blah, blah, blah. Oh, and then, hey, the brokerage house puts together the package for you. What the fuck, man?
well, I mean, like there have been a couple of small AI startup attempts that ended up being just a couple of guys answering queries with Google searches. Literally just guys. Like maybe he's just hiring people in India to just do that. I don't know. Technically not AI.
So in the first week, more ETFs were created by this platform than had ever existed before in total. That's fucking insane. We're fucked, man. Like this is crazy. Like literally this is something Biden was moving to ban.
Yeah.
The SEC was looking into this because they were trying to do this agentic brokerage thing, which is insane to allow. I wonder if Trump's SEC is going to go after it. Huh. No clue.
I somehow doubt it.
Can't imagine why.
Is how clearly it explains.
Where to get what data from? Axios has an article on it. I'll post it if you want. Axios did a big thing on it. They're like, what the fuck? Because it's not just me. Quick Google search. Public ETF company, blah, blah, blah. I just typed a few things from there.
explains why each stock is included. And before you invest, you can even backtest your idea against the S&P 500. So you're making decisions with real context, not just guessing. And beyond generated assets, Public lets you invest in stocks, bonds, options, crypto, all in.
Oh, great. Great. Options, margin and bonds and crypto. Look at that.
In one place. They'll even give you an uncapped 1% match when you transfer your investments over from another platform. If you want to build a portfolio that actually reflects your thesis, visit public.com.
Your thesis through our AI that certainly isn't fucking with it.
.com/max. Paid for by Public Investing. Full disclosures in the description.
We're building multiple multi-gigawatt data centers.
Building these giant AI factories.
I do guess that a lot of the world gets covered in data centers over time. Maybe put them in space.
We're going to start building these.
If you didn't know, putting data centers in space is absolutely the opposite of how anything works and won't actually be good for anything. A lot of people think space is like cold, but it's not. It's a vacuum, and a vacuum doesn't transfer heat very well. So
obviously we also need to transfer the oceans into space with them.
But it's so cool. Yeah, that's
that's the thing though. It's like Sam Altman's entire life right now seems to just be going around going, hey, AI, hey, space, Mars, and it's just like that's the bubble. That's the bubble. Is like you can see the bullshit. It's right there. It's not dark fiber. It's not like, oh, we made an overestimate. A bunch of businesses jumped on a thing and they didn't understand where the technology would go or how demand would develop. It's like, no, you got some weird freaking lizard man going door to door saying, hey, we're gonna cure death in 5 years. Give me $1 billion. Like,
I can't. This is insane.
I just want Ray Kurzweil to get, for nature to take its course at this point.
Anyone who is a futurist or pretends to be one needs to go. Yeah.
Data centers in space.
The world needs a lot more processing power.
The size of the site covers a significant portion of the footprint of Manhattan in terms of space.
But why would you need a data center of that size? What could possibly be the logic for
obviously a giant AI brain?
A building the size of Manhattan. Manhattan is 23 square miles. Inside a data center the size of Manhattan, there will be 5,000 rows. Each of those rows will contain 50 racks. In each of those racks, you'll find about
50 cats, 50 hats, 50 racks.
I was about to do that.
Which our friend who was on the way to St. Ives, our friend to St. Ives had 20 wives. Each of the wives had 20 cats. Each of the cats had 20 rats. Each of the rats had 20 fleas. How many were on their way to St. Ives? Sorry, it's I just rewatched fucking all the Die Hard movies. Well, the good ones, the 3 of them. Fucking Die Hard's great.
Or you just say that's a big Twinkie. That works.
Die Hard 3 is fucking amazing. God damn it. This is terrible. Like, okay. Why would there be 5,000 rows? Why is that the number he went with? Like, I'm trying to think through like how he would get to this.
He drew one row and that's how many more he could fit in there.
But so, okay, let's go through his numbers. Does he say
75,000 rows? Each of those rows will contain 50 racks. In each of those racks, you'll find about 70 chips. Every word.
Why would you like? I'm a little perplexed as to how you would like.
In every
predict
rack,
how many chips those racks would have. Like I'm just thinking of like how fast just chips change on a 10-year basis. It's fast.
Not a 10-year basis.
I know, but I'm just seeing
they burn out in 18 months now.
Right. But what I'm saying is like this structure would easily be a 10-year project. Right? So why would you be predicting the capacity of the racks. Didn't say nothing of the shape of the racks within 10 years. That's a little strange.
Well,
no?
just the numbers he's got, just rounding slightly, we're talking about almost 20 million chips. I don't know of a data center that exists that has more than like a couple, 10, maybe 20,000 chips.
Yeah.
So, what?
They're building the Death Star, man. I don't know.
No. He's lying. He's just making shit up, like as a number.
Right.
Like, it's an insane thing to say. And 70 chips in every rack. One, that's not. Okay, if you haven't seen what these things look like, this is not a rack. A rack is like a 1U system. I have some examples that I can. This is Eurorack shit. Eurorack shit's great. Eurorack shit is like a 4U. Okay. And it's about the size that it would take 4 sets of it. A rack, like a 1U rack, is like that thick. Okay.
Yeah.
You can have in there hard drives, enterprise grade shit, like a really nice Xeon processor from Intel. You can do shit, right? That thick. GPUs don't really fit in those. Certainly not the GPUs we're talking about here. We're talking about like diminished GPUs, if GPUs are even part of it. In my knowledge, NVIDIA blades are like at least a 3U to 4U setup. And that's, again, 3D processing. What's that cassette thing? This is one of my favorite little things. This is from Error Instruments.
Mm-hmm.
It is a Eurorack cassette. So you can actually record to it and then play from it. And it has all of the outputs and speed controls and all kinds of fun, stupid shit on it.
I like how it's pink.
That's why I picked it up, actually. Right now it's got the Dire Straits in there. But as I understand it, the latest versions of these fucking like H100s or whatever the fuck, the Blackwells that are coming are like 25U. There's like 3 in a rack, maybe 4. So the idea of 50 of these is insane.
Oof. Are there any in like Afghanistan or?
No.
I'll see myself out. Okay, keep going.
You ask AI to predict. The math it takes to predict just that one next word is spread out across many chips. Each chip takes part of the problem. They combine their work, and out comes the word.
Sort of. Sure. Why not?
Dozens to hundreds of chips fire off for each word. Not each question you ask, not each conversation, each word. This is the reason NVIDIA cannot keep up with demand. It cannot produce enough chips for all.
You can't produce enough chips? Really? Really? One sec. I just want to, just as a thing. There's a great channel. Really great channel, by the way. One moment. Gamers Nexus. The thumbnail for this is one of my favorite things. It's called "We Have Too Many GPUs."
Power, and it's sort of the ability to get the builds.
Gamers Nexus rules. Gamer Nexus Consumer Advocacy is one of the best channels. Go there. I'll link to this video.
Done fast enough, close to power. So if you can't do that, you may actually have a bunch of chips sitting in inventory that I can't plug in. In fact, that is my problem today, right? It's not a supply issue of chips. It's actually the fact that I don't have warm shells to plug into.
Hey!
This is the reason NVIDIA cannot keep up with demand.
There you go.
The Empire needs Kyber crystals.
Live fucking debunking of this stupid fuck. It's unbelievable. Everything he says is trash, man.
No, it's not. I saw it in Andor.
It cannot produce enough chips for all the words people want predicted, for all the images and video they want created. This is the critical departure AI takes away from the dot-com bubble. All of that fiber optic cable that was laid was not being used. It was...
Wait, hang on. Wait. Slow down. Go back to when
I wasn't ready for this.
Wait. Okay, go on. Oh, shit. No, okay. Go.
Keep up with demand. It cannot produce enough chips for all the words people want predicted, for all the images and video they want created. This is the critical departure AI takes away from the dot-com bubble. All of that fiber optic cable that was laid was not being used. It was dark fiber. You cannot get your hands on an NVIDIA chip because every single one of them is running around the clock at...
Wait. Oh, hang on. What? What? Wait.
It's being used. So it's just like dark fiber because dark fiber wasn't being used.
I don't wait. I'm sorry. Hang on. Give my brain a second to recover from this. So so hang on. It's a departure. So remember dark fiber.
Mm-hmm.
It has nothing to do with that. Okay.
Did you say it's different? One sec. Chodole said it's different. We're gonna go back and just...
Okay.
This is the critical departure AI takes away from the dot-com bubble.
Different.
All of that.
He worded it really badly because he said it takes away from, which implies it borrows from.
No, but hang on. No.
Just wait.
It's the fiber optic cable that was laid was not being used. It was dark fiber. You cannot get your hands on an NVIDIA chip because
but here's the thing. Pause. But here's the part that's confusing me though. By implication, the issue was a shortage of fiber.
No, the issue was that
but
no one was using the fiber. No, I'm going to steal man. For him, it's no one was using the fiber and no one was therefore using the internet. That's why the dot-com bubble burst. But everyone is using NVIDIA stuff to 100%. That's his argument. So everyone is using it. So demand is outstripping what we've got. So it can't be a bubble yet. Because to him, a bubble is, I get his logic now. To him, a bubble.
Oh God.
To him is love. Again, he's slurs. I only have slurs for this one. Sorry. His logic is everyone said the internet was going to be the hottest thing, but no one was really using it. And it was so not used that we had a whole bunch of fiber not being used. Whereas AI, it can't be a bubble because everyone's using it and you can't there's just no dark NVIDIA chips out there. And so therefore it's not a bubble.
Here's the thing though, like once again though, the dark fiber not being used was by design.
And there are dark NVIDIA chips. In fact, massive numbers of
them. Sure, but like leaving that aside, like the dark fiber had literally nothing to do with the dot-com bubble. It was just cheaper to put more fiber down when they put it down. It's literally how much line they put down, not whether or not there was a lot of fiber in it. Like it just doesn't matter.
Like one of them is running around the clock at such high capacity and without break that occasionally one melts. There is not a dark NVIDIA chip in the country right now.
Because you know what they
home run, home run. I called it. I called the words exactly. Home run. I win.
He thinks
that's great. Dark NVIDIA chip.
He thinks AI companies are sending in thugs in the middle of the night to steal people's Nintendo Switches to get the chips out of them.
I mean, again, just to say, we know the numbers are inflated. Chips aren't running around the clock. In fact, like the people who are providing the infrastructure talk about how they can't run it around the clock. There's a whole bunch of reasons for that. And also it wouldn't be functional. These things have to cycle. They have to cycle on and off and they've got area. Like this is absolutely like bullshit. He's just bullshitting.
Nah, it's not. He's telling the truth about the AI Death Star.
This is how a word is represented in AI. What's called a vector. It is, just like on paper, one dimensional.
That's not, every letter is not one. Actually, tokens are multivalent and they tend to have multiple numbers. So like you can actually do this.
Paper is not one dimensional, just saying.
Just real quick.
Yeah.
OpenAI has a really great tokenizer that I think is really fun to use. Because and again, I used it in my video. That's the part that I'm kind of like, dude, just fucking show the thing. Like, it's easy. Here's a tokenizer. You can literally just go into OpenAI, and this is, all of them are going to be basically the same. This isn't crazy. So you go enter some text, word. Okay. I want to see the token IDs. That's the token ID right there. That's it. It's 15299. That's how it works. So word is 1. Now it's lowercase. So it's 1801. Capital 15299. So if you just do word, or if you space it, WORD, those are different tokens. So WORD is actually 86, 293, 428, 272. You can literally just go fucking do this.
Yeah.
Here are the 4 tokens. Like, this is how it works. I mean, it's a fun thing to play with. I find tokens fascinating how they work. I'm just linking it for everyone. But like, how embarrassing is this for him?
How a word is represented in AI. What's called a vector.
Like, you literally can just go find this.
Yeah.
It is, just like on paper, one-dimensional. A section of an image is represented like this, two-dimensional. One for width, one for height.
No, that's not how it works. That's not how this works. That's really not how this works.
This is how video is represented.
No.
Height, width, and then one
No.
for time. Three-dimensional.
That's not the case. This is really bad. Do not listen to this. This is bad computer science.
Frame of video footage is 1 million times more information dense than an average word.
What a weird comparison to make. One word is 1 million times less dense than an image. That's fucking Jesus.
To put it another way, 2 seconds of video contains about as much raw information as the entire Harry Potter book series, which is
That's
why
just
these
not
data
true.
centers that seem
That's
eye-watering in
meaningless.
size are what every tech company is.
That's just not accurate. And also, by the way, that's not also in terms of tokens either. Like, Harry Potter fundamentally is an ordered specific series. It would be significantly more data because it has to be ordered. It's not just this word and a random word. That's not how that works.
It is this many letters.
Yeah, I mean, it has these letters, and it's like, hey, guess what? There's only 26 letters in all of Harry Potter. So there you go. Like, that's insane. It's 1 billion times more information in a photo. There's only 26 letters in that entire book. It's like, you fucking dumb fucking asshole.
Scrambling to build. They're looking way past the chatbots we
You're an asshole.
all play with, and
Actually,
what it
there's
will
the
take to make a
actually no, hang on, because there's also the 3 Deathly Hallows symbols, so technically it'd be 29 letters.
What letter am I missing?
The Deathly Hallows symbols, because there's a triangle, there's the circle thing, there's a line.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Children's books have emojis.
reasonable prediction at what the other side of this gold nugget might look like, egged on by this one paper that kicked off this whole thing in 2017. That was
video is a tokenized sequence of images. Yeah, I mean, to say a video looks like that is like, yes, but it's also not really a tokenized sequence. It's not, it doesn't work like this. It just doesn't work like this.
written about text, but was found to be just as useful in virtually every other type of data. It's not if it will work. Egged on by this one paper that kicked off this whole thing in 2017. That was
What you need is attention. Or is this the Transformer paper?
I already have that if you want it.
Attention is all you need. That's what I thought.
I've already got it.
I do too. I just wanted to confirm that that's what it was.
Good for you, Mr. Overachiever.
Written about text, but was
just trying to be
found to be
helpful.
just as useful in virtually every other type of data.
It's really technically not true how it works, but
It's not if it will work, it's how to build enough processing power for doing the math. And here is where it would be reasonable to raise a red flag and say, I have found the lie. Maybe. Because we need more data centers is really code for we need more electricity. Flip every single power plant on, turn the sun on bright.
we need more everything. It ain't just electricity, buddy. It's delivery mechanisms, cooling mechanisms, buildings, server infrastructure, memory, in and out. Like you're talking about, like when you blasé say things like, oh, it's 5,000 this, 5,000, and you get to like 20 million fucking chips. That 20 million chips has to be manufactured. We don't even come close to that rate. And if that's 20 million chips, you're talking about 20 million chips every 18 to 24 months. Like you're out of your fucking mind.
Make the wind howl, and this is the total amount of electricity the United States can generate at any given moment. But of course, some power plants are down for maintenance. Clouds are out today. The wind is calm, making this the realistic amount of electricity we could generate if we went full blast. A place grid operators never want to be, so they bake in room above the spot where electricity demand always peaks, midday during a brutal heat wave. To build all the data centers that have been announced, that room operators require, the safety margin, it almost evaporates, not just sometimes, forever. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It must always be on because data centers don't turn off. Mix and match however you like. The amount is equal to 100 nuclear plants, tens of thousands of square miles of solar panels, plus batteries, half of Texas worth of windmills. This doesn't happen. Electricity.
Christ of the Dead, you are cruel. You are cruel. But good comment. That's can you say that? Yeah.
Can I say what? Who said what?
I won't say anything.
Electricity demand doesn't grow this fast, has never grown this fast in the history of humans. Scrambling to find electricity to the point of turning the infamous nuclear plant 3 Mile Island.
Well, I just saw something on this, and that's not true. To do what he's talking about and what they're talking about now, they're talking about an increase of like 4 to 6% annual growth in electricity. We have a lot of electricity right now, by the way, but it's like 4 to 6% growth yearly in order to hit the 2030 numbers they're expecting. We're not going to hit them, but like the United States between 1940 and 1960 increased yearly by at least 10%. Like, because it was the boom of electricity and the suburbanization of America. It was massive. He's out of he's fucking lying. He's just full of shit. It's unbelievable. Just lying.
Island back on, or taking on all the complexity of
how about when 3 Mile Island went up and all these other fucking things in the 50s and 60s? You think that improved the amount of electricity we had? You shit her? Like, they're going to turn it back on and it's crazy amounts of electricity. How about when we turned it on and it was in a time when we had significantly less electricity? What the fuck, man? Like, it's just insanely illogical.
Having their own power stations built, they have this paper. They know it works. Everyone else has this paper. Everyone else knows it works. So just like an arms race,
what?
Where countries race to have more firepower than the other.
Wait, what is
the attention is all you need paper?
What does that have to do with the power needs?
That it works.
But we know that it works because we have the AI systems already. Like that's there. Not because of the paper. The paper was a proposal for like, here's how you can structure this language model. What? That has nothing to do with
fall behind
this whole infrastructure thing. That's not that okay.
This is why this guy is why I'm kind of like bring on the AI fucking channels and drown everyone. Like just drown us all. I'm done.
He's looking at like
I'm
one
done.
of these conservatives who are like, look, this is Capital by Karl Marx. This is the roadmap for liberals to create the caliphate. It's like that. But
this is awful.
every tech company feels forced to do whatever it takes to solve the electricity problem. That is, for the moment, the telephone wire problem of AI. But if the electricity problem cannot be solved...
Oh my god. It's the dark fiber.
Wait. Okay. I can't. So now he's saying it's a telephone wire problem because there's not enough, but hopefully they don't do too much.
He knows that he knows that like the copper wires, right? Like they did, like we did use copper wires to power things, but he understands like the wires that were used for internet connectivity. That wasn't like their function, right? Like they weren't primarily to power stuff. They were to transmit the signal.
This is really bad, dude.
All the expectations for what AI will do, the products companies will sell, the amount of money these
products companies will sell. I need someone to explain to me how anyone will make money selling AI when they've literally already commoditized it. Like they've already done the work to commoditize it. It's over. It's either a monopolistic nightmare where no one else resells it, or everyone's reselling it and it becomes like email where no one makes money off of it and it's a loss leader. Those are the only two paths. There's no one who's going to make money off fucking AI. It's not possible. You can use it to do cool things, but no one's making money off of reselling AI at this point. That's not how it works.
Companies have become
Never
more...
heard commoditized
it all gets
before
called
now.
into
That's
question.
a new word.
It can be done. We know how to do it.
Oh, commoditize is how we talk about it in product. Like that's actually a term.
Yeah, no. I just looked it up because I was curious. I was like, oh, how about that? Weird.
Yeah.
It's not a full red flag, so maybe for now we just raise a yellow flag.
A yellow flag?
Everyone is using it a lot.
That's against the rules.
Everyone's using it a lot.
They found that if you used it just 3 times in 1 week, 95% of people would never stop using it. They were in for life.
How did they find?
What the fuck stat are you talking? What the fuck stat is this?
Everyone is using it.
Who's they? Who is they?
They found that if you used it just 3 times in 1 week, 95% of people would never stop using it. They were in for life.
They? 95% of which people?
These were. This was 97, 98. Dozens of companies trying to bring order to the internet, but all this, that's not really why you were here.
Wait. Hang on. Dozens of companies trying to bring order to the internet. What does that even mean?
Did he just claim 95% of people who use? Is he talking about the internet?
I don't know. I don't know who they is. I don't know I don't know what any of this is talking about. Like when you say like here's a stat, you don't say they discovered that. You go like this person and this person wrote a study that said that this.
I have no idea what this fuck he's talking about.
Question answered. 1 box, 2 buttons, and 10 blue links. Powered by a new idea that said, you know what people will probably want right at the top? The pages that have the most other pages on the internet linking to them. We'll call it PageRank. So simple, so good. Once you tried it, you did not go back. Out of 100 people that would try it, 95 became permanent users.
I know what he's talking about. He's talking about the apocryphal story about how Google became what it is because everyone who used it stayed using it. It's not true, by the way. No. It's been shown to be not true, and it's one of those things people talk about in marketing and product development. It's always been not true. Like, this is weird.
The only other products that have come close to Google search for getting people to stick around, Facebook, Instagram, Uber, and WhatsApp. But even those fall miles short.
Oh, if reselling AI is the business model, all the sites are just repackaging with features. Yes. And like every company that has ever had other companies doing that, like, for example, apps on the iPhone, for example, or products on Amazon, the owner of that primary pipe just takes the idea. That's it. No one will ever make money reselling AI.
Of Google's.
On top of it, since you're just reselling frontier models, anyone else can just do what you're doing too. and just use the same frontier model as the supply. There's no proprietary anything on any of this shit. It's really fucked up.
95%. So for those in the AI world, it was mildly concerning when ChatGPT wasn't anywhere on the list. A lot of people tried it. A lot of people never came back. But then something that rarely happens happened. People who had dropped off 5 months before started coming back to try it again. This is not a thing. This line, what we call a retention graph, it never goes back up. Once people try something and ditch it, they do not come back. How many unused apps do you have on your phone? So a version of this chart started swirling around social media. ChatGPT had gotten users to come back, yes, partially because their model had gotten better, but also because...
Wait. Customer retention. I don't even know what all these numbers are. This is so weird.
These are paid customers too, which I think matters. Like these aren't
what the fuck are 19 number, like all of these? Is it 90% or 80% or 70% or that month since? Like this is all insane, but it's also showing not 95%.
GPT had gotten users to come back, yes, partially because their model had gotten better, but also because they said, hey, there's this other tier service we offer. It does more. It's much smarter. You can have it, but you've got to
Loss
pay
leaders.
for it. Turns out people wanted more. They wanted smarter. They were thrilled when they could pay.
No, people didn't want to pay for it is the answer, by the way. That's straight up. That's straight up. And again, Ed Zitron has gone in depth on these numbers. Earlier this year, he went in depth about how ChatGPT is sort of faking its numbers. I need to find the piece overall, but like they're just bullshitting. They said something like they were serving 5% of the world every week, if memory serves. I'm not joking. They made that claim. ChatGPT said this shit.
ChatGPT is actually, you know what? I do kind of wonder sometimes. You know how like sometimes like websites will be designed in such a way as they will require you to click many more times than would be the most efficient, precisely because that generates more revenue, right? So it's like ChatGPT often requires multiple refreshes to even work right now. It just fundamentally will fail to just show the answers to your queries. But what's interesting is that they are there. So when you refresh, they are there. It did actually work. And I do kind of wonder a little bit, like, is it possible that like part of the numbers being fudged is actually a result of its non-functionality, resulting in what appears to be repeat clicks and repeat uses? When in fact,
they don't report
people
that. No, this is specific. This is we kind of know the numbers and what they're setting up for when they talk about weekly active users. Like again, whenever you get a PR blast, think about the numbers people are telling you and what they're not. Because if there are bog standard numbers everyone uses, which is daily active users, as soon as you start saying weekly active, that's a weird stat. Well, are you going to tell us how many paid you have? No, we're not. When you find out that like they've got, I think it's like 800 million weekly active users, which is not actually that many for a service that is supposed to be 5% of the entire global population. What you end up realizing is how many of those people are actually signing up for 5 or 6 free accounts and just switching to the other ones, which by the way, is a lot of them, it turns out. Power users are using them when their main paid account fails. There's actually very few people in terms of everything that are actually using this shit. Yeah, no, OF, you're not alone. You're doing the thing everyone does. You use your free tokens until you're done and move to the next thing. If you don't have 5 or 6 free accounts on ChatGPT, I'd suggest it because it's the easiest way to sort of rack that up. And by the time you get back around, you're solid. Free tokens are absolutely going to be cut back. But like on top of it, they've said they lose money on every paid customer because like I'm a paid customer. I max out. If I'm using Claude, I use it for a bunch of shit and it maxes. And people who are $200 users, they max. And you're $200 a month. That's a shitload, but they still max. And that's it. You're losing money on everybody. Every single paying customer. Let me see if I can pull up the stats. 1 second. New York Times said OpenAI projects it'll make $11.6 billion in 2025. And that means that they are spending $2.25 to make every dollar. That's insane.
Pay to have more, signaling to everyone that, hey, yeah, building data centers, let's do it. Definitely build them as.
And again, weekly active users versus MAU. You can do monthly actives, right? Is very common. Daily actives is its own. Games just does daily actives. Monthly active is for apps. And there's a reason that you use that for apps. Gaming, it's daily active because like it matters if people log in every day, play their games. It's a burst activity as a thing. When you're using weekly, you're not doing monthly. And there's this really weird particular gap in there, like as a thing where you have this swing because it doesn't really reflect engagement with the product overall. Logging in at all doesn't actually count as use of it. And it inflates the numbers of active users. So when you do weekly instead of monthly, monthly would reduce that and crush that, like brutally. If they had 800 million weekly active users, it wouldn't be weird to say 200 to 400 million monthly actives. Facebook and Meta, for example, report these numbers. Twitter used to, in theory. 50 to 100 million daily actives is kind of that number you hit. That these numbers aren't being shared presumes they aren't there. You should just presume that. Like, because otherwise they'd share it.
Yeah.
As fast as you can. But then, just a few months into the excitement, this happened.
China's latest AI breakthrough has leapfrogged the world.
Let's talk about DeepSeek because it is mind-blowing.
I wonder whether DeepSeek has kind of changed. I mean, it feels like it's upended the race this week.
A completely unknown Chinese company released this paper that showed the world that actually we can do that. What you're doing, but with just a tenth of all the chips you're throwing at it. We're just 15 guys in an office, not even really a tech company. We're a hedge fund. Cue the panic.
DeepSeek claims that it built an AI model for less than $6 million. Not a B, $1 million.
Down big, especially the tech-heavy NASDAQ.
Shares in the advanced computer chip.
I remember a lot of people trying to claim this was because of DeepSeek. And that's like AI hype bullshit, to be perfectly frank. Like, there was rumors at the time of the AI chip controls coming in, and that's why NVIDIA and others tanked. Like it's a weird claim that I'm not a big fan of. And
keep it rolling. I'll be 1 sec.
Go for it. I'm just going to keep talking for a second.
Let's go turn the heater on.
Because what Goddard's saying is the other half of it. People talk about DeepSeek being like this indie thing, like guys in a garage, which is great PR. But this was CCP heavily backed Chinese AI lab work. This was crazy. The amount of money that went into this. It's a hedge fund, if I remember right. Like DeepSeek is a fucking hedge fund on its own. Like it's insane. This is an insane, like, weird.
Maker NVIDIA plunged overnight.
NVIDIA dropped 17.
Like the
no
way
Chinese
change. I mean, it feels like it's
as fast as you can. But then, just a few months into the excitement, this happened.
China's latest AI breakthrough has.
DeepSeek is censored by CCP, but only on DeepSeek's website. You can actually download the model, and the model's fine. It's they have prompt engineering that's going into its censorship. It's not the model that's censored, actually. And the data goes to the CCP if you're using the DeepSeek thing. But again, the data is probably going to the CCP regardless. It's going to everyone. No one cares. Everyone's sharing data and selling it to everyone else. No one cares.
Has leapfrogged the world.
Let's talk about DeepSeek because it is mind-blowing.
I wonder whether DeepSeek has kind of changed. I mean, it feels like it's upended the race this week.
A completely unknown Chinese company released this paper that
completely unknown Chinese AI lab deeply funded by the CCP.
It showed the world that actually we can do that. What you're doing, but with just a tenth of all the chips.
One sec. This is, I needed to reboot my audio.
The world that actually, we can do that. What you're doing, but with just a tenth of all the chips you're throwing at it.
Well, that's not true. That's not true at all. DeepSeek used a fuck ton of chips. But it was a different set of training techniques. I don't think this is an accurate claim.
We're just 15 guys in an office, not even really a tech company.
And DeepSeek did fall behind. DeepSeek did some clever things that everyone else did, because that's how this market's going to work. The moment someone does something interesting, everyone else will just do it, and then it's boring. And you're out. Like, that's it. And the only people that will win are people who have the money to maintain that dominance. By the way, and this is where bubbles come
from. A hedge fund. Cue the panic.
DeepSeek's claims that it built an AI model for less than $6 million. Not a B, $1 million.
Down big, especially the tech-heavy NASDAQ.
Shares in the advanced computer chip maker NVIDIA plunged overnight.
NVIDIA dropped.
All of this I just don't buy.
Many thought this was a crystal clear new signal that, hey, data centers? No good. Shut it down. Unable to put themselves in the shoes of the people who know the difference between how a word, image, or frame of video is represented for AI.
Including you, buddy. Including you.
People who immediately thought, that's interesting. I wonder what happens if we take that and use all the chips we have instead of just the 10th they used. This whole thing will probably get 10 times cheaper. And so it did. Now those people happy to pay for more could get 10 times more for the same price.
This is not fucking true. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. This is wizardry he's claiming. This is wizardry. Sunday, are you still there?
I'm still here.
Did you die?
Just on the inside.
Revealing one of the keys to truly understanding how people actually behave. If something gets cheaper, we don't choose to use the same amount of it and pay less. No. We choose to pay the same amount and use a lot more of it instead. What's called Jevons paradox. On average, one whale had 2,000 gallons of oil in it. Oil that was, just like electricity today, the way people lit their home, except that enough whale oil to keep one lantern lit every night for 1 year cost $1,200 in today's money, making hunting whales an extremely profitable yet brutal profession. Find a whale, harpoon it, pull it to the side of the boat, strip the blubber off, cut it into pieces, boil the pieces, and out would come liquid gold that would arrive at city ports on ships that, by the time crude oil was discovered, had to stay out on the water for 3 or 4 years before they had found enough whales, forcing all but the most wealthy to go without light once the sun went down. Until a guy figured out how to...
This is not the thing to use when talking about Jevons law. This is not it. People need light to function. They need heat to function. Having oil burning lamps is the thing people needed.
You know what's crazy is
this is an insane example.
But like, you know what's crazy though is they actually still had light. They used candles. And other
this is an insane example, dude. This is so stupid. Totally. This is just Hanukkah.
To make kerosene from oil. At 1/10 the price of whale oil, houses went from maybe one lantern to a kerosene lamp for each person. Kerosene gave way to cheaper electricity 70 years after that. A lamp in each room.
Yes. Kerosene gave way to electricity. Jesus Christ.
Room turned into dozens of light bulbs throughout a house. To today, where people have more lights than they know what to do with. Just like the car, refrigerators, coal, oil, farming, Jevons paradox frames the story of every major technology.
Wait,
humans
farming?
like stuff.
Slow down. Go back again.
People have more lights than they know what to do with. Just like the car, refrigerators, coal, oil, farming.
Coal?
Farming.
Coal?
Brooks, one of these things is not like the other. Farming.
Coal and farming, I would say, are like those two.
Coal is at least power related. Farming.
Yeah, but coal does not operate via Jevons paradox in any capacity.
Our coal capacity is increased. Okay. Coal got more efficient.
It didn't get cheaper.
Coal got smarter. Coal got smaller every few years. Okay. We could have smaller and smaller furnaces. Eventually, you could have the furnaces in your pocket.
Is Goddard right? Is it automation in farming that he's referring to then?
He just says farming. He says farming. He says
automation,
coal, farming. He mentions a bunch of power sources, and then he mentions farming.
Goddamn, AI needs to learn to write better.
Jevons paradox frames the story of every major technology.
Wait,
Humans
maybe
like
Jevin
stuff.
was a farmer. I don't know.
Comb through the data, look at the slides, and you will see chart after chart that looks like one of these. That shows 1 year after the DeepSeek incident, AI use has increased 50x, not 50%.
You know what's weird about
5,000%.
this? You would show the chart if that's the case. You would show the chart. You wouldn't go, if you looked for it, you would find a chart that resembles these charts, and that chart would tell you. Just show the goddamn chart, man. Why? It's such a weird framing device. If you were to look up charts, you might find a chart that resembles
AI
one of these
use
charts.
has increased 50x of these. That shows. Look at the slide.
Cumulative LLM token consumption trillions. Hey, this is, by the way, this little hook right there, that should be a thing. He should maybe go, uh-oh. Because just, oops. Boop.
That's just where
this is true, but again, there is a bullshit thing in here where it's not people using it. This is LLM token consumption. And the reason that this has grown exponentially, and it has with the off in October, which is because companies stopped using it, by the way, is the reason that's dropping off. Companies are starting to drop it. But what happened is early on, you couldn't do very much with it. You go, hey, like 2024, you'd like ask it questions and it would do stuff, but you couldn't have it. Hey, can you code this complex thing for me? You couldn't do it. Claude Opus right now, Claude Opus 4.5, I could have code something crazy. It would use 1 million tokens. And I can burn through 1 million tokens without fucking thinking twice about it, without even a fucking question. And if I can do that in about 5 minutes, which I probably could, and OF in chat could probably burn through 2 to 3 or 4 million. These are not hard things to do. That's just two of us. That's why, because you couldn't do it a year ago, 2 years ago. There was no use case for 1 million fucking token conversation. Also because conversations couldn't hold that much fucking information. This is so fucking backwards ass. It's unfucking believable. And again, there is no 50x use over everything. This is a fundamental misreading of this. It has to do with more tokens. That isn't more use. This is a bullshit way. This is one of those like ChatGPT lies where it's like, oh, we have so many more tokens being consumed. It's like, yeah, but you have actually fewer power users. So what are you doing, buddy?
And you will see chart after chart that looks like one of these.
See, this is token usage.
That shows 1 year after the DeepSeek incident, AI use has increased 50x, not 50%, 5.
I don't think so. The DeepSeek 1 trillion tokens to 10 trillion tokens is not 50x. If we have 10 trillion tokens, it's 50. It's just, he has no math.
You will see chart after chart that looks like one of these. That shows 1 year after the DeepSeek incident, AI use has increased 50x, not 50%, 5,000%.
Nope.
When you think about what AI is today,
oh God,
at
he
its
lives
core,
near me.
It is a repackaging of something people were using in.
That's either that's not Northern California. I think these are the redwoods up by me. This might be Northern California, but this is.
Incessantly before any of these LLMs came about. It's just repackaging the data we were all consuming before.
No,
using the same cables, same protocols, same devices.
That's Northern Cali.
Even with a few exceptions, the same companies, the giant redwoods in the forest, unfazed by storms, high winds, or the
He's in San Francisco. This guy probably worked at fucking AI companies.
Occasional drought, while the AI startups are the seedlings scattered throughout, trying to find enough room to grow to become one of the giants. Most won't make it, but the forest will barely notice. If bubbles have a second trait they share, it's that the thing being promised is new, a green field. The start of the internet was a new fragile thing. How do we use this thing?
The thing being promised is new. That's not a comment between all bubbles.
This is weird, dude. This is just dumb shit. This is like not even logic at this point.
Like bubbles can like theoretically emerge spontaneously just from like people using an old thing but still growing.
Well, and again,
growth reaches, yeah.
I'm going to name a handful of companies, and you tell me if they're giant redwoods that weathered the storm. AOL, Yahoo, BlackBerry, Nokia, MySpace, Lycos.
It still exists, doesn't it?
Like that's Microsoft and Amazon survived. Amazon barely survived. They did, but they barely survived. This is just insane. This is just insane.
A bright green field with trees just starting to sprout up. Today, it is a massive, thriving forest. And this thing we're calling AI is that same forest expanding. The giant redwoods
just
getting
full of
taller,
shit, dude.
new trees being born. So if the electricity gap isn't solved, a raging wildfire rolls through here. But if it is, with the number of people using it, the headroom for it to get better, the idea that today, now.
This is fucking insane. This is the worst logic, self-justifying garbage I've seen in a long time. Good work. Good work. This is crazy.
Now, AI is a bubble that's about to burst like the dot-com bubble, is likely missing the forest for the trees.
That's his video. Okay, so you misrepresent the dot-com bubble cause. You misrepresent AI tech specs and needs and the infrastructure constraints of it. You misrepresent adoption metrics and conclude, therefore, AI is not a bubble. Also, give this company money for their AI shit.
Also, back to the dot-com thing, he thought that the reason for the dot-com crisis was
Enron.
because of Enron, and I guess over-investing in extra fibers in the cord they put down, which is like literally making it cheaper. It's actually like they would be investing more money potentially and risking that more if they didn't put that extra fiber in, because the cost of the fiber is significantly less than having to dig up any of those cords again. Like the laying of that cord is a years-long process that requires tremendous amounts of equipment and man hours. They're still doing it. It costs them a ton. It takes them years. It's like, why would you think any one part of that thing would be the issue and not the expenditure?
And
Like,
not the speculation, the rampant fucking nightmarish speculation.
Like it's the over expansion of the cords.
I am
and
certain he mentions
switches.
WorldCom before he mentions Enron.
It doesn't matter because he switches to Enron.
I know, but again,
And
he
he's
also
still wrong.
But maybe he's doing a 360. Oh, what a dumb fucking moron.
I gotta sleep.
Just give me 2 seconds to see if I can find the WorldCom thing. I just want to see this moment.
I don't think he said WorldCom. I think he just
I think
said
he
Enron.
showed it. I'm saying I think
but possibly,
he
but that's
found
probably
it.
because but that's probably because he was showing just random shit he found about the dot-com crisis, and that was in one of those things.
Maybe.
Because I think he meant Enron. I think he's just that useless.
Maybe.
Because like even his chronology is completely off.
Yeah, he is
He's
fucking
attributing
awful.
he's attributing stuff. He's
Oh!
attributing the dot-com crisis to stuff that happened after it.
Investors noticed the internet was not ready. Internet companies were left
See, there's WorldCom. It's a picture of
hanging like
WorldCom.
everyone else, well aware that unless homes could access the internet easily and quickly, people.
I'm just saying. He
That-
calls
just
it an
because he has an
internet
image-
company, and
just
that's
because-
funny to me.
Just because he has an image of WorldCom on the screen doesn't mean he's
No, but it's
cognizant of the fact that he has an
sure,
image of
but
WorldCom
it's
on
a
the screen.
really
Yeah.
funny thing because he moves everything like a step over. WorldCom as an internet company, Enron as a telecom company.
Yeah. But the thing of it is, though, is that when you use AI or proxies to write all of your work for you, you aren't present to even skip over things. You just show up to read the script, and somebody else assembles that. Like I would wager that before this went public, in fact, maybe even now, he never actually watched this video because he doesn't give a shit, obviously.
Fair.
He cares about, hey, views good? Okay, cool. I can go back on vacation.
I love that he's like defending his fucking AI ad thing.
Is he in the comments defending it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. Can you record that? Just actually, as you are recording right now, look. But like, just scroll through and just have it. There's some gems in there.
There's mine calling him a dumb fuck. He didn't like it, sadly.
Hey, there's too many people. He's gonna ignore you.
Of course.
You're probably shadow banned already. Like you're probably.
I have no doubt.
Nobody else can see it.
I like an ad for an AI company in an AI video. He responded to this too. He can't stop himself. Wait. Is it not there? Wait, it showed him replying. See it? Do you see this?
Yeah, I see it.
And then more replies. There. Public is not an AI company. I'll refer to the pinned comment. Do you fucking...
Like, how does it work then, genius? Like, what's the argument here? Hamsters. There's hamsters on wheels attached to a Rube Goldberg machine. Okay, there's giant hamsters.
I love these people. They're great. Let's see others. Where else is he? We can see his logo pop up. Maybe not. Maybe he's he just did that top comment. I just get a kick out of it. I love these people. They're just the worst, man.
No, you know what's the punchline is? It's actually possible he was never on the screen. They've gotten pretty good.
Sponsors, ads, etc. are expected. If I'm not to send you money, you're going to watch your ad, but you clearly state in the ad they use AI, and that in the video, we're more optimistic than most about AI. Hope you can see how I saw conflict of interest. I'm not going to rip you apart or denounce you, but I suggest you give feedback consideration and try to avoid crossover ads and content. For sure, this will be something my team and I will discuss. I suspect the disconnect is that what I hear is new way to invest, while others hear is AI. Good spelling, by the way. Can't change perception, but I think the complaint would be more founded if the ad was, here's how to invest in AI. That link would be concrete and one I would never be okay with. What? It's a fucking ad for AI.
Some of you may not have heard this yet, but our sponsor, Public, just launched something called Generated Assets.
This is fucking crazy.
And it brings AI.
Here's how to invest with AI. Fucking jackass.
Into investing in a way I've honestly never seen before. Just launched something called Generated Assets. And it brings AI into investing in a way I've honestly never seen.
It's fucking what a jackass.
It brings AI into a way of investing, but we don't use AI, guys. It brings AI into, we don't use AI, guys.
Well, I'm not having you invest in AI.
It's like
Goddard, I'll watch it tomorrow. That one I will add to the thing. I will get it to it tomorrow, Goddard.
It's like when the frickin' YouTube mod literally called Jester says we don't use AI, and then below it has the disclaimer: the AI may give incorrect answers. it's just
oof. That's an hour. That's going to be a lot for me. Unlearning economics. Oof.
I think it is completely unlearning economics. Apparently, has gotten really. I think
it's gotten pretty bad.
I think it is perfectly possible that every single part of the production we just saw was AI, and we were just into taking it seriously.
The Internet. The easy-to-use interactive experience located entirely on one CD-ROM.
We distribute drugs to our children through schools and on the streets.
This guy entertained the shit out of me.
Now I'm telling these motherfuckers
at the end of the day
that if they continue killing our children to make their precious millions that they deposit in their secret Swiss bank accounts. Counselor, before your lawsuit even gets off the court clerk's desk, I'll have their stinking bodies in garbage bags and ship them back to Japan for fertilizer.
Oh God, Samurai Cap has one sec. The nurse scene. Fucking the nurse scene's the best thing ever.
Oh my God.
Hello.
I'm just going to pre-say this for people who haven't seen it. What makes it great is that we know all about the production. All the people make this great, but the fucking black partner who they ended up just filming a bunch of expressions of and then cutting them in as if he's reacting to things. It's fucking amazing.
Yeah.
Hi.
How is he? Do you think he'd be able to answer a few questions?
No way, his lips are burned.
So what? He'll never be able to talk again?
Oh, he'll talk again, but you just have to give him a couple of weeks. Next time, guys, catch him in one piece.
Thanks, nurse.
Do you like what you see?
I love what I see.
Would you like to touch what you see?
Yes. Yes,
The best dialogue. The best.
I would.
Would you like to go out with me?
Yes, I would.
Would you like to fuck me?
Bingo.
Well, then let's see what you've got. Doesn't interest me. Nothing there.
Nothing there? Just exactly what would interest you? Something the size of a jumbo jet?
Have you been circumcised?
Yeah, I have. Why?
Well, your doctor must have cut a big portion of it off.
No, he was a good doctor.
Good doctors make mistakes, too. That's why they buy insurance.
Hey, don't worry. I got enough. It's big.
I want bigger.
Hey, I have, Have you been circumcised? Shut up.
Okay, Steve, I want you to watch the room and watch it good. You got 3 more officers coming to assist you.
And remember, no one goes in the room except for doctors and nurses. Got it?
Okay, Joe.
All right, let's go.
All right.
That's huge. Like, go back. Just for a second, it never occurred to me just how huge that dude is. Look at the size of his head compared to the size of the other two guys' heads.
Except for doctors and nurses.
Like
Got it?
he's like a giant.
Yeah, I mean,
his head's like the size of both of their heads combined, and he's like a head taller than them. I don't know.
I mean, he's got a
Terrifying.
lot. He's got a lot. Nurse missed out.
Yeah, it doesn't scale that way.
So the story of Samurai Cop is wonderful, and it's worth. Red Letter Media has an entire interview with the guy and an entire breakdown of the movie itself with
really
Samurai
good.
Cap,
and they
100%
bring him
worth
on. They bring him on. They bring on the guy.
They actually interview him and they spend time talking with him about how they had to come back and like put on a wig and like what it meant and how he was just like, it's just really fucking great.
I gotta sleep.
I'm going to do the same. You get out of here Sunday. It's been fun.
Bye.
Happy New Year.
Good night. Happy New Year. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And with that, I'm going to say the same thing to all of you. It has been lovely, and I appreciate you all joining. It has been fantastic. We are going to see. Let's see who's doing anything tonight. Is there anyone live right now? Oh, I think it's going to be Aiko. Is Aiko live right now? Did Aiko? Nope. Aiko went out. And Political Punk doesn't let me read in because fucking, of course not. I do like Political Punk though. Nope, no go. So sadly, you're not going to get a redirect tonight. It's late. It's 3 o'clock. It always happens. Hey, everyone, for the new year, please head over and join the Discord. We'd love to have you. We'd love to chat. We'd love to have you learn some more philosophy with us. Join us. See why it's important to actually take these books seriously and these readings seriously and how we take them seriously. You're welcome to join us. Discord.gg/DGQC. If you want to support what I'm doing, link above. Stream Elements, always great in the chat. But you can also just super chat. Great. Wonderful. Always fun. Great. Memberships. Fun. Gift memberships. Great. Patreon.com/DGQC, though, for monthly recurring. Does the best, helps the best, lets me have predictable income so I can relax a little bit, which would be lovely. I hope all of you had a phenomenal New Year's. I hope you're all safe, warm, happy. Hope you enjoyed a little bit of tonight and the dumb shit we went over. Thank you, Grizzle, for the $1.50. Thank all of you for all of your super chats. It's been wonderful. And I will see you all soon enough.